Welcome
Willkommen auf der Republika 19. die 13. Ausgabe der Konferenz. Einige sagen Festival sind jetzt und hier zusammen mit der Media Convention Berlin statt einmal mehr und Irren kommt eine diverse Gruppe von Menschen zusammen. Die digitale Gesellschaft, in der wir lernen reden, wir werden denn je werden wir in den Tag gehen, denn die Dinge sind kompliziert, in die Dinge
Ruhig noch ein bisschen mehr. Ruhig noch ein bisschen mehr. Jetzt so einzelne Woos irgendwo.
Okay, now some people start hooting, okay.
Das finde ich sehr schön. Willkommen.
Yeah, I like this. Welcome to Republika 2019. It's wonderful to see you all here this morning. You're looking great as usual, and it's becoming more and more beautiful every year. And this year it's especially beautiful. It is a great honor for us to welcome the Federal President, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, at Republika.
Zu uns beiden.
For the both of us, maybe you've seen us around the last few years. We're the people that have been around for the entire Republika from the beginning, almost. And we're going to guide you through the coming 3 days a little bit, tell you what's happening where, what might not be happening anymore, what's going to be cancelled. Our names are Geraldine Bastion and Max Spalek. And there's a third person, Michael Pretorius. Please wait for us. Yeah, and we're super happy to moderate the program on stage 1 for you. We would also like to welcome all the people watching us on the live stream. Should you be watching in English, you can tune in to the respective translated channel in the live stream. Or if you're here with us, you can get a headset and get a live translation. All the talks on stage 1 and stage 2 will be translated into German or English, respectively, for the entire duration of Republika. Thanks to our translators. Yeah, can't say that enough. And now we are going to clear the stage for the Republika CEOs, Janine Koch and Andreas Gebhardt, and Helge Jürgens, Anja Zimmer, the CEO of Media Convention. Give it up for them.
Wunderschönen guten Morgen alle.
Wonderful morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm so happy that you're all here. And by the way, I just realized you got a promotion. So let me just introduce everyone. This is Janine, Anja, and Helge. My name is Andreas Gebhardt. I just wanted to say a few things, introductory things. First, good morning, Mr. President. It's great that you're here. We're very happy that you're here. But we're just as happy that every single one of you is here. Because Republika without you just is nothing. And we're nothing without all the supporters and helpers and all the people in the team that support us. And please give them a big round of applause for everyone around here that's helping prepare Republika. that is what makes this event possible in this form. So thank you very much, all the supporters, and of course also the team, the wonderful team standing over there. Maybe you can also give them a big hand.
Ich wollte euch noch 2, 3 Sachen erzählen.
I wanted to tell you 1 or 2 other things from the past. I'm not sure, can we see the next slide? Because since the last year, we've done a number of really cool things. We did a tour through the US. We went to Los Angeles for the first time with the Republika. We're going to continue this in this year. But especially, and that was a matter close to our heart, for the first time in December, we had a Republika in Africa, in Accra, in Ghana. And I'd like to welcome everyone from Accra who is here today, everyone in the audience here today. Please give them a hearty welcome for our international guests. It's great that you're here, and you know we're all on eye level in digital society. It doesn't matter where we're coming from, or what we look like, or what we do. We're all in the same boat here. And we're reflecting that here with the digital society in this conference at Republika 2019 and the following years and the different formats that we do together with you. One final note about the venue. This year we're going to use new parts of the station and around the station, and here's a new map. Sorry, one step back. The new areas we're going to be using this year. We are where you see the number 1 on the map, so right in the middle. There's 2 new great big areas that we can use. There's 10 hectares. It's like more than 10 football fields on the ground of the German Technik Museum. So when you go out here on the side, there's like a small footwalk. We have a few stages prepared there. Jenny's going to say a few words for that. It's a beautiful venue, and that allows us to get more content to you. There's also a flying taxi you can look at, and lots of other interesting things. On the other side, so behind the stage, basically, is the B part. So you leave the area, you go into this new area, and there's a co-working space, and we're going to look into some other topics. Then again, if you leave and go to Kühlhaus, there's 6 floors of the future of society, about the youth and education, and there's all the special conferences, professional conferences on this area. So just one thing about our partners who make this possible. Without all the partners you see in the hall, we couldn't be doing an event like this. So I just want to quickly list them. The media convention, of course. There's Denkfabrik in Hall 2. There's Porsche about the future of mobility and collaboration. The same thing with Lab 1886 from Daimler, who also provided us with the Volocopter. And of course, the Ministry for the Environment and Environmental Protection. So, big hand for our partners, and we're very grateful that they allow us to do this.
Und damit übergebe ich das Wort an Janine.
Yeah, and with that, I'm handing it over to you, to Janine. I just wanted to give you a quick overview. Okay, what's happening in these new locations that we opened for you today? The museum park of the Deutsche Technik Museum, Andreas already mentioned it. There will be an open-air stage where you can go to when it's really full here in stage 1 or 2, and we're going to be streaming the most important, the most interesting talks onto the outdoor stage. We also have blankets in case it gets too cold, so please just go there if it's too full. But it's also interesting about our partner, the Deutsche Technik Museum. They have a special exhibit on mobility, so it's not just the Volocopter, the flying taxi, but it's also the first e-scooter racetrack that you can try. Try it there because they're not legal on the streets yet. Then in the B part, there's yoga courses, there's meditation courses. You can also park your bikes there. It's focusing a lot on community, on interacting with each other, talking to each other, and enjoying the sun as long as it's there. And in the Kühlhaus, Andreas already mentioned it, next generation, there's the TinCon. That's also the reason why Tanya and Johnny are not here today, this morning, because they're opening TinCon. That is happening there for the first time this year, in parallel to the Republika. And please know they're nominated for the Grimme Online Award, and you can vote for them until May 12th. So please do that. And we're also happy about some new cool things we thought about. There's a mentoring program for the first time. Are all the mentors here? There's one voice. Yes, great.
Ich sagte ja, Mentorinnenprogramm, Steffi, schön, dass du da bist.
Yeah, like I said, the mentor program. Steffi is here, the newbie is also here. There's a special hashtag called Ask the Mentor. We kind of split the work between us and the mentors. So if you have any questions in depth, where do I find what, please just use this hashtag Ask the Mentors, and you can get in touch with this at least one mentor. What else have we prepared for you? There is a kid space. Bring your kids. If you want to use this kid space, it's in the front, right next to the other new important project, which is the recruiting area. Get a job. The imperative and maybe the desire from some of you to look around, because you have a lot of partners around. And in the recruiting area, you can use the opportunity and talk to the HR people from these partners, introduce yourselves, and also get yourself some information from these companies. We have speed meeting, not speed dating. Don't confuse the two. And so you can get in touch right there. Okay, I'm almost done. You're already waiting. We also have a great evening program. There is an evening ticket for 10 euros now, which is valid from 6 p.m. There's karaoke, so please stay around until the bitter end. Wednesday, we're going to have Cat Frankie here, and we'll be dancing to Afrobeats from Tanya from Thessaloniki today. So, what's going on with you guys?
It's dark, it's not. Hello from the media board in Berlin. This is how quick it goes. Well, media also years of digital topics. And thanks for this. It's especially interesting for us to see how quickly everything in these topics evolves and how it develops. Dorothee Bär was here of digitalization. 2015, we had Reed Hastings to show us Netflix, and now we have games of VOD. Edward Snowden was here in 2016, even on the picture, but he was a social media information source. And topic this time, it's playing for keeps. Now it's getting serious. This is the topic which we want to discuss with you, because it's all about really important decisions in the future in the area of media, politics, and also the today we're discussing in our starting presentation at 12:30. We are discussing with TV stations how we have to exchange in this fragmented market. Also, the content change, German serial out of Germany, and you can see cast a crew in our session. Meet the team at stage 6. It's a team powerhouse series, which was also supported by us. The Bauhaus idea, but also we are standing here with the same issues and problems. Everything's what is. In the next 3 days, we want to discuss this with you, how it's possible to have a digital future together.
Anja, was ist für dich wichtig?
Anja, what's important for you in the next 3 days? Well, Helge, on Twitter you would have been blocked already because of election advertisements. Welcome from me, from the Medienanstalt Berlin-Brandenburg. I want to talk to you about why we are here. And the motto of this helps us a lot. It's getting serious. What do we mean with this? It's serious if we want to have a variety of, and if we think that have questions where big decide here and times here and I leave it. We should him this my variety of opinions with how can these truths look like? We do this on stage. I'm really happy if you come there, and if you stage 6 are being live streamed by experts. Thanks, Helge. Thanks. Well, use only 3 days. This please use time and.
Now it's kicking off for real. Max, you're going to stage 2. Tell us what's going to happen there. So, yeah, there's going to be a panel, and I'm just going to tell you the title. It's, well, Heimat my ass. It's about feeling at home in Germany or not. You can still come over or come over later when you think that it's been said enough here. Otherwise, I'll see you around. Okay, so have a nice day. With the opening, I would like to hear what's hiding within the Republika 2019. So I have Sandra Wolf and Markus Beckedahl here. Alex, you're new with this opening ceremony, but you're not new in the Republika team. You've been directing the program for the past 3 years. What's your take on the motto this year? Yeah, so many will know that TLDR is an abbreviation that is used online to give people a summary for long text, but also can be signified that something is too long and didn't read it. But for us, it's a signifier of a symptom of our times where the world seems to become more complex. We react by abbreviating it, simplifying it, because that allows us to actually grasp things. It's hard to tease apart effect and cause, but we also know that this simplification can be dangerous. We see it every day. They become paroles, and in the worst case, they play into the hands of demagogues. So we want to become the opposite of simplification. We are the long read. We need the long read. And we're doing this in 27 stages with more than 1,000 speakers. More than 600 sessions and several thousands of hours of program. Yeah, so it's becoming bigger and bigger, and each year we have a design that's aligned with the motto, and I think this year it's become especially good. So this year the motto is supposed to be an inspiration for the audience. It's kind of a lens through which to view the program, And this year, text is very important to us. You can see it in the trailer and also in all the posters and the placards, but you can also see it in this huge paper that is weaving itself through the Republika, and that contains the entire text of Moby Dick. Why Moby Dick? So everybody knows it's about, nobody's read it. I thought only Jens Balzer had read it. It's not true. Tanya, one of the founders, just finished. You also finished it as a child before there was internet. So yeah, you read it too. That's here, but we're gonna push it further in the exhibition area. We have the round stage where we're going to read Moby Dick. Read as soon as you take the next person takes a turn. So yeah, we've been looking at the Moby Dick a lot. You learned a lot working on this. There's one thing that I learned that I'd like to share with you. Did you know that Moby, as in Why Does My Heart Feel So Bad, Moby, is called Moby because he's a descendant of Herman Melville. And I hope you're going to learn many other cool things today. Okay. So just to finish it off, we're playing more with text. There's a book room outside. If you go towards the recruiting area, there's a book swap area. I brought about 20 books from my I have lots of fun stuff in there, so check it out. That's also the start, the kickoff for our frame program. Every spot has a letter, and together they form a word you can find out, or maybe you just want to share it, photograph it, share it, and shape your own words from it. So there's lots of text and letters out there. Okay, Alex, so maybe tell us where does it all come from, all the ideas for the program. You're probably collecting a lot throughout the year, and a lot is also from our call for participation. Where does all the beauty come from? It's from Fertig Design. They made it all nice. No, but the program before Republika, after Republika is before Republika. So everything that happens inspires us here. We know, okay, we want to expand on this. We want to do less of that. We never thought about that. That's great. So then in autumn, we start a call for participation. Everybody who has a internet access can participate. They are getting more and more each year. This year was more than 10,000 ideas that reached us. Quick show of hands. Who submitted a talk this year? Wow, okay, cool. Yeah, you can all submit something, especially if something interesting to say. So thank you for everyone who participated again this year. And then the process begins. The process it's normal for me now. Always between sobbing and joy. Everything is so interesting. We read all the things. We have 8-track teams, long-term friends of Republika, all experts for each of the tracks. We go through everything together. We invite the keynoters. We fill the gaps. We create panels for all our focus areas. And so we create a program together. And that's what you're going to see the next few days. A few short questions before we get started for real. One short tip. Markus, you've done this for 13 years. You're not just a founder, you also read a lot of the submissions. Maybe you can give a few tips. What are do's and don'ts for Republika submissions? So, my please do is please spell Republika correctly. I think that's kind of the minimum. From my side, a few tips. Too long didn't read. If it's not clear in the beginning what this is about, then it's less likely to be read to the end. The motto doesn't have to do anything with the title of your talk, so you can totally talk about something completely different. You don't need to add the motto to your title because you think it's going to improve your chances. It's just important that it's somehow about Republika, digitization, and the internet. The program expands every year further and further. There's lots of topics and locations. As we've heard, how important is it for you as a founder of netzpolitik.org that online politics, online policy, digital policy is involved at all? Well, it's important but there is just so many different topics, and with this many stages, we're mostly succeeding in showing all the facets of a digital society, so that's okay. What's also important for us within the program of Republika at the introduction, it's important to also call out the people that are currently not in a position where they can make their voices heard, so activists, journalists, people that are being persecuted for what they're doing. Last year, I was on this stage with Chelsea Manning. Today, she's in prison, and we would just like to make it clear that we stand with all the people that are persecuted for their activism, and we stand in solidarity with them. Markus, you're giving a keynote today. What else are your important political topics this year? So what's important this year, how do we deal with the market power, the market dominance of some platforms that control more and more what we can say, how we can communicate, that present us with terms of service that are many, many pages long, that they unilaterally change over and over, and that we have no choice but accept. And that's what we're going to discuss about in many debates, discussions, and talks. We're also happy that EU Commissary Vestager is here. Another big topic this year is probably IT security. The internet is more or less broken. We need to rebuild it. But until we do that, we need to deal with the fact that we're dealing with lots of insecurity. Then the state is trying to push, in the name of security, to make IT less secure with Trojan horses, online spying. So that's a big topic. So 1345, more in the keynote. Another big topic this year, one of the main topics this year, is sustainability. I think in 2009 we had a sustainable IT thing in Kalkstein. It was one of the first Republikas. This year it's one of the main focus areas, and it's taken a while to get this community together. So in 2009, in parallel to the first Republikas, we created a conference called Sustainable IT, because we just said, okay, you have to think sustainability and IT and digital together. So we had all these nerds at Republika. They didn't realize what we were talking about. It was about websites and not about the future. So that has changed over the last 10 years. We're happy to welcome a discourse that was also started in other conferences like last year in the Bits and Trees, and to talk together with people from the environmental protection, from the ecological community, to discuss about topics that are becoming more and more important, like climate change. It's not in the future, it is out there right now, and we need to find solutions, and now, not in the future. And I think we are also very happy to see Fridays for Future as a youth movement this year, as it's getting stronger and stronger, and creates this publicity and this audience for these topics. So we're extra happy that this year TinCon is happening in parallel to Republika, which is why Johnny and Tanya are not on the stage here today with us. And we would like to switch to the Kühlhaus. Hi Republika, hi Mr. President. We're in the Kühlhaus here where the Republika Next Generation TinCon is happening, about education, working, and society of the future. So we have Relearn, a new conference that we call Jetpack, and TinCon, a youth conference for 13 to 21-year-olds that we started 4 years ago, because the young generation needs a stage, because it needs an audience, and because they need respect, and they deserve respect from you and from all citizens. The German population is the oldest within the European Union. It's 15% of people to vote in Germany younger than 21. 21% are over 7 years of age. So who would have thought it? Policy is made by people but they don't really, it's not important for them or for their future, so they don't know a lot about it. Policy is made by people that will not be subject to the consequences of climate change. So the young people taking to the streets for their future now. Take them seriously, but ridicule them. And then we can only see as the fear of losing control. Through your underneath this beautiful of literary from school for years only. So it's not the only place where people learn real life, because in front of gates, and we think it's time that youth being seen there too, that they get the same rights as other citizens, for example, the right to vote. So in the next 3 days, we have speakers on stage, like Lisa Neubauer and Jakob Lase from Fridays for Future. We have other young speakers, Anne Nika Semsrott, Linus Neumann, many others. And the main stage of TinCon, as well as all the other floors, are open for all Republika visitors. So over is also about it's very important. So come on, expecting you.
So do that, go over to the Kühlhaus. I was able to join the first TinCon. And if you can't get in, all TinCon sessions are recorded. It's important for us to show all topics that are important to us in the and we have to do everything globally. The Republika is a global event. Andreas and Janine told us in the first part of that our first interviewed a lot of but only in so this exchange was said all debates are happening at the same places, but we have to see them globally. So many keynotes I most about this one because activist and researcher, and she's it's really and human perspective and digital. I'm really honored. Walter Steinmeier here. Thank you for inviting me to this place. To be here and on the people who are more come here, and some might can bring here. Thing
nuance and thought. To the of political debate. To the spirit of that's why I'm happy to be for democracy. And with those who you explicitly in and that's the background in Neuruppin, not so far from here. We marked the 200th birthday of Theodor Fontane, a long read. And as it goes in preparation, you read one or two things again, and a wonderful ironic episode in the Stechlin. It's about the old world and its morals, and naturally the impending downfall of the Western world. Because already 200 years in telecommunication technology had shaken the kingdom of Prussia back then, the telegram. And took from the thing about telegraphing is that brevity is a virtue, but being brief also usually means being coarse. The finer morals certainly suffer as a result. Quote. And what I want to say is that technology changes cultural practice, which is promptly followed by some people deploring moral decay. And it's not. So, you do pessimism, but not naive euphoria. I firmly believe that neither Telegram nor can, on their own, so cannot replace it. No, search. It's used for new technologies and products, and I'm afraid triumph of liberal democracy. There was talk about the end of everywhere. The pioneer media to this borders, without hierarchies, and democracy should be pushed forward through this investment. And forms of government digital efficiency gains belong to liberal democracy, that the that social convincing. Panacea or wrecking ball. There, we is and that's the political discourse as or analog institution digital events that grateful to the people more that I'm talking about can be and sometimes for the we need small comfort zone. Debate and nuance we get to no one person will not
means to somewhat be informed about some things, not necessarily tech innovation and disruption. Some are even richer than entire nation states. Some have come to embody the entire experience of some people's online existence. To them, certain platforms are the entirety of the internet. Worshipping at the altar of tech innovation and disruption and buying into the hype that the solution to many a world problem was more digitalization is all starting to come to a head. So disruption is truly upon us, and it's increasingly not looking like the great promise it was touted to be. Meanwhile, our hacks to navigate these intersections are largely falling short. Now, it's not for me to judge if TLDR is a good or bad thing. I understand firsthand that it feels necessary and has felt necessary as a viable coping mechanism. But our shared values, our rights, our human agency have been serious casualties as a result. Trust in pretty much everything and everyone we elect or we expect to represent us is waning across the globe. We thought we were singing from the same hymn book about what human rights mean and ethics and all that jazz, but we're finding out that the choir was actually quite discordant. So now what happens when we are reacting rather than shaping our futures, which are increasingly digital, considering that the TLDR vehicle has been on the move with very few of us in the driver's seat? Who is to be held to account and how? What does all this mean going forward, and especially as effects of TLDR become more apparent with how tech platforms and even democracies have run amok? Could we even opt out if we wanted to today? How could we do so if it's all TLDR? Do we have viable alternatives through which to still enjoy the net benefits of congregating and coexisting virtually on some platforms without having to worry if the next click is going to be a minefield of misinformation and conspiracy theories, or your data being harvested to feed the ad machinery powering this online space? Whose job is it to save all of us? Strange times these, to be so informed, so enlightened, so connected, yet so disillusioned. So I don't think TLDR is solely a result of digitalization. I think it's just more visible because of this digital convenience trade-off. I think that it has been about surviving in an increasingly harsh world where each of us and most of us really, have to double down on making it through every single day, hoping to figure out a plan for navigating through tomorrow or the day after. The technical, we are now realizing, is deeply political. It does not exist in a vacuum, never did. Move fast and break things has broken societies. So I believe it's an opportune moment for us to revisit how we negotiate spaces of coexistence, of representation, of our immediate past and future, both online and offline. TLDR, in my view, speaks to the need to reinvigorate and redesign our institutions and governments and forms of governance at local, regional, and global levels. We can't engage in every issue in society today, and that is why we seek representation. But we absolutely need that representation to constantly serve what we have elected it to do. Representation, and anyone who works to represent any constituency, has to go back to realizing it's about humility and it's about service. It is time for us to reconfigure to whom we defer expertise, to figure out how to hold them to account in every step of the way, from politicians to tech mavens alike. You know, those who dared to challenge this narrative as we were lulled in the wave of tech hype were often called detractors and Debbie Downers. Well, today I want to salute them all. And I want to salute them all because they could easily be telling us, I told you so. But there's somewhere in humility helping us accept and make sense of the mess, glorious mess we find ourselves in today. And now we must realize also that the solution here is not more technology. We must start to understand that there are such strong linkages between these technologies, how they evolve, how they're imagined, how they're designed, how they're deployed, to the political economies we exist in today. It is time to redesign, reform, and sustain the kind of organizations we need for this age, from the hyperlocal to those that shape the new or global international commons. This, by the way, is the space to reform the whole idea that the Western ideals are what shape the world. As I said in Accra, and I will say here again today, we are changing the whole idea of how expertise and who an expert is expected to look like. This is about the role of citizen collectives, such as cooperatives, unions, and others who work on our behalf of our stated interests to convene, collaborate, and co-create the futures we want. It's very much about the role of governments and social political representation, but also how we reinvigorate our civic engagement, our active cultivation of discourses, terms and conditions, laws and policies that govern the offline and online spaces in which we exist. It's about what social, cultural, political currencies we use to sustain the representation we definitely need. It is about justice. Technology and politics have to serve the public interest. It's about reclaiming our power and agency, to fight back against this growing sense of helplessness that is creeping upon us all. And for some, this might mean that you delete or detox from this crazy TLDR diet. Well and good. But for others, that is simply not an option. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution here either. Yet we must arrive at some commons in the spaces through which we are represented. So it's a very crazy task, but a very exciting one, depending on how you want to look at it. At stake here is our shared human values, our human rights, our human agency. And trust does need to be recultivated urgently before we splinter off into self-selecting fearful groups, online and offline. So let me just share with you how I'm practically trying to walk the talk here. One thing I like to say is that I exist to claim spaces and narratives not imagined for people like myself. Whatever you see in how I look here today, whatever you think I represent as a corner of the world, I stand here to claim that there's a whole other way that we need to envision the whole idea of who understands what tech means, what society means, what politics means for our societies today. I believe that it's about taking a lateral and not just a vertical view. It's also standing here with great humility, recalling and remembering those who have not even been able to lend their voices to this whole madness we're living through today, because historically they've always been the people for whom people act. They're always the beneficiaries. I want to have us challenge the whole idea of who's a beneficiary, who's a creator, who's an inventor, and who knows what's what about our society today. I call upon all of us to go back to that humility. And I also, just because I like to live in an existing crazy world of madness, I've been trying to figure out how to cultivate spaces and new ways to gather governments, private sector, and civil society, but as equals on the table, to debate and address these issues. In truth, nobody has an answer. In truth, if you go to any table and everyone says that they have solution X or Y, you need to tell them to calm down and show they're working. Let's get into the TLDR of their solutions. We need to address these solutions and we need to find the pain points, and this is a very fast and slow process. We're not going to figure it out tomorrow, but we have to keep trying. So very practically in my work at the World Wide Web Foundation, one very practical way we've tried to address the issue of getting everyone connected to affordable and meaningful access to the internet is through the Alliance for Affordable Internet, where we gather government, private sector, civil society at both hyperlocal, regional, global levels, and really try to create that equal space for everyone to bring their expertise, for all those envisioned beneficiaries to actually dictate the terms in which any solution we bring to the table will work for their benefits, because they're the experts on their own lived experiences. Satim Berners-Lee, when marking the 30th anniversary of the web, called out for a new contract for the web that is trying to bring together the same actors to build a roadmap for how we build a web that serves humanity and is a public good for everyone, everywhere. Through the UN and the Secretary General's office, I was invited to find ways of working together again with governments, civil society, private sector, from all walks of life in the globe, to find ways of working together to address the societal, ethical, legal, and economic impacts of digital technologies so we maximize benefits to societies and minimize harms. To me, this has meant figuring out how international organizations, whether new or existing, can truly embody this mantra of leaving no one behind. And for me, I'm just wholly convinced it's about centering the most marginalized in how we discuss how we are creating spaces at the international level. It is to listen to them. It is to work with them and not assume solutions for them. It is not perfect. I wouldn't lie, it's not easy, nor is it enough. But it's a start. It's the start I have made. So in effect, digitalization is going to continue turbocharging our political, civic, social, and economic shifts in society today. We absolutely must have it maximize the benefits and minimize the harms to our online and offline present and futures. So let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater. Let's find spaces to go cultivate the basics of inquiry, of addressing our hopes and fears, our frustrations, our furies, negotiate our coexistence, again, right from the hyperlocal to the global. So start with Republica today. Start by going to a session that is typically out of your realm of expertise. Start by having a conversation with someone who looks different or is different from the kind of person you typically speak to. Just see what that does to your brain, you know? Just find ways to stimulate another way of thinking about things. Not because you're trying to work on any agenda, but just because you're trying to re-exercise the whole idea of being a human being. And it's really being about coexistence. But also gird your fervor, because I believe we all want to see change. Do not give in. It won't all happen today, but we must not give up. We must not settle for the TLDR culture as the only way out, because that keeps us in survival mode, when indeed we were meant to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigeria. I love you. I love you more. Thank you so much for rocking our stage, both in Accra and here in Berlin. We're not going to do a Q&A here, but only because you have an Ask Me Anything session coming up, which is going to take place at our Republica International space, right this way. So look forward to seeing you there and then having space and time for all your questions.
Wonderful.
See you later. Thank you so much. Ladies and Gentlemen, Republica, Bundespräsident, ganz herzlichen Dank für diese wundervolle Eröffnung.
Thank you for this wonderful introduction. It's nice to have you here, this morning, Mr. Steinmeier. It's a big honor for us. Before we have a short break. I want to use the time to tell you changes in the program. If you're not on Twitter all the time and you already know about this, or if it's
Welcome back to stage one, everybody. Hello now. Welcome back to stage one, everybody. Great to see you back here, and it's my honor to announce the next keynote here on the stage. Sustainability, as you know, is one of our focal topics this year, and our next speaker is going to hold the sustainability keynote here for you for our track, System Error. So if you're interested in all the other sustainability sessions, go to the website, filter by topic, System Error, and you'll find them all there. Michael Colville-Anderson has developed his own philosophy about simplifying urban planning and about cycling and how we should be designing our cities and our streets instead of relying on heavy traffic engineering. He shares this philosophy in the talks he gives, as well as in the book he's published, Copenhagenize, a definitive guide to global bicycle urbanism. And you can get this book signed by him at our book desk today at 13:45. So in his talk now, Michael is going to examine how cities should be at the forefront of fighting climate change, the bicycle's primary role in this task, and how this age of urbanism is inspiring citizens around the world. Please give a big round of applause to Michael.
Hello, Republic of Berlin. What is this place? This is cool. Damn, this is amazing. My name is Michael, and I've been asked to speak to you about a couple of things today. And the first of them is bicycle urbanism, the hows and the whys of putting the bicycle back as transport in our cities. And I do a lot of different things. All of them revolve around cities. And I like to point out that I'm going to talk about bikes for a while, but I like to also say that I am not a cyclist, okay? I don't identify as a cyclist. I don't have any spandex. I don't have those gloves with no fingers. I don't have the helmet and the racing bike. I am just a regular urban citizen who uses a bike to get around my city and others. I'm from Copenhagen, right? So this is my bike. It's waiting for me at Copenhagen Airport when I get home. I do believe in the bicycle as a powerful symbol for all the things we should be doing in our cities and for fighting climate change. I also believe that the bicycle is the most important tool in our urban toolboxes for forcing the urban change that we so desperately need. But just so we're straight, I'm just a guy on a bike, right? I do a lot of different things, all of it, like I said, working with cities, improving the transport, improving the quality of life. I've worked in over 100 cities around the world, doing what I can to make things better. I also have a TV series called The Life-Sized City. And this is the age of urbanism. So many amazing things are happening all around the world. It's a super fascinating time to be living in cities. Incredibly optimistic. This is, I curate all the stuff that's happening, all the citizens who are taking back their urban space, politicians, there's still a few of them who actually do some good things, and we curate it into one series. So this is in 13 countries. It's coming to the German language countries on the Austrian channel Servus, Red Bull channel. Who knew they had a channel? But anyway, Servus in June. I got some books. One of them I'm going to be signing afterwards. This one is sort of everything that I've been thinking about and philosophizing about and all my work experience in cities around the world over the past 10 or 12 years. I know who's going to read this book. It's like my colleagues, planners, engineers, people who want urban change, citizens riding bikes. Those kind of people. That's great. I'm also not stupid. I know that most people in the world will never read this book. So, especially the whiners, right? The skeptics, the people, the NIMBYs, as we call it in English. Great idea with a bike lane, just NIMBY, not in my backyard, right? So I know that they're never going to read this book. So I wrote one for them. It's called A Short Introduction to Bicycle Urbanism for People Who Don't Give a Fuck. Basically, there's the German. I really got to try. Für Menschen, die einen Scheiß darauf geben. That sounds so sexy in German, God. Anyway, this is a short, fun read, lots of stuff to learn in it, and then when we're done, we give it to the person who's going to hate it the most. We slip it in their, on their desk at work, and we put it in their Christmas stocking. So, same, but different. But let's talk about democracy, urban democracy, very important to me. And streets, I love streets. You give me 2 glasses of wine and I'll be talking for hours about the romantic poetry of our streets in our cities. They are the skeletal structure of our city organism. They're the veins that pump the lifeblood out to all corners of the urban landscape. Streets are beautiful. 7,000 years, we've been living in cities together, give or take. And for 7,000 years, the streets were beautiful. Sure, you could die of tuberculosis maybe back in the day in a European city, but the streets were the most democratic space in the history of our cities. We did everything in the streets. We transported ourselves, we bought and sold our goods, we talked to our neighbors, we started revolutions, we flirted, we found our partners. Our children played in the streets. Man, they were extensions of our homes. They were our living rooms. Beautiful, beautiful streets. And then we did this. We invented the automobile, and that's one thing, but then we started to try and push as many of them as possible into our cities. And we've been trying this for 100 years, and it's time to admit it doesn't work. Cars and cities were never meant to tango together. Change in perception. When we started putting cars into our cities, things changed. Democratic space for 7,000 years. This is my space. And then cars came along, and engineers were handed the job of trying to figure out how to make them work in cities and figure out the traffic safety problem. So almost overnight, the perception of streets, democratic space, it changed. All of a sudden, streets were put in a different box with public utilities, water supply, electricity, sewers, and streets. Puzzles to be solved with mathematical equations. Massive change in perception. And the automobile industry, they got their game on back in the day, 100 years ago. They realized that they had to tackle this perception of streets as public space because they needed room to move these cars. And they, from the very beginning, it started with the anti-automobile age. They call it that in America. You drove a car in a city and you were stupid. You were hated for driving a car in a city. So they had to tackle this with marketing, spin, name-calling, making fun of people who are crossing the street in the middle of the block. No, you got to go up to the corner now and wait for permission to cross the street. You don't do that anymore, but I did it for 7,000 years. Not our problem. You got to go to the crosswalk now. It took them 20 years of this campaigning to change our perception, and we're still living with that in our cities today. The idea that streets, those are there for cars. Everybody else, get the hell out of the way. Not our problem. Massive change in perception. It's the greatest paradigm shift in the history of our cities. Nothing before, nothing since. Massive. But hey, this is a sign that we're moving to a different place. This is my favorite quote about urbanism. The fact is that cars no longer have a place in the big cities of our time. For a lot of people that we all know, that's some crazy talk right there. Like, who's saying that? It's the mayor of Paris for 12 years. He came to power and he said, I'm going to make Paris nicer. 30-kilometer-an-hour zones, 20,000 bike share bikes, slowing down the city, improving the air quality. The lady who took over from him, she's continuing the work. Incredible city. But he's not alone. There are mayors around the world who are saying things like this in the last 10 years. New York, Vancouver, Buenos Aires, you name it. When people like that say things like this, it's not crazy talk anymore. It's a sign that we are moving towards a new paradigm shift, one that I call back to the future. Back to before the automobile came along and messed with our heads, back when we were rational and intelligent about city planning. We have to change the question. Many questions in our cities, but we're talking transport. This is the first one we change. For about 70 years, we asked one question of the traffic engineers. How many cars can we move down this street? That was it. And really what we meant was, how can we get more down there, please? Squeeze them in. 100 years of trying, nobody can figure it out. The only thing we've learned in 100 years of trying is that if you make more space for cars, more cars come. You widen a road, you widen a motorway, you're going to get more cars. You're back to where you were 6 months ago, 6 months or a year ago. It's the stupidest waste of money in the history of humans. Modern cities are changing the question. They're changing one word in this question. They're asking, how many people can we move down a street? We've invented cool stuff, right? Trams and buses and trains and bikes. How many people can we move down a street? You ask that question, you get whole new answers. It's amazing. This model I made in Photoshop, real quick, it literally has 10 times the capacity for moving people down a street than the model at the top that we just copy-pasted from the Americans in the 1950s without really thinking about it. So this is a short history of traffic engineering. For 7,000 years in our cities, we provided our primary transport forms with a fast A to B. We prioritized them. 1900 came along, and we had bikes and public transport. It was awesome. Still, we were rational and intelligent, prioritizing them with a fast A to B. 1920s, the car had shown up, still rational. 1950s, oh, you can see where it all went wrong. We copy-pasted this from the Americans, and we put all of our money on one horse, the car. We couldn't envision another future. It was only the car. And that's what we're living with in cities today. The car has been given the fast A to B. Everybody else, good luck with that. Try and figure out how to get around the city. Not our problem. This is a great graphic from Sweden, sort of what it feels like to live in a city with cars, to walk around or ride a bike. It's a canyon to cross. But this is the quickest traffic planning guide you'll ever see for planning a modern city. You prioritize the 3 transport forms on the left, and you make driving a car a pain in the ass. More difficult, more expensive, slow it down. This is the way to go. I work with transport psychology. So we know that these 3 transport forms on the left, bikes, walking, and public transport, we're intermodal. It's like we have no problem switching our forms of transport. If my bike is flat in the morning in Copenhagen, it's like, oh, God, right? I walk out and I grab a bus or a metro and I go to work. I'm like 10 or 15 minutes late for work. I can never be later than that. It's really irritating, right? Sometimes you just want to be late for work, but no, I'm still there. Hi, everybody. We know that motorists are the last people to change their behavior, their mode of transport. Man, you got to drag them kicking and screaming out of their cars. We know that. So if we talk about carrots to encourage people to do things and sticks to force them to do things, we need the biggest stick in the history of cities if we're going to do the 4th line there. And all the campaigns for ride a bike, it's good for you, doesn't mean anything unless we're doing the 4th line. Why is this not a thing? I mean, if you're going to change questions, right, you get different answers. Like it's, why don't we have health warnings on all 5 sides of the car like we have on cigarette packs, right? It would make sense. Like, it's a funny idea, but I actually checked. All of the health warnings on cigarettes, well, most of the health warnings actually apply to automobiles. I have a doctor friend, and she checked it out. She's going, totally. This would be really intelligent European Union legislation, forcing everybody to do this, man. We need new questions. Change the question. We need a design intelligence in our cities. We need a new urban toolbox. The toolbox that cities have used for traffic planning for about 70 years with the traffic engineers had one tool in it, and it was a hammer. Cars, cars, that was all we used. Now we need to have a whole bunch of different things, man, and we need design intelligence. We also need to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. We have to understand the mode of transport. If we're trying to get bikes into cities, we have to understand what gets people onto bikes. Infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. Absolutely. Nothing happens without safe infrastructure. But we know this in Copenhagen. The city has asked the people every 2 years since 1996, hey, what's your main reason for riding a bike? Never changes. The majority says, I don't know, it's quick. It's the fastest way for me to go from A to B in my city. Then there's people who say, I get my 30 minutes a day of exercise with my basket and my music, and I feel good about that. That's great. Only 6% ride because it's inexpensive, and only 1% ride to save the planet for environmental reasons. They know that they're doing good things for the planet. They know that there's all these benefits, but this is the main reason for riding. So I call it A to Bism in English. It's what every human who ever lived and ever will live wants the most. We want to go fast from A to B. Humans are like rivers. We're always going to find the quickest route. We're always going to try and cut corners. We do it all day long, all of us. We navigate, right? If I have to get off this stage now and there's a bar over there, I really wish there was, but if there was a bar over there, I'm probably already mapping, okay, I came from there and I could maybe go up the side, or maybe I have to go along the front, or maybe I'll just jump off the stage and we navigate all day long. So if you make the bicycle the fastest way, the default, and connect it with public transport, intermodal, half the battle's done. The rest is just a walk in the park. You make it competitive with travel times. That's the key. That's all we want. We're living with we have a lot of monkeys on our back from the 1950s and 60s mentality. I call this one arrogance of space. I'm at the Eiffel Tower looking down at the intersection with my kids, and I'm going, wait, that is a lot of asphalt. Look at the size of that intersection. And when you're standing at street level, you don't notice it. But when you come up and look down, you're going, oh, And then I go back to the office and put on like a filter, like square meters, what space is given to what transport forms. And then everything is revealed. You know, this is like the Edward Snowden of urbanism. It's a whistleblower right there. Look at that red. Look at all the space given to cars. And then you count. There are only 23 humans in those cars using that space that they've been given. And there's, 38 pedestrians just on the pedestrian island waiting for permission from the traffic engineering gods to let them go see the damn Eiffel Tower. This is one of the busiest pedestrian intersections in the world, and you can see how incredibly arrogant it is. Even the cars take up all that space. So electric cars are still going to take up all that public space in the street. Luckily, we know what to do. We've known for 100 years of bicycle planning. This isn't rocket science. This took me 20 minutes with a pencil and paper, a few hours in Photoshop, and we applied best practice bicycle infrastructure to this intersection. And then I freestyled too. Pedestrians never do the 90-degree turn if they don't have to. We always cut that corner. So why are pedestrian crossings, why don't we actually design them like we normally use them, right? Simple. That's just a bit of extra paint. We can do that this weekend if we want. We need to use design. It's really a simple question. Why don't we design our streets like we design everything else in our lives, right? Instead of just engineering them with the hammer, right? Design is a human-to-human process. You know, all of your toothbrushes, your smartphones, this clicker, right? Somewhere in the world, there's a designer or a design team, and all they want is Michael to have an amazing design experience today with this little clicker. Oh, the ergonomics are good, super intuitive to use. Design team somewhere is going, yes, right? That's all they want. It's a human-to-human process. Designer to the end user. Engineering streets there's nothing human about it. We need to design stuff, man. This is kind of a metaphor. We send weird people out to do jobs like designing bicycle infrastructure. I see this all over the world. I see weird stuff, man. You know, and it's an engineer who doesn't ride a bike, doesn't even like bikes, kind of hates them, you know, and will never ride a bike in their city. They're actually given the job to design for people on bikes. You know, and you just end up with weird stuff. So if this is a metaphor, you know, this is the cycling map of Berlin. You know, it doesn't really, it works. The guy's saying, get out there and ride, you crazy kids, right? It's working. But this is really what it looks like, you know. It's broken. It's not a connected network. It's not cohesive or coherent. And there's lots of sharp edges, so you're probably going to bump yourself and, you know, bleed from the knee or something, right? I mean, none of us have these chairs in our homes, you know. We don't have 5 of these around the dining room table. All people want is a chair. That's all people want. We're pretty good at designing chairs. We've been doing it for thousands of years, right? What did you all do when you came in here today? You found a seat and you sat down. You've done it before. You're pretty good at it, right? You didn't have to find your seat and then stop. And sort of circle around the chair to try and, how does this work exactly? It's different from the last chair, and you weren't worried that the chair was going to disappear from under you in the middle of my talk, you know, like bike lanes in Berlin. They just kind of disappear, right? Riding a bike in German cities is like, when you're from Copenhagen, it's like a video game, you know? Okay, what are they going to throw at me now? Round the corner, oh my God. Yeah, except this game, you only get one life. So, we just want a chair. You sat down. It was easy and intuitive. Imagine if walking or riding a bike in a city was as easy and intuitive as that. It's a thing. It was like that for 7,000 years. Back to the Future. And cities are doing it today. Good design improves human behavior. It's powerful. All over the world, I hear the same thing. Oh, those damn cyclists, breaking the law, running the red lights. You can't complain about cyclist behavior when you haven't given them best practice bicycle infrastructure in a network. The infrastructure they deserve as, you know, citizens in our cities. You can't complain about it. People react to design, positively or negatively, right? Nobody buys that product because it's crappy design. Everybody buys that one because it's good design. We do this all day long. So you can't complain about it if you haven't designed for them. You go to Copenhagen, this is the world's busiest bicycle street. You know, this is one light cycle in the morning. That's like 2 minutes later, there's the same amount of people, right? It's amazing. And what are they doing? They're waiting for the light to turn green. That's all, right? They still get there quicker, safer, you know, and design can actually be a game changer in our cities. We need human observation as one of our tools, right? We're so fascinated by tech. We think we can tech our way out of everything, but we got to remember to study people, watch them. How are they using the city? The citizens walking around, riding around our cities, they're the experts. They know more than we'll ever know. So we just have to observe them. And this technique's been used for pedestrians for decades, but I realized that nobody had ever done this for cyclist behavior. Nobody's ever studied cyclist behavior. In 130 years of the bicycle, you know, and I know why. The bicycle was so normal for all of us, like for 70 years up until this, you know, the 1950s, that we didn't think about it. It was our vacuum cleaner. We all had one, and it was just a tool for making our daily lives easier. So we didn't think about it. Nobody studied it. So I stick cameras out of windows since 2012, and I film intersections for 12 hours, 6 in the morning to 6 at night. I get anthropologists in to study these humans using the intersection. This one was the first one I did. Every single person on a bike, 16,631 of them, they're mapped. Exactly their trajectory, their desire lines through the intersection. We want to figure out how they're reacting to the design of these car-centric intersections. We wanted to try and find out new solutions. Can we design better, safer for them? You got to watch the people, man. And when you're the guy who does this and nobody else did it, you find out stuff that is just amazing, and it changes the conversation as soon as you start doing this. We have to do the math. We have to get the data. I live in Copenhagen. It is, in my work as an urban designer, I can tell you it's the city in the world that gathers the most data. It is epic. There's a website from the city. Anybody can go in and see every detail of the city, all right there, open source. We know in Copenhagen that 42% of everybody arriving at work or education every day in the city of Copenhagen from the surrounding cities, we have like the 3rd largest urban sprawl in Europe, and they arrive on bike. If you live in Copenhagen, 63% of us ride bikes. It's not like the cyclists and the young left-wing students doing it. It's everybody. 67% of our politicians at the national parliament ride a bike to work. Fast A to B, makes sense, good for your health, blah, blah, blah. 75% ride all winter. You gather the data, and we've been doing it with bikes in Copenhagen since 1970. Man, it proves a point. It convinces the skeptics. Our right wing in the Copenhagen city, like, they never vote no to bicycle infrastructure because we can just shove data in their face and they're, oh, fine, yes, then. It's a business model. I get it. It makes sense. Return on investment. It helps plan the future, right? You can spend your time talking about stuff, or you can do the data and put it on the table, and everybody has something different, a different focus. Data is gold. Copenhagen knows why Copenhagen does what it does. We know that if you have this best practice infrastructure, minimum 2.3 meters wide on both sides of the street, separated physically from the cars and the pedestrians, everybody has their own space. We know that we can move 5,900 people per hour down that street, through that city. It's pretty universal for cars, about 1,300 people per hour, because it's usually one person in a car, right? And you can imagine, what kind of arrogant amount of space that they take just to drive down the street. Then you have buses and trams on street level, 40, 50,000 a day. Copenhagen did the math. We're pragmatic Scandinavians. We want to know why we do it. We want to know that it makes sense. So, this is why we do it. We move people down a street. The people in Copenhagen riding a bike every day, we contribute 233 million euros to the public health. And, that's a lot of money. And the city of Copenhagen has invested in the past 10 years 286 million euros in upgrading the network, building a whole bunch of new bicycle pedestrian bridges up and down the harbor and the canals. And I am really bad at math. I promise you, I am so bad at math. But I know that that is probably the best business model in the history of transportation. We spend 286, but we get, in the same time, 2.5 billion euros right back because of the health benefits of cycling. A healthier population, living longer, never, less ill while they're alive, stronger on the workforce, right? Never losing time in traffic except for that 10, 15 minutes, We know that this makes sense. Ironically, that number, 286 million, I love irony, that is the same price of 3 kilometers of motorway extension north of Copenhagen. It's the same price. That's the choice that cities can make. Do you want 3 kilometers of motorway, or do you want an entire city made bicycle friendly, and if you do that, you're just going to be making money, from here till forever? That's the choice. We know that every time somebody rides a bike 1 kilometer, we earn 23 cents. Ching, right in the pocket for society. We know that every time somebody drives a car 1 kilometer, we're just paying out 87 cents per kilometer into a big black hole. We never, ever see it again. Worst business model in the history of transportation. Luckily, it's all been invented. There's no theories here. This is 100 years in the making. In 1915 in Copenhagen, lots of cyclists in all of our cities in Europe then, we said we should separate them. They should have their own space. So we're going to physically separate the cars, bikes, and pedestrians, and we're going to try and see how that works. That's the photo of them starting it right there. And it worked. If you talk about design, whoever was testing this clicker to make sure it was good for Michael to use today, there's a whole test process. We've been doing this for 104 years with like kabillions and kabillions of cyclists, right? This was copy-pasted everywhere. The Netherlands, England, all over the Nordic countries, and Germany. You had amazing Copenhagen standard bicycle infrastructure in most German cities in the 20s and 30s. Everybody took it out in the 50s and 60s. Car, yay. But it works. This photo's not even Copenhagen. This is Ljubljana in Slovenia. 1970s. Little city, right? But they had 2% on bikes. And they went to Copenhagen, took photos of the infrastructure, went home, put in 40 kilometers of network in that city, and they went to 10% in only 1 year. We're seeing this all over the world. Copy paste, and I stand on the shoulders of generations of planners. People have figured this stuff out. There's no rocket science here. We don't need people to start thinking about it. We just need people to start doing it. And it's the new normal, man. This is not, I've been working with this for 10 years. I'm working in weird cities, making it happen. These are weird cities, not for being those cities, but Seville, 45 degrees in the summer. Calgary, minus 30 in the winter. Oslo, hills, winter, Mexico City, mega city. They're all just doing it, copy-pasting it, taking back the space. I don't like to say taking away the space, but reallocating the space democratically for people living there. Oslo's the new darling, man. They are so amazing. They've removed 4,000 car parking spots over the past 4 years. City center, free of car traffic now, private cars. 140 kilometers of bike lanes coming in. Legendary. And this is really the game now, right? If your city's not doing this, wherever you happen to live, it's getting awkward. It's getting embarrassing because, everybody's doing it. New normal. That's bikes, man. Pretty cool. Makes sense. Not rocket science, And there is, I know the theme here is system error, right? And we've had a system error for like 70 years. It's time to reboot and fix stuff. But the age of urbanism. We're thinking differently about our cities, man, for the first time in 100 years. We've had, 100 years of just accepting that cars are out there and we just sort of don't have any power as citizens, disconnect between politicians and citizens. Something's happening. People are waking up. It's around about 2000, the year 2000. It's amazing what is happening out there. Cities are really the key to battling climate change, and we haven't really realized that yet. There's some things being done. We're kind of getting it, but there's so much potential, and we're not even close to tapping into that potential. If you look at communication, the global narrative of climate change, it's for us in this room. I'm going to assume that we all get it, right? We're all informed and we know, yeah, man. But listen, the regular people in our societies, we're throwing stuff at them like parts per million. Pollution, parts per million. I don't even know what parts per million is. I don't have an image of parts per million in my head. All of this narrative is kind of super confusing. And polar bears 10,000 kilometers away, right? Ice is melting. Regular citizens walk out in the morning, they're going, the air is the same as it was yesterday. There are no polar bears on my street. What's the big deal, right? We got to communicate this differently. We can do it so much better. If you think about climate change, we spent 25 years, half the time have I been on this planet, trying to convince people that climate change is real. 25 years of communication and arguing and discussion. And in the middle of it, we went from global warming and we said, that's not a good word, let's use climate change. Important to do that, but man, think about what we could have done in those 25 years. Local urban change is easier. It has an immediate effect. It doesn't feel like it, right? We look at the global perspective, but just planting a little urban farm here, really? Am I going to save the world with that? You know what? If we're enough doing it, yeah, we will. Amazing potential. We live in a headline culture, right? And where all these headlines flying through our social media news feed. We got to be careful sometimes. We have to be rational. This is global emissions since 1970, right? Global emissions. And you can see the bottom there, planes, trains, and ships going up and down, a little bit up at the end there. Nobody is talking about the elephant in the room, especially not the car-producing nations in Europe and the world. I study this narrative, I watch it, and the potential is right there. That is the elephant in the room. That's where we start, because all of these cars and trucks are in our cities, and they're killing us physically or through their pollution and every other way, taking up public space, arrogance of space. We gotta be rational. I always thought that if urbanism was on Tinder, the age of urbanism said, I'm going to make a profile. It would be a fun profile. It would be like swipe right, like, super like. Man, urbanism would get laid, like easy. Because it's positive. It's like selfies of urbanism with a new urban garden, or here's my new bike, and it's just all fun. It's communities, barbecues. Man, what a cool Tinder profile, right? I really think that urbanism needs to hook up with climate change. Well, the designers who made this suck. Oh, there you go. Wait. It needs to hook up with climate change, because that's like a dark narrative. It's like, oh my God, we're so screwed. And we are, right? Well, I'm not arguing about that, but it's just the narrative. Man, these two, they really got to hook up. They got to get drunk, have amazing sex, wake up in the morning and start a serious relationship, because these are people who need to meet. I see so many amazing things. So many things happening in Germany as well, but it's everywhere. The weirdest places, man. People are doing what they can. I'm with this NGO in Buenos Aires, and they've devised a simple system, taking bottles and cans that are just lying around anyway, and they have a greenhouse kind of system that heats the hot water in the tank at the top of that house. And I am in the poorest part of Buenos Aires. The people living in this home, they have hot water for the first time. Super simple solution. No big banks funding, with their corporate social response. It's just like these people going, we can do this, and we can do it this weekend, and they do it. Desire lines, urban democracy. I love Montreal, man. It's one of the coolest cities in the world. And there's this rail line that cuts through the city, north of the city, two densely populated neighborhoods. There's been a rail line there for 150 years, and now there are many people living there. So the rail company, the National Rail Company in Canada, they refuse to make crossings. They say, no, people can totally walk around 1 kilometer, 1.5 kilometers, do the detour. It's not our problem. But the citizens of Montreal, they cut holes in the fences. It's not Europe, so there's not a lot of trains every day, right? It's not like coming into Berlin or whatever, but so they cut holes through the fences, they just carry their bikes or walk across, And the train company, they patch up the holes. And the citizens going, all right, we'll cut one here. There's a Facebook group. Where's the new hole today? Or you get to the hole and you're going, oh shit, hang on a sec. Oh, it's over here, right, cool. It's behind this bush. It's so awesome. I stay in this neighborhood all the time. I use it all the time. But these are citizens forcing the conversation, insisting on their right to access and mobility in our cities, forcing the change that we need. I'm in Mexico with these activists, they take away this space here, this asphalt, just kind of this brain fart that nobody really thought about, and they close it off, and they make public space, and they get the citizens out, they engage the citizens who just think like, I have no power, and they're going, oh, you do. We don't actually have to live with that anymore. We can do like a park. What do you want? You want benches? You want trees? Awesome. Engaging the citizens, making them realize that they can participate in making their street and neighborhood better. I was in Riga last week. The city closed off a bridge and the people went out, and I went out with them, and we just took back that bridge. We occupied it with picnics and a lot of wine and concerts. And these people, these activists in Riga, they're saying, no, we want bike lanes on this bridge, right? We don't want just more cars. And they're taking it back and insisting that the city think differently, because this is the new normal, right? Riga's amazing for activism. They're so creative, and they're nonstop creative. The city keeps saying, yeah, we don't have any room for bike lanes. We don't have any room for bike lanes. And the activists are going, oh, yes, we do. Here they are. And they do guerrilla bike lanes all the time, proving that there's more than enough room in the city. Like at some point, the city's got to wake up, right? But they're so creative. This is really visual. This is awesome for social media. It's awesome for the people going down that street. And the citizens will say, yeah, totally. But I read that we didn't have room, but I can see that we do, right? Positive narrative. I'm working in Cape Town, in like the poorest, part of the world that I have ever been, and work in these shanty towns, ignored by the city, They don't exist in the city's mind. And we were going in there with urbanism and using urbanism as a tool, a positive tool, and saying, what do you need here? Okay, you need like water, electricity. God, you need like, you have these bathrooms that the city plonked down. Oh, you need them redistributed. Yeah, so your women don't get sexually assaulted or raped at night. Okay, that makes sense, right. Working with urbanism, asking them what they need. These are like citizen urbanists. All of us are. All of us know what we need. We all know what a nice city should look like. These guys in Detroit, man, they're so cool. Detroit went bankrupt. They had no money for like many years. They had no money to mow the grass on public parks or on football or baseball fields or really anywhere. Like there are places where grass is this high. You lose children in that grass. And these dudes, they just go around and with their lawnmowers, they meet up and they just mow the grass. It's like the American dream, right? Mowing the lawn and drinking beer. That's what they do. They all have beer and they all have lawnmowers. And they just go out and they just mow. And then they stand there and drink their beer and they watch the neighborhood. They watch the people come out into the fields or crossing it, and the children come out and play. There's like playgrounds in the middle of this and they mow it, and all of a sudden kids are swinging like 8 seconds later. It's just citizens doing, what they can for each other. That's what cities are, man. Urban gardening, man, it's all over the planet, you know that, but it's still amazing how many places it's happening. Citizens just taking back space in Helsinki, just growing some potatoes, whatever, Urban farming, using all this space that we never thought about before, and now we're thinking differently. We changed the question, and we got new answers, right? It's not just Copenhagen, this is everywhere. Seattle has a food forest, citizens going out there growing food and sharing it with the community and each other. Toronto, the University of Toronto, they have a beautifully, North American landscaped university campus, and really nice. But then somebody said, why don't we grow stuff that we can eat in the canteen? It'll still look nice and landscaped, like it's still just plants. Change the question. Copenhagen has a policy, all new buildings have to have a green roof for biodiversity, right? Some cities get it. My friend in the States has this organization, Better Block. They just take an American city block and make it better. Pretty basic name. For a weekend or for a week, they get the citizens out, and they have a block party. It's amazing, and this is happening all over the States now, showing the citizens that it can be different. Because we just kind of accept, I have no power, and then you realize somebody's handing you the power, and then you are just inspired as a citizen. Parking day all over the world, taking back a parking spot, making it into useful urban space, public space. And some cities do it like, physically. Take away 2 parking spots, make public space, benches and plants. You can see there's a broom and a little dustpan there, so if you're going to use it, you can actually clean up after yourself. Montreal has 2,000 of these now. Cargo bike delivery. We did it for decades, and now we're bringing it back. All of the packages we buy on Zalando and Amazon and everything, they're trucks who deliver those. But in 70 cities all over Europe, the last mile delivery is by cargo bike. Totally makes sense. A friend of mine made this in Barcelona, a micro distribution point. All the trucks come in the morning, dump off the packages, and then get the hell out of the city, right? Which is a good thing. And then cargo bikes deliver the packages to the homes. And cargo bikes are awesome. Whoa. We have 40,000 cargo bikes in Copenhagen, more and more in Berlin every time I'm here. It's amazing, man. If you've got stuff to move in a city, if you have kids, this is the SUV for urban living right here, I've done research that shows that, European research that shows that 51% of everything that's moved in a city in Europe can be moved by a bike or a cargo bike. It's never going to be 100%, but there are things out there. In Malmo in Sweden, you can move your entire apartment, beds and sofas and everything on, there's these bikes that come along, huge cargo bikes. It's a thing. It's an amazing time. Cities get it, car-free days in Paris, all over Latin America, right? And just giving the citizens their democratic space back, if only for one day. But once you start this, you got to continue it, right? The citizens are going to want more because we're hungry for change, man. We're tired of 100 years of no influence. This is really our to-do list. Break down the silos. We've had one silo, traffic engineering, and it's time to break it down and get everybody to the table. Anthropologists, sociologists, traffic psychologists, urban planners, urban designers, kids. Just get kids to the table and everything will be absolutely awesome. I work with kids and asking them to redesign streets. They're more intelligent and more intuitive than everybody, every adult on the planet. It's amazing. We need to use design thinking. We need to design our cities like we want beautifully designed things, right? Design and democratic design, which we take very seriously in Scandinavia. We're designing for everybody in the city, not just that one transport form. Democratic design, all ages, all wages. Get out and ride a bike, The more people riding a bike in a city, the safer it becomes. If you don't want to ride a bike, I don't care. It's not about everybody riding bikes everywhere. It's, support people who want that. Get out and lobby your city for better bicycle infrastructure instead of the crap you've been handed in so many German cities, man. There are better solutions. You can join the Extinction Rebellion, You can get out and get angry on the streets and stuff. That's part of the game. That's important, too. You can also just occupy a street, Take away a parking spot with ping pong or something, right? You can plant a garden with your friends, your family, just your neighbors. You can drink beer while you're doing it, which is cool, right? You can do it together. This is really the way that we need to do it now. And it's happening. And I haven't shown you any German examples here because, go find them yourself, or them already yourself, right? Because really, this country, if I look at the global narrative, this country is just way ahead of everybody else on climate change and on the general communication of it and everything. It really is an inspiration to see what's happening here. We think that we're all so badass in Scandinavia, but then we got Germany right there as our neighbor. So it's so inspiring. Get out and do it, man. I know the people here in Berlin who did the bicycle referendum, forcing the city, the Senate to consider bicycle infrastructure. It's really you got some of the world's greatest activists here in Berlin and in German cities. We get to do it together. It's that simple. Think global, act local. That slogan has been around for a long time. I remember that from 20 years ago. We're not doing it enough. Man, we're missing opportunities here to use cities. So every change really in the history of people, the history of cities happens in cities first. It's where revolutions start. It's where the change happens first. And then it filters out to the rest of the world, rest of the country. We're not doing enough. And it's one thing to occupy some space, go to a protest, plant an urban garden. Incredibly important. But let's take a step back and realize what we're actually doing. We are building monuments. We're building monuments to the people living in our cities now. We're building monuments to the people who will be living in our cities in 50 years, in 60 years, in 100 and 200 years. We're rebooting, man, after 100 years of system error. We're building beautiful urban monuments. And the best way to do that, all of us in this room, anybody who lives in a city can participate. We're all the designers and architects of these urban monuments. You don't have to ride a bike, but other people will. There's so many different things we can do. We are architects and designers, and the future is up to us, those of us living in cities. So that I often say that if you don't see the bicycle as part of the solution for cities, if you don't see cities as part of the solution for climate change, then you are part of the problem. And it's really a simple choice that all of us face in our cities. You can be a problem, or you can be a monument builder. And you get to drink beer if you do that one, right? The first one, you're alone, sitting on internet complaining about stuff. If you're a monument builder, you're out there with your fellow citizens, and you are making monuments, beautiful monuments. And they're rising all over the world. So let's get in the game. Thank you very much. Hi. I don't know where she went. Any questions? Should we do that? I can do this. Are there any questions? Microphone, sorry.
Sorry.
Have you been by the Berlin Major already?
No, part of my job
I think you should visit him.
Okay. It's kind of like he has to invite me. It's kind of going to be weird if I ring the doorbell of your mayor. I could do that, though, right? No, I have, part of my job is to meet the mayors in all the cities I travel to and stuff. I haven't had the opportunity here. But but part of my job is also knowing what's going on and following the debate here. So, how do you feel about it? You feel like there's change in Berlin for bikes?
I think Berlin has very potential because it's so flat, but I say to my children they shouldn't drive with a bikey because it's just too dangerous. It's just too dangerous. People are killed here on the street. I think 20-something already in this year. And it's exactly as you said. It's very. Some parts are very good, and then all of a sudden it's very bad, and it takes. If you read in the newspaper, it shall take 10 more years when they do a plan, and I think nothing happens really, or it's not fast enough at least. Especially in Berlin, where you have all the potential. Yeah, I mean I've been to Copenhagen, to Göteborg 20 years ago, and then at that time they had already better bike lanes, although it's very hilly and etc. And here you have so much potential, but it's bad, my opinion.
Yeah. I think what's interesting, well, it's not interesting at all, it's really super depressing, is that we know how to do this. It's not like, we're not like New Zealand where, it's like so far away from Berlin. You guys did it. This city was amazing with infrastructure, and we know how to do it, right? We're right there next door, right? And the people who don't design well for bikes, my message here is positive and whatnot, but standing here now, they have blood on their hands. Like who's accountable for 20 killed cyclists in Berlin when we know how to do it, right? We know how to fix that and keep them alive and make you feel like you want your kids to ride their bike. You want them to, but make them, get them out there. Blood on their hands. If this was if we had an American society where you can sue everybody for everything, we don't want that. My God, it's stupid, right? But man, there'd be lawsuits. People would be in jail for inadvertently killing regular citizens or just riding their bike to work, man. Blood on their hands. Questions? I don't usually do this, so I'm really going to be bad at it, okay? Sort of point.
Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting talk. I want to bring up the question of distribution. William Gibson famously said that the future is already here, it's just not evenly distributed. And a lot of these urbanism progress and new methods started very rich and gentrified parts of the city and then slowly crawl their way into other parts. And once they reach those poor parts, they gentrify them, right? I think the bike lane might be the first sign of gentrification almost. How do you make sure that the people who live in these neighborhoods that you bring change to stay there and not when the situation gets better, they get priced out of their homes?
I don't see a connection between bicycle infrastructure and gentrification. I know that in America there's a bit of a narrative about it, but then I don't think it makes sense. Like we never gentrified with bicycle infrastructure in Copenhagen. It's just transport. They're poor, or they're rich. We'll give them trains first. No, we've never done that in the history of transport. Bicycle infrastructure is just a part of the transport paradigm. It's, for us. Gentrification is a whole different thing, right? I got colleagues, Jan Gehl, he's a legendary urban planner and architect in Copenhagen, grand old man. I mean, he'll say, when I asked him about gentrification, he's like, oh, so we're not supposed to make neighborhoods better? We're not supposed to, He says, yeah, you need policy in place to keep the rents down. That's political, right? Urbanism, moving in and improving neighborhoods and making them nicer, in whatever way. That's not a bad thing. That's what we all want. We want everybody to have a nicer neighborhood and whatnot. It doesn't have to be the extreme Brooklyn hipster kind of world. No, that doesn't make, that's not good for everybody, only a few. But policy is the key to gentrification. And Berlin is usually a city that we look to, like for inspiration about rent controls and whatnot. And Barcelona is trying to copy a lot of what Berlin's doing. But yeah, bike lanes are not gentrification. Bike lanes are transport for everybody. It's like there's no, black and white, rich or poor, or old or young. It's just like, yeah, there you go. Get there quick, right? That's the way to think. So it's two separate things, man. Yep. Guy in the white and then this guy at the front.
Thank you very much for a very inspiring talk. Isn't the real fact that Germany is addicted to cars? Germany directly employs, I think, 833,000 people directly into the automotive industry. It's a significant part of its interest in the world. I'm just wondering how your thinking can bear to engaging with that economic fact.
I hear the same thing everywhere in the world. The first part, oh, but Michael, here in Australia, people are addicted to their cars. Or here in Russia, I mean, cars are stupid. They mess with your head. Everybody in a car-centric society, because that is what has been designed for them, is addicted to their car, right? Also, like in American cities or whatnot, it's literally the only way to get around because they don't have buses or sidewalks, right? So they screwed up like 70 years ago. But so, yeah, transport psychology. You know, you can't, you got to force that change, right? But being a car nation, yeah, that's a whole different thing, you know. Your politicians, you know, and the, you know, Audi and BMW, when they ring the doorbell, they go, oh my God, sit down, thank you. I mean, ooh, this importance placed on cars. That we still use car sales to measure economic growth. That's just so last century, man, you know. You should measure like societal growth, you know, and it's, you know, in better societies by how many fewer cars you're selling, right? That's actually a better indicator for urban life and that you're doing the right thing. So yeah, but then, you know, Japan, right? I hear this a lot. Not dissing you, I'm just saying, you know, we have a car industry here in Germany. Yeah, you know what? The Japanese have been known to make cars, and 15% of the population in Japan ride a bike every day. You guys are 10%, or 9 or 10% in Germany. The Japanese have figured it out. They like their neighborhoods, man. You go to Tokyo, but leave Tokyo, go out to the neighborhoods. It's beautiful. You got like 4-year-old kids riding their bike alone to school. That's a Japanese society, right? But they're a car nation. What is it? 20% of all the train passengers in Tokyo every single day. And that's 20 million people on trains. 20% of them ride a bike to the station. You know, that's almost like the population of Berlin riding a bike to a train station. So, I mean, it's doable, right? It's policy, it's realizing that this is last century, and it's cities that make the difference, right? National politicians, they're gonna, you know, pour the coffee for the car industry, like whatever. Cities are the change, right? Now we have the C40, the 40 cities in the world. There's more of them, like the G8, but now we have the C40. Big conference in Copenhagen later this year. That's where change happens, right? Mayors of cities. The mayor of Mexico City has more power than, you know, the prime minister of Denmark, you know. You got 25 million people under it. You know what I mean? Cities are really where the change happens, and that is where I don't even look at national politics anymore, like about stuff like this. It's just not interesting. You know, it's really in the cities where we're going to force the change. Oh, same, okay. Brothers from another mother, okay.
No, thanks, it already answered.
Another question.
Yes, I have one. So I was actually part of this bicycle referendum here in Berlin, and we pushed hard for it, and we made it hard forward. Now, looking at Copenhagen, look what you achieved there in the last centuries, I would say. Maybe you have a last tip on how to speed things up, because I always say I'm too young to wait. I don't want to wait 30 years till we reach the standard Copenhagen has now. How can we make it faster? How can we make this transformation a bit faster here in the city, and in other cities as well?
I mean, your bicycle referendum here, that went fast. Like, my God, it's inspiring. I don't know, I mean, like a lot of the cities on that list, the cities that are rocking it, you know. I was at a conference with a mayor of Montreal and a mayor in Seville, 2 cities that just went, you know, crazy. And somebody said, how do you do it so fast? And they, you know, how do you do it? And they just said, you just do it quick. The mayor in Montreal, he's like, you know, he swears all the time, and he's like, oh, you just do it fast and you leave something green behind. You know, I don't want a bike lane. Oh, but we put plants in. Oh, that's nice. You know, like, you know, it's not just bikes, it's like urban improvement. It's a hard question. How do you know? I am the most impatient man in urbanism, you know. I'm like this 12-year-old boy who wants my ice cream now. And so, yeah, I get frustrated. It's possible. I mean, but it's also the political system that you're in and whatnot, right? There's all of these factors. But we know we can do it. We see in a lot of cities, like the neighborhoods, they do it first, right? Okay, we're not even going to wait for the city. God, we're just going to go out and put picnic tables and a playground, and the city comes, you can't do that. Pfft, bitches be doing it, right? What are you going to do now? And the cities adapt to it. I see that in so many cities. People do it, and then the city goes, okay, that's really a good idea. Okay, awesome. So, I mean, it's maybe neighborhood to neighborhood, whatnot. Yeah, there's no answer like how to do it fast. You just do it fast, right? You get, you know, you force the change like you guys did with the bicycle referendum. You keep pushing, right? You're not done. So yeah, it's possible. And it may be frustrating to be you in this city, but I mean, we know that it's possible. That's what is also irritating for me, is that people are doing it, man. You know, Seville, Oslo, all these places, yeah. Sorry, no specific answer there. But one more question. Gender balance.
Thank you. Sometimes I hear the argument of people who ride their bikes that because they're doing so well riding their bikes and not having a car, they can do much more long distance traveling. How do we make sure that people really comprehensively or think of climate change as a very broad problem and not only riding your bikes and then you've done your part?
I mean, that's a hard question. Good question, though. Like the city of Copenhagen, they'll say that they never communicate cycling. They've never sort of had big, massive campaigns for ride a bike. They just made the infrastructure, and people are going, huh, that's fast. Okay, boom. You know, you just show it, and people will do it. Weird people are seen on bicycles once you build the infrastructure. But we're informed, you know, Northern European citizens. So we know that, you know, why do we ride a bike is one thing, but we know it's good for we know the benefits and all that. And like the German population as well, we kind of get it. We've been hearing it for a while. How do you translate that into the wider image? I don't know. I mean, into the wider perspective. I think, like Denmark, we buy more organic food than any other country in the world. Like 13.5% of all the food we buy is organic. Number 2 is Switzerland and Sweden at 9%. We're not like super environmental hippies in Denmark. We got like, our humor is too dark for that, you know. But the industry, years ago, they started making organic food affordable. Not like in America with the Whole Foods, you know, where it's like, you know, $40 for an avocado, right? They went, no, this is very pragmatic Danish. They're going, this is going to be the future. Yeah, people are going to want this organic stuff. Damn, okay. Let's just make it a little bit more expensive. And we got a logo, right? So when I'm in the supermarket, I'm going, okay, something Pavlov's dog reaction to me. Okay, I better buy the organic, whatnot, right? So that we forced the change. We recycle also, like, you know, in our city, in Denmark, like one of the best countries in the world. Because when I walk out in my backyard to my bike, all of the containers are right there in every backyard in the city. So I know that I can just put the plastic in there or the batteries or the metal and then hop on my bike. I don't have to ride my bike somewhere or borrow a car and take it to some distant recycling center. So it's designed for me. So it's not, I don't know if there's a connection with ride a bike and then you have to also do all this stuff. If you put all these design things, if you build the infrastructure, people will ride. If you build the infrastructure, people will recycle. If you build the infrastructure, you know, in a supermarket, people will buy the food that we want them to buy, right? I think it's really just changing all these different questions to get to what we know needs to happen. I don't know if we've been hearing this environmental stuff for like 50 years, you know, and we're not really doing enough about it because regular citizens, they will change if it makes their life easier. You know what I mean? Like, I could do that. Oh, if I put a little wind spire in my backyard, I have to invest, or solar, okay. And I'm going to save how much money? We need to. It's a whole patchwork of design that make everybody for it. We're never going to get everybody, you know, to go to environmental protests. Like, it's always going to be a little group of our society. So designing our cities better, making me realize that, okay, recycling's good. You know, I've never told my kids why we recycle. I just said, this is normal, right? You take the plastic, you know, you're going out to your bike, take the recycling. I just wanted to normalize it. I didn't want to give them the whole spiel. They know about it now. They learn about it in school. We talk about it. Recycling's blah, blah, blah. It's important. But, you know, just normalize things, and then we get the win. Copenhagen doesn't communicate cycling, but they sit back going, oh my God, 233 million a year. Awesome. Like we get the benefits, and that money we can put into other things. So I don't know. The communication thing, I'm still working it out, right? But we just need to redesign our cities, change the questions, and then people will follow suit if it's easy for them, if it's, you know, beneficial. Yeah. Am I done? Is there a host?
Yes.
Okay, welcome to Republica. There you are. Cool.
Well, applause first of all, I would say, right? Thank you so much for being here today.
Ich mache die Probe, ob es schon... Es läuft, es funktioniert, mein Mikrofon ist eingeschaltet, ich bin aktiviert. Hallo, herzlich willkommen, liebe Republika. Ich bin Michael Pretorius und ich darf den Nachmittag jetzt mit euch gemeinsam übernehmen hier auf der Stage 1.
Genau. First of all, we're going to let you go, Michael. Thank you so much for being here today. We sadly have no time for Q&A, but you're going to be around with us for a little bit, right?
You missed the Q&A, but thank you very much. Michael Colin Anderson. Back to the future of urban design.
Weißt du, Michael, das passiert, wenn man irgendwie mehrere Bühnen auf einmal macht. Ich habe mich eben so ein bisschen gefühlt wie bei der Mini-Playback-Show, eben noch bei der Denkfabrik, jetzt schon wieder auf der Bühne 1. Und deswegen freue ich mich auch sehr, dass du heute hier bist.
Aber
Genau.
das ist schön mit ihr hinter der Bühne. Sie erzählt dann immer so was auf den anderen Stages, die sie erlebt hat. Und dann kriege ich auch ein bisschen was mit von der Republika. Und zwischendrin lese ich einfach eure Tweets. Und ich weiß, dass ihr unter dem Hashtag RP19 mittwittert. Und für die Stage 1, habe ich vorhin gesehen, gibt es den zweiten Hashtag, nämlich Hashtag Stage 1. Dann kann man auch so ein bisschen noch filtern, was auf jeder Bühne so ein bisschen gesagt wurde. Also hüpft ein bisschen rum, besucht mir vorne noch Angela und Jolene. Die sitzen vorne bei unsere Emma heißt das, dieser kleine Kaffeewagen, total süß.
Kaffee ist jetzt auch eine gute Zeit für
Kaffee ist eine gute Zeit.
All right, so I'm super excited that you're here with us today and that you can do the talks with us on stage 1. Thank you so much. I'm going to go sleep for a bit and drop in every once in a while to say hello and enjoy stage 1. And all of you can take a breather for 15 minutes and then you'll see Marcos Beckedel in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break.
So do we.
Oh, hallo, 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 Republika.
Hello, Republika. I thought you'd be frenetically pleased to be back here. I'm glad. This is my first time on stage. I have been able to go through the halls, and I'm so glad that finally it's time again for me to be back on stage. But you're not here for me. You're here because Markus Beckedahl is going to appear. He is one of the founders of Republika, and he is the founder of Netzpolitik.org. And his talk today would be too long, didn't read. The internet used to be better, and today you'll get an update about the status 2019. Give a huge applause to Markus Beckedahl. Good morning. Who knows where the title comes from? Yeah. I chose that title because the reference to Tokotronic in the last years and decades has been used much to show how beautiful the digital world could be. I think we all believe that a more beautiful digital world is possible, but at the moment it doesn't look like we're going in the beautiful direction. I intended to have a very positive talk. I hope that next year I'll be able to do that. But at least I can start with some good news. There is some good news around. We have a new privacy commissioner whose name you can actually remember because, well, previously in the last 4 months since he came into office, he probably gave out more press releases and more public statements than her predecessor in all 5 years of her term in office. Who of you knows how she was called? Some of you do know. Anyway, congratulations to Ulrich Kelber, and it's important that it's 1 year ago that the General Data Protection Regulation came into force. We had absurd debates, partly. It's about names and your doorbells that apparently are not illegal anymore. That's completely untrue. And the German government kind of failed the start of the General Data Protection Regulation, and there should have been more information and more comprehensive information, because the Data Protection Regulation is not the monster that it is often portrayed to be. And if the government really wants data protection, then they should start programs supporting data protection and focusing on data protection. What we need is more research as well about anonymization in times of big data. And what you can say every year and have to say every year, our privacy authorities are only as good as the way we budget them. And at the moment, in terms of staff, they're completely under-resourced. And therefore, we need better authorities with more staff to actually carry out their tasks, because our basic rights to privacy and informational self-determination against the lords of the data these days has to be enforced. There was a bit of hope concerning the General Data Protection Regulation that we now would have more effective means of enforcing our rights, but the core problem remains. If we are serious about things, we still have to go to Ireland in order to speak to Facebook and Google, or if it's Amazon, we have to go to Luxembourg. But at least these days we can hand in a complaint at our local privacy commissions authorities, and they will pass on the request. And that is a challenge to the European Union, because Ireland as well as Luxembourg are tax havens. which like to portray themselves as privacy deserts. So if you take your base there, you pay less taxes and you have more lax privacy supervision. There is one person that played the whole game through even before the GDPR. This is Max Schrems. He is now playing it again, and it will be seen if the ombuds people at the EU level really work well. These have been installed in case Ireland would not be able or not willing to step in against Facebook after our complaints. And there are many complaints from various organizations in our names for our basic rights that have to be checked, and we'll have to verify whether the GDPR actually gives us more enforcement abilities, and I wish them well. There are other developments. The Monopolies Commission in Germany has been trying hard to use GDPR against Facebook. Whether that will work so well, we'll have to see. I would wish that if we had better monopolies and competition commissions and laws as the foundation of these organizations' work, to rein in the market power of more and more companies. But Facebook does have a response. If Facebook says that they want Facebook and WhatsApp and Instagram, have them more connected to strengthen the privacy of users, then, as always, this is complete PR speak. They actually want to merge these services, link them better to prevent us, even if monopolies commissions have better means of enforcement, to prevent these services from being decoupled. And I wish that before this happens, that better ways will be found to limit market power in advance. And for that, there are various proposals. One that is debated a lot at the moment is called Data for Everyone. I am not quite clear where this comes from. The Social Democrats with Andrea Nahles gave this a start. Then the EU Commissioner Vestager likes it as well. Hubertus Heil said that the suggestion came from her. Hubertus Heil is the Interior Minister of North Rhine-Westphalia. And well, to limit market power, it has been said that market-dominating companies have to be obliged to share their data with other companies and with the general public, of course, in an anonymous way, or even better, synthesized, so that these records cannot be traced back to everyday people, to real people. And the idea behind this is that competitors of Facebook and Co. Can get better data from Facebook to shape their AI systems in a similar way, but continue thinking this through. If you think about sensor data in new cars, for example, these are also important for climate research. They're important for public transport planning. We would need this. But while Angela Merkel, the Chancellor, still thinks whether these data belong to car makers or the people, we simply say they could belong to the public. Data for everyone, a law could ensure that. And what we also need in this debate is good means of finding technological and organizational solutions to supply these data, because, for example, we know from the open data world, the best open data is of no use if they put online as PDFs and cannot be edited. AI technology or algorithmic decision systems are so powerful, meanwhile, and have become so strong that many of today's technology problems are even worsened or aggravated by them. And the question is whether we develop the technology and use it to face security risks such as climate change, or if we use them against the people with surveillance, drones, cyber tools for a cyber war. And I believe that this is a decision that we'll have to make as a society, because we have an acute resource problem. We simply don't have enough qualified people that can deal with these things. And as a society, we should ask ourselves, should this scarce personnel. Well, it's our own fault because we have too tough immigration laws and we've neglected computer science in schools, and we have too few new people. And now, should we use these resources for cyber wars and more surveillance, or for the public, for the common good? That's a decision we have to make. And to come back to data, like many of you, probably I grew up with Star Trek. Since I was small, I wanted to speak with computers. I was hoping for computers to solve my problems and no longer have to deal with this complicated interface. And now, suddenly, it's possible. But what happens there is a very problematic approach. We get these new language assistants, mainly by Amazon and Google, and these make us dependent on single companies. And that raises many questions that we have to deal with and we should address and we should learn about before we install all these devices in our homes. Where do these data actually reside and who has access? US service, German service? Even if they are in German service, the US authorities may have access to them. So if you ask the Germans, they would tell you no. If you ask the Americans, they'd say, of course. Amazon still, from the point of view of the US, is a US company, even if they have a German subsidiary. And that raises interest with German authorities. And we can notice that we are actually putting up bugs from the perspective of the security authorities, and we don't know who uses them. And where do we say that now Alexa is going to store everything everywhere because it's just more comfortable, more convenient, even if we don't have to call out Alexa or OK Google? So are we training a global voice biometric system that we can experience if we enter a shop and then Amazon suddenly knows what we are interested in real life as well? So does Alexa recognize me even if I'm in a different system because my language as a biometric profile is stored with Amazon? And there are some funny questions. What actually does Alexa understand? I had an interesting encounter once with radio journalists who complained that Alexa couldn't understand a Thuringian dialect, the East German dialects. If you ask Alexa about the radio station, Alexa would give you Australian stations. Now, those are the smallest problems. The biggest of all is we are only just starting to have personal assistants and train them. And at the moment, it's convenient. We're getting used to it. And the question is, will we ever get out in 10 years from now? Or will we, in 10 years, be so deep in the Amazon or Google Cloud that we'll have to remain there forever? Or can we find ways of extracting our data and taking it with us in the sense of portability? Or will we be able to find open source, decentralized systems as an alternative, develop those, and then decide ourselves in a sovereign way whether we want to supply them with data and use them? And that is a problem, because the fact that is a problem if there are microphones everywhere. We don't need Snowden to tell us that. We can just ask the biggest data privacy activist that the world has. When this came out, this was a PR photo for Instagram. I was very amused. We all have the camera cover, but who has thought of covering their microphone with gaffer tape? A good piece of advice from Silicon Valley. And don't misunderstand me. I do want to speak with computers. I've been wishing that for a long time, but we need trustworthy alternatives. I don't want Alexa. I don't want Google, and don't want to put these things up somewhere where I don't know what actually happens with the data, who has access to the data, and who is actually listening at the moment. And that gets me to the next topic. That's the IT security issue, illustrated here. The problem is that the internet is kind of broken. We have to rebuild it. And the whole time we have an operation, open heart surgery. And in Germany, the Interior Minister is the person responsible with our first net politician, Horst Seehofer, who said, yes, I'm involved in the internet. I've been there since the 80s. So not just since the latest scandals do we know that we have a problem, and do observe the skilled operation of the mouse in this picture. Now, if you look at the people responsible in the Interior Ministry, this is the Girls' Day in the Interior Ministry, we then realize that these are all fans of surveillance. All people who in their earlier offices or their current ones actually only see the internet as a threat, and IT security they regard as a means of introducing yet more surveillance. So the Grand Coalition of Social Democrats and Conservatives has passed a large number of new surveillance laws. The data retention, more money for secret services, exterior and interior, to observe and monitor the internet. And now there's a new round of surveillance laws coming on. And they are always hidden fairly well, where they would not be expected, such as the IT Security Laws 2.0, which we published for the Interior Ministry because they were not able to publish it on their own website, even after they had sent it to all interested lobbies. And as an answer to this doxing scandal and the other unsolved problems, please present this IT security law. The problem here is the first 20 pages are useful and good, and then you get, of course, you know, too long didn't read. You then get to the appendices, where you find all those things that you would not expect in a law to further IT security. But let's go to the good things first. Higher fines to motivate providers, a good thing to make them look at IT security more. If operators do not have an incentive to look at these things, you won't get good security, and it shows that it's not a good idea to have low security devices everywhere. You could have good ways for consumers to find out whether updates are still delivered to the devices you have in your homes. More information obligations that will lead to better consumer protection, but that is almost it. This, by the way, is not a remix. It's an original image. Arne Schönbohm, president of the Federal Agency for Information Security, a good authority, actually. I haven't seen another German authority that has so competent technicians. And the agency is supposed to be staffed even further, which is a good thing. But the problem is the BSI, the Information Security Agency, is a subsidiary of the Interior Ministry, and that ministry's idea of the task of the Agency for Internet Security is not the one that we would have, where we would need to trust that agency, but they want to make that agency a new hacker agency. And you always have to keep in mind that the Interior Ministry regards the Agency for Internet Security as a new tool to work on state Trojans, instead of just conducting IT security in a defensive way, to actually offensively engage in finding backdoors and use them instead of closing them, so that other authorities can use them for state Trojans. And the problem is that only a defensive strategy will lead to more security and more trust. An offensive security strategy, where the state itself has an interest in keeping security holes open and unsafe, will not lead to more security and trust. That's not a joke.
So that's not a joke. That's from the CDU Twitter stream. And the problem is, and you can see that in the Security Law 2.0, is creating a state Trojan. So in the IT security law, in the appendix, there's different criminal statutes on hacking that are now leading to jail time of 5 years versus 2 years. There's different levels of crime, and for which can you use the Trojans and for which you can't. And this is really impeding IT security, because it requires security holes that remain open and thus make us all vulnerable. And there's a lot of ways, a lot of things that are in the appendix in the TLDR. There's a darknet law that's going to outlaw using a darknet. It's already going into Parliament. It should have gone into the appendix here, because only criminals would use darknet in Germany. We at netzpolitik.org are also relying on darknet technology. When we research the state, when we look into the state, we have no interest in the state watching us as we're watching them. And in these days of extensive surveillance, the only way to do that is that we ourselves use tools for digital self-defense, where the state is not living up to their role of guaranteeing these rights to us. According to this IT security law, police is now allowed to take over user accounts and then under your name continue tweeting, continue communicating. These are issues we remember from the analog life. Then there's digital trespassing, where people are talking about a potential legal gap for years, but there isn't really any such gap. If you try to regulate this separately, digitally, then that just creates more problems. But try to explain that to lawmakers. Then there's the whole thing about trading data, about spying, about the purchase and sale of data. And we've been suing for a few years at the Constitutional Court of Germany, and it's still in progress, because this would also affect journalists that are trying to collaborate on documents and to exchange and share sources. Because as it stands currently, these people would not be covered by the exceptions for journalists. So not only should we not expand these paragraphs, but instead we should abolish them completely. And then there's the other law that runs in parallel. The Office for the Protection of the Constitution should also get access to the state Trojan now. And so far, there's always been the distinction between surveillance at the source, so you can only break cryptography, but you cannot use the straight Trojan to do kind of online search. But because this is very impractical, so now the Office for the Protection of the Constitution can now use the full straight Trojan. That includes remote access to devices, even within Germany, although by law they were supposed to be blocked from acting in Germany at all. So it's a bit hard to then on the other side have the German Office for IT Security search for security issues on the internet. It shouldn't be an issue in theory, but if they're part of a security architecture with the Ministry of the Interior and working with secret services, then there is a huge violation of the Constitution here. What would be okay, it would be scanning for open ports from insecure coffee makers and so on. But the BSI is supposed to also access the coffee maker directly and then try to remove any kind of malware that they find remotely. And that is a violation of the basic protection of the integrity of communication systems and data privacy, one of the latest basic laws that's been enacted in 2009 by the German Constitutional Court. So, yeah, same way the BSI is not allowed to just check if your front door is locked and then walk in and lock the door. It's the same thing digitally. So let's look at coffee makers. There's smart coffee makers all around now. On the one hand, we all kind of want this to save 3 minutes in the morning, get up to prepared coffee, controlled from bed. But do you know what these smart coffee makers are going to do in your kitchen then? Do you know if they're currently participating in a cyber war against Finland or live streaming your boring conversations to your mother? We require minimum standards for the common lifetime of devices, and currently not even within the 2 years of legal warranty, we get software updates for our devices. So a coffee maker earlier used to last much, much longer, and it can't be that we have to buy a new coffee machine every 2 years now just because the manufacturers don't want to keep updating the software anymore. So for that, we also need proper market enforcement and something that checks the flow of information. We need regulation about institutions that can look at which devices are sold how and where, and that can warn. It could be consumer protection, it could be a federal agency, but then also to inform manufacturers, and that also platforms like Amazon need to inform about unsecure devices that are being sold. So some of these things are taking place in legal processes now that we don't really have insight into, very much like on EU level. If there are more experts that are working into this, we have a really big interest in learning more about this. All we know for now is that it's going to take a lot longer to reach this goal. In the meantime, the European Union is much more motivated on other levels. For example, also initiated by Horst Seehofer, the European regulation against terror propaganda is close to being finished. So it sounds good. Everybody's thinking about ISIS. We don't want them on the internet, or Christchurch terrorist attack. But then we also have these protests in the Hamburg forest that some parts of the political bodies see as terrorist activism. So if there's going to be upload filters in the future for content that the security agencies are going to report to private companies, and that will then have to be blocked from uploading or forwarding, that means we're going to lose a democratic control mechanism to check the content of these databases. So then platform owners that explicitly include blocks of the comment function will have to react within 1 hour to any request for removal. So if one of your comments may contain terrorist propaganda, you're in trouble. If this really gets enacted, it's going to be very interesting to see the results when many people start commenting on their competitors to try and get the websites taken down. And then we also have the problem that the definition of terrorism is very unclear. We have a problem that the upload filters will have to be mandatory, even though officially they're not part of the legislative text, and that the European Parliament has at least diffused the most critical parts in the first reading, but now the so-called trilogue begins between the Commission, the European Council, and the European Parliament, and it's unclear whether the Parliament with its moderate line is going to prevail in the end, or if we are going to end up with 1 hour reaction times for each block and then enjoy sleeping. A similar way, the proposed law on e-evidence. Anyone running an internet service have to hand out data of the users within 6 hours under penalty of law of up to 2% of their global revenue. And this is also about metadata being less protected than content data, one of the problems of the general data storage regulations. And that means that maybe in the future, any Hungarian authority can come knocking to our providers and ask, hey, you have some nice data from our dissidents on your servers, we'd like to have those. And that's a big issue. It weakens the possibilities of the executing agencies to get their subpoenas fulfilled, or to resist the fulfillment of these subpoenas based on EU regulation. So there's some part of legal security that we're losing, and it looks, even though it looks that it's getting better because the first draft was so bad, it might still be that in the future we will get much stronger general data logging and spying through this new law. But there's also good news. After the introduction of the e-government e-file, the Chancellery is recreating the good old pneumatic tube mail. And this is an example where we built this at a Chaos Congress using industrial vacuums. This system at least works. It has one really good property. It's really hard to surveil this kind of systems. And to refer back to the speech by our federal president, it's not about the digitization of democracy, but about democratization of the digital. That is our most important task. Yes, I would agree, but we should not forget that digitization of democracy also has to continue, because we haven't really started yet, as the example of the pneumatic mail shows. So there's a lot of possibilities. I want to show a few of those. For example, if we want to continue digitizing democracy, we need to think about the freedom of information law. that we really need to improve. We need a reform going to a transparency law. Currently, it works this way, that we as citizens are requesters, and we go to the authorities and we ask them that maybe they could release some data to us, and they get to decide. But it should be the other way around. Everything should be transparent and open by default, and we as a society should have to deliberate and discuss what would justify an exception to be transparent. The problem with this, again, is that changing a federal freedom of information law would have to be driven from the Ministry of the Interior, who are in the lead here. But that does not have to be this way. It could be just like in 2005. It could be started by Parliament, which would be much more effective. Especially the Ministry of the Interior is not really motivated to start recognizing the freedom of information as a basic law, which you can see, for example, by the fact that there's only one person at the Interior Ministry whose task it is to handle these requests. There's a nice example that shows why we have this kind of situation. Frag den Staat, one of the freedom of information portals, has asked for the glyphosate research that one of the German agencies for risk management has done. They got the response, they published it online, and then they were subpoenaed with a reference to copyright, because the agency said that they paid for the research, they got the paper, but the result is still copyrighted by the persons or by the vendor that created it, and they don't have any recourse on this. And that's what we call censorship copyright law. It's hard to say. It's much easier to write that than to say it, but in actuality, the Freedom of Information Act should be stronger than copyright law in this regard. So there's no use if we have the right to get information from the state and to control the state, but then we're not allowed to talk about them. Because in order to talk about these things, of course, we need to publish the original documents online. There's one easy way to get there, and that is if there is a public call for submissions. You can just put it in the regulations and you say, well, we don't accept you retaining your copyright law. We ask you, or we include an open license, and that excludes these kinds of vendors that would insist on it, and that results in something you can legally republish. So that's all it takes. Public Money, Public Code is a campaign that's going into this direction, that says, why are we financing software with our tax money, which is not being released as open source or as free software? But it's about more than that. It's not just about code, it's also about information, about knowledge, and we should continue fighting that all things that are produced by the state for the state, so data, code, information, should be released under public licenses, should belong to the citizenship, and it should not be dependent on the changing business models of different monopolists. And that's why we need more open source in the different levels of policy and state to keep digitizing democracy and politics. From the category who said it, let me quote, unfortunately here as in other areas of politics, we can see that ideological debates keep moving, keep replacing cooperation and searching for good solutions together. I'm going to tell you who said it, but not this guy. We're going to get back to that. Some of you might remember that we once sent one of the best available internet politicians to Europe as the internet commissary to start this whole reform on copyright law. Some might recall his talk at Republika a few years ago, where he tried to explain to us why this new law would better in any way. We rarely laughed as much in anyone's anyone talk than at this point. Then everything was reshuffled, and Oettinger was then moved to finances, leading finances, and then Axel Voss was taking his place, and he's from He's who said this quote. And I was actually surprised that Axel Voss said such a thing. Anyway, Axel Voss in the last 2 years has learned a lot. He does know now that Wikipedia can be edited by anyone. That is something we had to explain to him in a Netzpolitik interview. He has a co-function, he found one at Google that no one could find. And according to his expertise, and I quote, if I, on my private website or for my 500 friends on Facebook, I can't publish texts because this is a private circle, I do not have to regard intellectual property law. And anyone who's done this with a picture on their blog or website and has had a creator complain to them, they will know that you will receive a cease and desist order if you say this. But Axel Voss, one day before the EU Parliament had their last vote on the copyright reform, said this in an interview with Zeit Online. And that shows, obviously, that we have a problem, and he has a problem because he didn't quite understand what the criticism of this copyright reform was, and that was that this copyright reform, from my point of view, overlooked the fact that we have new creators, that we all can be creators, but this reform is still stuck in the yesterday, in the old concepts of exploitation structures that wanted to defend the old structures, and that they completely ignored reality as it is today. And to come back to Voss with his thing about sharing whole texts on the private website, if he had dealt with the issue a bit longer, then he would have known that in Germany we have problems if pupils publish their own essays to share them with other pupils. So just what Axel Voss's legal feeling would deem easy and right could lead to cease and desist orders. And there was such a case like this where the decision went against the people, and this expertise came from the person who was responsible in the EU Parliament to get this law through EU Parliament. And I never would have thought that so many people would go out on the streets for a topic like this, because this is one of the most boring and abstract things that you could deal with. There's a 400-page booklet as an introduction to copyright law from the government, things we should have to keep in mind if we become creators ourselves. Now, Axel Voss perhaps should have read this at the beginning of the debate. He actually did study law, which most of us haven't done. So he should have been a role model, but he wasn't. Now we have this situation, we have new professional creators that do not have the structures such as exploitation societies, or that cannot join exploitation societies. And why can't they? Why can't professional photographers who have the same equipment but actually, photographers that have professional equipment but have semi-professional hobby kind of basis for their work and share their work on Wikipedia and other things, why can't they join exploitation societies, collection societies? They will only accept full-term professional members, and it's completely absurd that these platforms now should pay these collection societies that will only pass the money on to a certain part of creators. We are the new creative people, and we have become broadcasters, and we have not been respected in this new copyright reform. And we don't have so well-functioning systems for rights exploitation, not as much as the ones that fought for the rights from yesterday's position with good arguments in part. I do find that many of these composers and musicians and many of these labels did have good arguments and brought them forward, that in the debate these arguments should be respected, but we have been forgotten in this whole debate. And there are examples that show why copyright law has become so complicated. Now, this was a tweet by our EU Vice President of the Commission, Andrus Ansip, responsible for digital matters, and he tweeted, "How can anyone think that we could ban memes?" I saw this and thought, well, how can you think that this could be legal in Germany? In the US, this is legal because it's covered by fair use, but in Germany, this kind of remix would not be covered by my rights to making private copy. I could only copy it myself privately, but as soon as I publish it
I have violated copyright law, because such memes normally are not covered by the freedom for satire and parody as many would like it to be, because our right for quoting hasn't been developed as much as it could be, and because we do not have a right to remix, which could have been done. To bring just a few examples, now the license holders for Star Trek, what if they would not license their content to platforms such as Facebook? If a screenshot, which is of course an extract and a reworking, if that would not be legal, what if copyright reform now would make platforms liable to show this kind of content? Will the meme now be stuck in the upload filter or won't it? I have been talking to different legal experts, and they mostly are of the opinion that, well, this meme is illegal and will stay illegal under the new law, even if our EU Commission has a different wish in that regard. And we all, of course, do use remixes, and this is absurd because it's legal in the US, in Germany and the EU it's not. And maybe one or other will remember the G7 summit in Bavaria. There was this huge remix championship that was started by it. There was this G7, there were political statements. In the US, this was all completely legal, covered by the constitutions. In Germany, we neither have fast internet nor do we have a right to remix. And the opportunity has been lost. A right to remix could have been included in Article 5 of the copyright regulation, to the directive, to ensure that things like this would be legal. It hasn't been done. Now the national implementation gives us certain leeway. We have certain limiting clauses in existing law for quoting parodies that would cover certain kinds of memes and remixes. And for once, we can learn from Austria, because our quotation law regarding pictures and video is kind of underdeveloped. Austria has done better, and they have given us a kind of role model to use in the national implementation of quotation law to improve things and get some kind of better situation out. And things that are illegal in Germany would then be possible, and they would be covered, of course, by the US Constitution. Now, we have brought tens of thousands of people onto the streets, finally, but too late, at a time when the debate was almost closed. What kind of copyright law do we need, was the question. And one very important person, thank you to her, Julia Reda and her team, who was our voice in the EU Parliament. One year ago, Cambridge Analytica was the dominating topic. It was actually about the abuse of micro-targeting, and this year again, ahead of the EU elections, this is an important topic. And the basic should be, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, the federal president, said it, every ad should be transparent in who's placed it. Good idea, but transparency is great, but the problem is we don't quite know who's behind it. The ad libraries at Facebook and others are not really usable. There's a fake transparency here. We need upper limits for micro-targeting. In broadcasting, we have tight laws, but at Facebook, it's all about who will give you the most money, and platforms decide in an intransparent way what is played out, what is shared or put out to users. And of course, we need to debate whether micro-targeting is actually useful socially or whether it's not. I can understand campaigners that dream of such options, but particularly in society, we should ask whether the use is really higher than the potential damage, and I'm not quite sure if these options are still going to be used by those that don't stick to the rules. And even if we cannot completely outlaw micro-targeting because everyone wants to use it even for political campaigns, then we do, of course, need minimum standards, no demographic and no personal features should be used. One good news from the last Republica, we had the Digital Pact, and we talked about the bankruptcy of that. And we have the Digital Pact now, but the problem is that the money that is being invested now Microsoft Telecom, Bertelsmann are involved. This is investment in schools, but where we do not have the best kind of device, the best kind of equipment. But there's no use of putting new equipment in the schools if we don't have teachers that know how to use it, if we don't have companies and people that can support schools with that equipment in schools. And what we are lacking is a strategy for using open source school materials. And what is a bit sad that last year we had at the keynote for Republica, we had Chelsea Manning. She was on stage. She, as a former whistleblower, talked about her experience in prison. She has done her time. She was pardoned, and now she's back in prison in her function as a previous source to construct a conspiracy theory out of that. Ola Bini in Ecuador was arrested, connected to the Assange arrest. We still don't know what the charge is, other than having been a friend of Julian Assange. And Julian Assange himself is now in prison in the UK for skipping bail. You can say a lot of critical things about Julian Assange. Many of this will be true. I could use my whole time to point to things that I personally don't like about Julian Assange. That makes it hard to defend him. But here it is about the thing that he did in 2010. And after that, he only became strange and difficult after that. The things he did back then should be covered by freedom of the press, and he should not be pursued because of those things. He should not be indicted in the US under unfair conditions, and he shouldn't receive an unfair trial in the US, because that could hit all of us, all that are using journalistic sources. It could set a precedent how people will be pursued, journalists, if they tackle the powerful. And there is another discussion, debate. For years, the answer to all social questions has been more police, more surveillance, more control. And this trend will now install authoritarian structures and under the motto of security, society is being impeded. The Fusion Festival, one of the largest free festivals, is now, due to extreme police restrictions, is facing its end, and the whole festival, that used to be one of the most peaceful festivals in Germany, is now going to be permanently and without suspicion controlled by police. Although it is as safe as the church convention that has no police surveillance and no police patrols. So we have to defend our freedoms everywhere, but there are good developments too in that regard. 2 years ago, the motto was everything is non-political, because although we all felt we are political, but out there, perhaps the general public is non-political, but then it started. Maybe the protest against the lignite mining at the Hambach forest, it was successful because courageous activists held out in their tree houses until finally a court ruled for the deforesting to stop. So these people fighting for the protection of our environment and the foundations for life, they were called terrorists. After that, we had Fridays for Future, and we do have a new political time. These days, no one can complain that the youth is not political anymore. These days, politicians complain, and journalists complain that they have become too political. I think this is great. This will revive our democracy. And we have huge demonstrations against police laws, against more surveillance, against state Trojans in Hanover, in Munich, with 40,000 last year, in many other cities, and we had the largest demo of all since a long, long time in Berlin. The undivisible demo with more than 240,000 participants. I think it was in September. Everyone who was there will have experienced how beautiful a sign that was for an open society. So such a moment of solidarity where so many from different people, areas came together and showed 1 year before the anniversary of the German Constitution, the 70th this year, went to the streets for basic rights and an open society, maybe the largest one that Germany has ever seen. And we have to continue holding out for basic rights. One example where a lot of danger is still there. Attac was denied its charitable status. There are many voices in the conservative CDU that want to withdraw the charitable status from an environment charity, and that threat to be denied charitable status if you become too political, which of course would be the task of a critical civil society, is a Damocles sword above civil society, and we have to change this. Civil society needs legal security. We have to fight for this.
If you want to support our fight, we do currently finally have a Netzpolitik shop. Currently, there's 10% discount on all articles. And this is what our designer made us. If you use the discount code TLDR, you can also send us a silent SMS if you're not already supporting us anyway. Best way is, of course, to have recurring payments. Or you can just also send an SMS to 81190 if your phone still supports text messages, and that's going to give us €5. We are going to celebrate our 15th birthday of Netzpolitik.org in September. Last year was the first time we had the Volksbühne as kind of a next closest event venue, which also has the advantage of being one of the most beautiful, or maybe the most beautiful stages in Berlin. We already did some program there last year, and we were very surprised that more than 700 people came, and I was one of the oldest. And in September, we will celebrate 15 years. The first guests we already announced are Helge Braun, the chief of the chancellery, and our Ulrich Kälber, the privacy commissioner. Okay, all the big discussions about data regulations are taking place on the European level. The biggest debates in the last few years were about net neutrality, GDPR, copyright law, and the discussion, the list of current discussions is growing. It's e-evidence, it's the reform of the e-commerce regulations, new regulations on liability laws. The European Union is what we make of it. So let's fight together for a better EU. Go vote, never give up. We meet here at Republika to inform each other, to network with each other, and I would be very glad if you take these 3 days to inform yourselves, be motivated, then go back out to wherever you came from and use the rest of the year and fight for a livable digital society, and so that we finally democratize digitization. Thank you.
Viel Spaß noch.
Enjoy.
Hast du noch Lust für ein Q&A?
How do you feel about a Q&A? Yeah, if there's any good questions. So if you have a question, please just line up here. We have a microphone, and we can take some questions. But I'll also be here for the next few days, so there's going to be more opportunities. Okay, if there is any interest, we still have a chance for a short Q&A here. No, if not. Okay, you didn't leave any questions unanswered, so just tweet at each other. One round of applause for Markus Beckedahl. Thank you.
Und hier geht es in ein paar Minuten weiter mit AI
Continue
is
here in a
more
few
than
minutes
math
with
mit
AI is more than math with Karen Sinders. See you soon.
Jetzt müsste man mich hören. Wunderbar. Ich wollte noch kurz 2, 3 Ansagen machen. Und zwar gibt es ein paar kleinere Programmänderungen. Um 17:30 Uhr aufräumen im Trollhaus hat sich die Speakerin geändert. Es ist nicht Anja Reschke jetzt, aber es ist dafür Nicole Diekmann, also ein wirklich würdiger Ersatz. Und dann haben wir um 16:15 Uhr bis 16:45 Uhr die Session Solarpunk, Cyberpunk und Popkultur fällt leider auch aus. Und es gibt noch eine nächste Ansage, und zwar heute Abend um 18:45 bis 20:45 Uhr. AI is more than math, building a feminist data set. Also auch mit Caroline Sinders findet nicht statt, also als Workshop. Aber jetzt in ein paar Minuten hier die Rede. Also wisst ihr Bescheid. Ansonsten auch gern nochmal die App checken, der Republika 19, also die App runterladen. Dort habt ihr auch alle Programmänderungen und natürlich auch auf dem Twitter-Account der Republika. Bis gleich.
solve? Well, voice-to-text automation is the frontier of creating more accessible products. This is AI helping in disability and accessibility. And Common Voice supports multiple languages, and that means multiple dialects and accents. That's something that Siri doesn't quite do very well, but anyone, any company could use Common Voice right now. Or as I mentioned in the description of this talk, a project I've been working on, which is an open source project in the making, which is Feminist Dataset. Feminist Dataset comes out of the culmination of a lot of different work I've been doing over the past couple of years. And I had this idea when I was focusing mainly on toxicity and harassment in social networks and looking at toxicity in language and algorithms. Part of what I do outside of looking at explainable AI is I actually study online harassment in the alt-right, which may make the first gift you saw a lot more easy to understand. What this means is I look at a lot of traumatic data. I look at how people organize and congregate, especially inside of white supremacy and white nationalist groups, on spaces like Discord, Twitter, 4chan, 8chan, and Reddit. And within this work, I started to make different kinds of publications to support the work I was looking at. For example, looking at how the alt-right, when they're kicked off of a platform or a different space, will make an alt-right version of that. So when they're kicked off Patreon, they'll go to a place that is actually called Hatreon. I also made a dictionary that was trying to codify and define different slang terms that were being used by the alt-right. This hate speech dictionary is currently being used by the Southern Poverty Law Center to sort of support a lot of the hate speech work that they're looking at. But it's important in this scenario to note and highlight that language, especially when it's in a digital space, is data. So even this act of creating this hate speech data set, I was contributing to creating data to study larger data sets of hate speech. And I got to a point where I wanted to have a bit of a break from what the majority of my work was focusing on. I wanted to make something that could counteract the hate speech I was studying. I wanted to make something that would sort of challenge our concepts of how inequity and bias sort of manifests inside of a data set, hence the creation of Feminist Dataset. Feminist Dataset is a multi-year-long project that's collecting and archiving written feminist works, be it song lyrics, podcasts, transcripts, interviews, essays, and blog posts, which will be put into a public repository that also functions as an archive that can then be used to try to imagine what a feminist chat interface could look like and what this data set can sort of really do within natural language processing perimeters. It's my way of intervening in AI, and it's also my way of trying to wonder, how can we ethically create with data? How can we protest with data? So Feminist Dataset is trying to offer this new way to think about data sets and data collection by specifically looking at intersectional feminism as a framework and structure for data interrogation and community collection of data. This is an example of Feminist Dataset being installed at the Victoria and Albert Museum. This project is also really trying to push the idea that something as benign as data collection can be utilized and activated as community protest and community collaboration. We live in a data-saturated environment, and if we're ever going to figure out if ethical data and ethical data collection is possible, I believe this has to come from the community and community-organized events. And this is really what Feminist Dataset is trying to explore. Feminist Dataset is also a deeper part of work that I've been looking at around where design fits in creating equity, especially within software design and products. Before I get into the next couple of slides, I need to give you some quick design background. How many of you have heard of human-centered design? Okay, some. So I'm glad I included this slide because I added that this morning. Human-centered design is a methodology that is used, or a variation of it is used in almost every product that you're touching right now. It's an idea and a framework that was created by the design firm IDEO. And it comes from a paper that was published in 1989 on human-centered systems. Human-centered design is defined as a design and management framework that develops solutions to problems by involving the human perspective in all steps of the problem-solving process. So human-centered design is just really this deeper framework that asks, how does this affect people, then tries to break people into different kinds of groups. Now, this probably doesn't actually sound very revolutionary to us right now, but in the 1980s it was. And so all the different products and tech we're using, a lot of the way that it's designed comes from this space. But I think to create with AI, we need a new kind of framework, one that moves beyond human-centered design and focuses on human rights-centered design, one that focuses on data accountability and creation. So the idea of human rights-centered design is inspired by the United Nations International Declaration on Human Rights Frameworks, which outlines basic inalienable rights afforded to all people. We can think about this maybe more deeply as sovereignty for the individual. But I want to argue that sovereignty and dignity is user agency, especially in relationship to data ownership, when it's enacted in technology and design. Right now, we aren't giving consumers any ways to opt in, opt out, change, or adjust how algorithms affect them, and how algorithms affect them within a product designed space. How many of you can really necessarily opt out of your Facebook timeline or the problems of a Facebook timeline inside of your actual Facebook profile? If someone is using timeline and you're not that you can opt out of it, it would still affect you. So we aren't giving consumers any way to say yes or no inside of these spaces. And we aren't giving users any way to remove their data from a data model. So human rights-centered design is a part of this deeper project I'm starting to work on for the Mozilla Foundation, which is this methodology called Designing for Transparency. So my project outlines 3 principles for designing with transparency machine learning, which is legibility, the ability to audit, and creating spaces for impact and interaction. And then using design to explain what is happening inside of an algorithm, a data model, or a product. But what does it mean to really call for transparency in machine learning? And more importantly, what does it mean to design for transparency? Transparency can mean many different things, and it can be used or weaponized for marketing campaigns or for this platonic ideal of safety, right? Transparency often gets related to trust. Ideals in this space then can exist purely as talking points and are not necessarily implemented in the product or the service. And trust is tied to transparency then in this kind of transaction. And I think within product design and software design, there are 2 different versions of trust. Trust is deployed as a modern design trope, as a way to describe relationships between the user and the software. What does it mean to design for trust, when trust can exist as implicit trust or explicit trust? It's important to highlight how trust can be gamed, but that's what's key here, is how trust is articulated and shown to users. Explicit trust is seemingly clear and seemingly transparent because an action or policy seems to be clearly stated and seems to be as key. Explicit trust can be gained, as we've seen with GDPR notices. While privacy policies can be confusing, and GDPR websites can force consent by forcing dark patterns that really obscure our choices, the appearance of clearly stating these policies gives the illusion and the feeling of this being explicit trust, because this choice now seems to be out in the open instead of being implied. This clear statement with direct links can create this illusion of transparency. And I want to highlight an interesting book about trust and technology. In her book, Calm Technology, Amber Case highlights how privacy policies can be systems that create trust in products. She writes, "Great privacy user experience means that your users will understand the privacy policy you've created when they start to use your app. A well-built app will let users know what they're opting into when they're using your software." So design can really be this space to show those policies, such as designing in an opt-in UI and user flow. And some GDPR notices do have this. Case continues by describing how to explain privacy policies to users by using something called plain language and offering multiple opt-out points, such as explaining what the product or service is collecting and why, how that data will be used, allowing users to download their own data for the service or product, allowing for the option to permanently delete accounts and remove their data from a company's servers. Case argues that these design considerations are actually transparency, and that this form of transparency will create trust that companies want with the users that they're interacting with. And in fact, we could argue Case isn't just describing well-articulated privacy policies, she's really also advocating for user agency. The opt-in isn't necessarily a form of transparency, but an interaction a user can take to have some control, agency, and even equity inside of a system. The user gets multiple choices in this case and not one specific flow or interaction that they're forced into. But in some cases, we really need implicit trust. While working as an online harassment researcher for the Wikimedia Foundation, my research had to be open source and shared with the community. But online harassment data are people's personal stories about trauma that an individual has experienced. Sharing specific takeaways or linking to a harassment report can actually out an individual, re-traumatize them, or restart a harassment case. So instead, my team and I created this form of semi-public research we called Being Transparently Opaque, which sounds kind of like a misnomer, but bear with me. Instead of showing exact cases of harassment or linking to a specific wiki page, we would generally describe the data we had collected, such as we ran 3 surveys over the course of X months that X individuals filled out. We then spoke to 20 users about harassment they experienced from this kind of harassment case to this kind of harassment case, and then we generally read a series of different wiki pages. Then any takeaway we shared would be anonymized if used in a report or presentation. So out of this, I'd like to argue that trust isn't transparency, but can be a byproduct of transparency, which leads me back to this original question: what does it mean to design for transparency machine learning, and how do we do it, especially using sensitive data? Because data in machine learning, by all digital products and software, is important. Data comes from people. So I covered this earlier, but to reiterate, I'm defining transparency as these 3 things. Transparency is a mixture of legibility, which is the ability to understand, auditability, or the ability to audit a process, data point, or intention, so building upon legibility, and then understand it enough to request changes or give feedback. And then interaction or agency, the ability to affect change or decision-making from auditability. Legibility really means that something has to be stated and revealed to us, but the process has to be understandable. Let's examine bureaucratic procedures as a metaphor for AI for a second. In this example, the processes are revealed, almost explicitly shared, but that doesn't mean we understand it. That doesn't mean that common users understand why a bureaucratic procedure happens or what it actually means. And this key takeaway is important. One could share or say what a policy process is, but for it to be understandable, it has to have legibility to be really transparent in this case. So what does legibility look like in action? Well, this is when it's important to think of design not just as UX, UI, or graphic. It's content strategy and it's communication design. It's distilling, or rather translating complexities into an artifact. An artifact can be an app, or it can be clear and concise documentation. 18F, a design and technology firm centered in the arm of the US federal government, designed a content guide and curriculum on how to use plain language in governmental and federal services. What they created was an asset that was flexible and that it could scale from a local level all the way up to a national level. And it was flexible in the sense that it was guidelines and principles. This is what they thought about scalability across a federal system. Legibility is important when it manifests, though, as designed user experience in a system. When it fails, it can have incredibly dire consequences, because legibility requires analyzing, distilling these systems. And when those systems fail and we rely solely on documentation, problems happen. So in January 13th, 2018, a federal employee in Hawaii accidentally sent out this message. And this is what everyone within the state of Hawaii saw on their phones. And this was up for 30 minutes. And this was a false alarm. There were no missiles en route. But people believed this for 30 minutes, as this is the notification that they had received. But what had actually happened to sort of cause this trigger was an internal group was testing and updating crisis software that looked like this. So it's important to note here that this is actual software and an actual interface, and this is what a lot of software looks like for civil servants. Sid Harrell, a civic designer and former head of product at Code for America, retweeted this in response. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that enterprise software complexity is properly addressed via training. And that kind of explains how the previous slide came to be designed, doesn't it? The legibility here was that training could solve and overcome any kind of complexity. But we know that this isn't true because of what happened. It's important to look at this, that nothing in the UI is really legible or understandable. Where is the logic, the hierarchy, the selection? Was there a confirmation UI that popped up, prompting the user to really reaffirm the choice they were making? In an interview with me, Harrell said, "I think it's true in the commercial world that interfaces for employees are rarely as good as interfaces for customers or users. And in particular, when departments are strapped by resources and constrained, if you read any of the sources about Hawaii, the government there had only 3 vendors you could choose to work with, and those requirements don't include things like usability. Usability and legibility are what help make products and processes transparent and not adversarial. While these examples are not explicitly about machine learning, it works really well as a descriptor specifically on legibility throughout the entire product and design cycle. But seeing something and understanding something are not quite transparency, it's really just the first step. Which brings us to auditability. Mal Sauter, a researcher and author, explained auditability in an interview. They say what we've lost in this rush towards transparency is we now have this ability to just see things. But seeing something isn't really having an impact on something. But we still need to see something to understand it, right? So auditability builds upon legibility to offer a space to audit. For machine learning, this is really important. Removing bias and discussing data steps are often the suggestions for transparency, but being able to audit and provide feedback that will be taken into consideration, or actually having the ability to change the product is necessary. We see auditability in open source. That can be filing a bug report or forking code. It can be volunteering to create a process or product. And then having that thing you've suggested accepted and acknowledged in the ecosystem or service. Auditability can also be public forums where users or volunteers can voice concerns and see a response and impact from that. But couldn't that also just be a better description of interaction or impact? Well, we need to go a step further, which is you need to design the space for interaction and agency. And again, Sauter reinforces this as impact. A firm can announce we're doing X at this location, and that is a form of transparency because they're revealing the location and announcing what they're doing. But can people meaningfully interact or change that situation? You have to have the ability to impact it and for that impact to be meaningful. Meaning the system needs to be designed to take what was audited and respond to that and then there have an emphasis that some kind of implementation will happen or could happen at some point. So what does this mean in practice to design transparency for machine learning? It's applying those standards to looking at how data is used, how an algorithm is trained, what the data models training the algorithms are doing, and how the product itself is using an algorithm. The above is what I'm sort of calling data ingredients, calls out of this methodology for designing for transparency. Should data sets have ratings, explanations, or readable labels? Drugs in the United States have many approval processes. They're tested, they're looked at the different kinds of ingredients, they're looked at how they would be able to solve or impact different kinds of injuries or illnesses, et cetera. Food, for example, also has ingredients and caloric information listed. While this isn't perfect, we should be thinking about ratings and accountability for data. What if algorithms came with this kind of labeling? If you think this is a good idea, you're maybe not the only one. A similar methodology has also been proposed by Kate Crawford, the head of AI Now, and a group of collaborators in a paper called Data Sheets, or Better Ways to Label Data Sets. Is this our data future? It could be. And this is where I think design is really, really useful in this conversation. Design is what can distill policy and code into a digestible and interactable interface for users. Design is really that thing that can explain what code and policy are doing. Especially when it comes to machine learning, design is important, and it's really integral to this bigger idea of human rights-centered design. So let's imagine these frameworks I've sort of outlined more in action. Let me tell you this weird, adjacent, but funny side story. I dated someone 4 years ago who had really beautiful, like Disney Prince style hair, and he broke my heart. And I'm sure some of you have done here. You probably, I don't know if you listened to a lot of music during a breakup, but I definitely did. And my Spotify drug of choice was this embarrassing band called Mumford & Sons. And I listened to that band every single day for about like 2 months. On repeat. And do you have an idea of like what that did? It like fucked up my Discover Weekly, and it's still fucked up. And that was 4 years ago. And the worst part about this is like I fucked it up. Like I don't know if I can really blame anybody else. Like I'm completely culpable in this. And to this day, I still get recommendations that are like, I call them like light poppy versions of Mumford & Sons, if you can imagine such bands existing. And this maybe seems like a really innocuous and silly example, but I think it's important to highlight because I actually can't really intervene in my Discover Weekly to change it. There's not really anything I can do in the algorithm of that product to retrain it. And I use Spotify every single day because I spend a lot of time working, listening to music. So why can't I make my Discover Weekly forget? Why can't I, as a user, suggest what I'm actually interested in right now? Can I just please fucking block like Mumford & Sons from my Discover Weekly? And I highlight this because if an algorithm is looking for user flags and cues, some of those cues may not be good, e.g. Mumford & Sons. Some of those flags may also be an accident. So what you see here is a suggestion I made for Harvard Shorenstein Center's publication called Privacy by Design. And it pulls from my Designing for Transparency methodology, kind of imagines, well, what if this kind of label really did exist in my Discover Weekly? What if I could just click on an I for ingredients and have some kind of breakdown as to maybe how their Discover Weekly was made, and some kind of way for me to forget things or suggest things, or like design what could be a better version of my Discover Weekly. I think this is important because it's really just trying to explain what it's doing and allowing space for user agency in a way that could also like fit inside of the product. And I think this really embodies this human rights-centered design mindset. Which sort of brings us to what is human rights-centered design? Well, it puts user agency first by always focusing on consent. Everything should have a way for a user to say yes or no. Human rights-centered design is data protection first, recognizing that data is human inherently always. This methodology doesn't design only with opt-out in mind. Human rights-centered design is participatory by nature. It designs for the Global South first, centering on a diversity of experiences, and understands that localization is different than translation, that language and access is key and design is integral in that. It actively asks what could possibly go wrong in this product, and designs for all shades of the problem, from the benign to the extreme, and then plans for those use cases. Because it views use cases not as edge cases. Human rights-centered design knows that a bug is a feature until you fix it. And it's also important to ask then, or look at our society and think of, well, what are design-based human rights violations? And two come to mind. One is a bit more extreme, and the other is a bit more benign, but nonetheless, we should view both of them as human rights-centered design violations. We should also just view them perhaps as human rights violations. The first one is this one, the systems and protocols for content moderators. The tools, the policies, and time limits, in addition to the content that content moderators are forced to look at on social networks, and the systems they are forced to work within, are human rights violations. Most content moderators have to have under a handful of seconds to make a decision while looking at some of the most grotesque, violent, traumatic, and upsetting content, posts, and images, all while having to memorize specific policy and trainings from platforms. And it's important that we see this entirety, the tools that they use as well as the content that they're looking at, the policies that they're engaging with, and the lack of support that they face from Facebook and Twitter as a human rights violation. This is a pretty serious one, so what is a more benign one? I think we could argue location services automatically turned on. So does location services automatically turned on platform and images violate human rights? Well, let's start to look at it and ask, does it endanger sovereignty? When you're designing, it's always important to ask, who does it serve and who does it harm? Does this deploy dignity? We can have opt-in for location services in the design, and users should be able to choose location individually, not automatically on images and posts. And that choosing of location can be something really silly, and that can be enjoyable. Maybe I want to say that I was hanging out in the woods yesterday in Moose Jaw, Canada, which is a very real place in Canada that I really want to visit. What does it harm when my location services are revealed, though? Or like my actual real location? We'll ask any victim of domestic violence, ask any victim of online harassment, maybe ask any marginalized person who's faced death threats. Does Instagram really, really need my real locations to make a better product? Does Apple? I think we can make better things if we think about human rights-centered design as this kind of methodology inside of large systems, but especially with machine learning, because it's looking at policy, design, and code as ways to express user sovereignty. So TLDR, or spoiler alert rather, this wasn't necessarily a talk just about AI. It was really a design talk about ethics. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'd love to chat, and feel free to drop me a note at my Mozilla email. Thank you. I think we have time for questions, and there's someone with a mic.
Yes, we have time for questions, and there's a microphone. So queue up for questions if questions arise. We have plenty of time for upcoming questions, so feel free to ask your questions, and we will have time for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this really interesting talk. Could you talk a bit more about the uptake of the feminist data set? Is this used somewhere, and how?
So it's not used yet. It's like a multi-year-long process. So right now I'm still in the process of collecting the data. But the next step is sort of looking at, well, what would be the system for training that data, make a data model? Right now, a very popular way to sort of train any kind of data model for machine learning would be using Amazon's Mechanical Turk. But because the project is sort of guided by an intersectional feminist framework, one has to ask, is Mechanical Turk ethical? Does the existence of Mechanical Turk, or the way that workers are treated on that platform, a manifestation of like feminist ideology? And it's not. So the next step is trying to think about, well, what would be an ethical way to train data with people? Is it inherently like the system that Mechanical Turk has designed, or is it that Amazon has optimized it towards payment towards Amazon, not payment towards the employee? So the next step of this project is thinking about, is that something that I have to redesign or partner with like a group on? Like, should there be an open source, like small scale version of Mechanical Turk?
We have another question from there.
Yes, thank you very for your insightful talk. I got another question. From all the things and projects you work on, you talked about design ethics, essentially, as you mentioned. Where you think, how these are features where I expect that a law body or a accounting body should enforce them, or that something you would like to see?
Oh, are you asking about like regulation, maybe? Okay. I'm always hesitant, and this is probably because I am an American, to sort of say where regulations should exist. And I feel like when we start to look at the ways in which a lot of representatives of different countries or different states understand AI, there seems to be very much like a big knowledge gap from like the way in which perhaps a lawmaker understands or can conceptualize of AI from like a technologist. I think that there are small steps that can happen. I like the idea of GDPR is a good one. In practice, maybe it needs to be refined because a lot of companies are figuring out ways around like having people actually opt out of tracking, right? So I think that there is a space for regulation. I really would hesitate to say that that's one we should take right now. But I do think that there needs to be like a moratorium, for example, on facial recognition software. Like that's one thing where a lot of different researchers and experts who look specifically at facial recognition have called for this moratorium, even on like the deployment or creation of algorithms. Like, let's not even try to make them more accurate. This is not necessarily something that needs to exist. So I think that there's a space between like regulation and also experts coming together and saying like, this is actually something we won't work on. I'm not sure quite what that sweet spot is, though.
Hello. I also really appreciate your work and research. I'm pretty sure it can be very frustrating and complex, but I'm into ethics, and I wanted to ask about the specific feminist data design. Would you then more opt for like splitting platforms to create specific designs for them? Because we know, like, Facebook and Twitter and whatever, they include everybody, everybody's ethics, and of course then it's quite difficult to get a common ground, on a global scale. Even like ethics depend on countries, cultures, and all those things. So do you opt more I'm looking at the practical, implementation. Are you then more like splitting communities, splitting platforms and stuff, or you really think it's realistic to implement that on a global platform?
Are you talking about some of the different frameworks I've suggested or like feminist data set?
Yeah, I would just take feminist dataset as a template or example. Like, do you think it would work for all social media platforms? Or
No,
what is your end product or your end vision?
So feminist data set is an art project that's pulling a lot of like English-centered data and language.
Yeah.
I mean, there are so many different kinds of data sets that aren't like not every algorithm or machine learning system is using every data set in existence, right?
Yeah, of course not, yeah.
Right? Or like they'll use a part of a data set that can train or inform something, and then they're pulling from different kinds of data sets. The creation of feminist data set is not to say like everyone should use one data set. That also I think would be like very irresponsible and not a solution. But the idea behind it is more how can we think about community created data sets, and then how can we look at like the ideology of intersectional feminism as a framework, because it is a framework. It defines what are politics we can focus on, or the idea of sovereignty amongst like femme people, non-gender binary, and trans people, right?
Yeah,
it's sort of it's about that kind of emphasis.
But you understand my point of questioning? It's a very
Right.
specific.
Right, but I'm responding to you and saying that like I don't think any one data set should be used globally inside of one large system.
Okay.
And that's my counterpoint
Yeah,
to you.
I get it. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
So we have time for more questions. Do we have another question? Okay, though, I think we wrap this up here. Thanks for the great speech, Caroline Sinders.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to grab this for now.
So, und damit geht's weiter hier auf der Republika. Schön, dass ihr
Continue
alle
here
da seid.
at Republica. It's nice that you're all here, and before we begin, I want to thank some people, and it's really fascinating for me up here to see everything. Every word in German and in English is transcribed live here on the wall, and please give a warm round of applause to the interpreters. Yeah, great. But I really want to give a warm welcome to the youngest RP attendee, Rosa. Yeah, listen carefully. All right, so it's there's going to be a flattening, but not the quality of the talk, but digitally. So please give a warm welcome to Sibylle Krämer. I'm very happy to talk in front of you today, and we're going to get started right away. It's common knowledge. The Internet opens universal access to information, enables global communication, enables putting anything you want into the public sphere. But there's a price to pay. We lose our ability to concentrate. Our attention is being destroyed. And I've looked at myself, and I found myself checking my inbox 5 to 10 times per hour, and that's quite a lot. And so all of this is sort of true. But what's very problematic, and this is why I'm here today, and this is what I want to talk about, all these risks that come with the usage of the Internet and digitization, all of these risks seem to belong to the heading digitality and the flattening of thinking. So all of these problems that arise from the use of the Internet are linked to this code of flatness. And if we think about it that way, we use a rhetoric that we are very much accustomed to. So, and this rhetoric is that depth in thinking is good. And superficial thinking, doing something in a superficial way is a taboo, is not good. And so my thoughts in the next 45 minutes that we're going to spend together are just one single try, a one-sided try, a one-sided attempt to convince you that moving about on surfaces, that the invention of illustrated and inscribed surfaces is a motor of think work and a motor that's unparalleled so far. And so what you're going to hear from me today is a praise of the surface, a praise of staying on the surface. So let's think about, is there a football game without buying tickets? Is there a train ride without a ticket? Is science possible without diagrams, without infographics, without tables? What about art? When music uses notation or ballet uses instructions from the director. So from tattoos to the invention of images, scriptures, ornaments, graphics, going to the computer screen, going to the smartphone, we have this development. And what we really see is the cultural practice of flattening, which I like to call it. And that's not so. There's another development as well. For example, Siri and Alexa. There's something going away from the screen, a development moving away from the screen. But I'm not going to talk about this today. What I'm interested in is the question: what's the secret of a productive, creative force that uses two-dimensional illustrated and inscribed surfaces? And so I'm a philosopher, and in philosophy, it's common knowledge that the philosopher has to go into the depth of knowledge, versus everyday life is always treated within philosophy as superficial. And so there's this famous story of Careless, the mathematician and philosopher, and he looks up upon the stars and falls into a well. And then a woman passes by and she laughs, and she says he wants to know what's up in the sky, but he doesn't even see clearly what's right in front of him. And even Plato's well-known
My basic question is, what is the secret of productivity and creativity in flattening? We live in a three-dimensional world and are surrounded by inscribed and illustrated surfaces. I don't think I need to give you any more examples for this, for the fact that these surfaces are all around us, all the way to the questions of our social identity. I mean, think about identity papers or currency on paper. These questions that are at the very core of economy, all of these use mobile, inscribed or illustrated surfaces. And to come back to my first question, why? What's the advantage? Because it's obvious that the move from 3 to 2 dimensions is a loss in dimensionality. And let's start with a very basic explanation. My body structures this space, left, right, in front of me, behind me, up and down. It was Kant, the philosopher, who said that three directions make our perception of space, but that which is behind me, I can't see. And I cannot control it either. So the invention of a surface that is inscribed and illustrated gives me the special space of two-dimensional space, of a two-dimensional space where I can see things in a new perspective, but also manipulate things and design things. But there is one thing that is very important. There is no such thing as area or surface. It's a mathematical term, but we treat things as if they were flat. So the question is, and I want to show you an example for this. Well, not an example. I want to ask that everything that exists, everything that doesn't exist yet, so technical and architectural drawings, for example, and even impossible objects, all of these can be projected into two-dimensionality. You know that an object such as this, which is impossible, cannot ever be constructed, but we can draw it. This is my favorite instruction manual ever. It's even better than IKEA's instructions. And this is obvious to us, right? It's, of course we draw, of course we write, so we never think about what this act on and with paper or a screen, what we really gain by it. And I want to illustrate this productive force with two examples. Consider for a moment 19,798 and 16,601. If you were to calculate this, and you didn't have any way of writing down this this exercise, you would struggle to do this in your head. I hope that all of you know our decimal positioning system. And this shows, by the way, two-dimensionality and its importance. So by simply writing these numbers one below the other, we can solve difficult mathematical equations. But what do you do actually when you calculate with these numbers? Try writing these numbers down in Roman numerals, and you'll notice that it doesn't work as an operation on of pencil on paper. The Romans and before them the Greeks had to use a three-dimensional object, the abacus, in order to calculate complex operations such as these. Only once we started writing down calculations, we were able to allow anyone to solve, to learn and to teach difficult calculations. This isn't a black hole. I'm simply moving to a new subject.
So, using these complex operations to put numbers onto a surface area, even using that, we experience in a whole new way that mathematical knowledge become possible for every man and every woman to learn. And it's not a coincidence that following this way of mathematics, the first computing machines were invented. And so we see that the flattening of calculations onto paper led to technical development of computational machines. And another example, think of maps for traffic and whatnot. So no question about it, that's also a flattening going on these maps. But using this flattening, they win the possibility to become indexable. So if you're able to locate yourself on a certain point on the map, you will be able to navigate yourself in a wholly to you unknown city or even a foreign country. So the usage of maps enables you to move about in a region, in an area that's totally unknown to you. And of course, the imperial ambitions that arose from this cultural practice are very clear. And so this is Gerhard Mercator's first world map. And what's special about it is that it allows the user to navigate on the ocean just by using a compass and this map, because these loxodromes, spiral shapes around the planet, are on the map, they become straight lines. And so today we still use this projection for land and sea navigation. But of course, you know, the critique of this Eurocentric worldview that's inherent to this map is also something to keep in mind. But of course, we know we can never take something three-dimensional and project it into two dimensions without losing something. And so what we lose in this Mercator projection is the flatness equivalency. So this is Arno Peder's projection. That's his attempt at being true to the area. But of course, using this map, you could never navigate a ship across the ocean successfully. So we see that this cultural practice of flattening is a pragmatic net win. We can use these illustrated and inscribed surfaces to do something that we weren't able to do before. But there's a price to pay for these cultural practices. So Arno Peder's map isn't true to the degrees. So it's true to the land areas, but it's not true to the borders. So again, my thesis is that using this cultural practice of flattening, that has so many layers to it. Using this cultural practice, we get a two-dimensional area of controllability that enables us to act. It might be mathematical functions, it might be imperial invasions. It enables us to act, and it enables actions that wouldn't be able without this cultural practice of flattening.
The question then is, this is a very cursory, very superficial look at this, but what's the connection between this productive and creative use of illustrated or inscribed surfaces and digitality? And I mentioned this earlier. There is no question that everything and all that used to be on paper and was developed on paper in a fairly simple manner can be transferred to machines. There's some degree of affinity between the paper machine that I build in the very moment when I solve a mathematical equation on paper, and the mechanical process of calculating and computing. And it's not. There's no surprise that there is a connection to geographical systems. But I would like to draw your attention to a slightly different aspect. Let's think about what digitality actually means. And in the full knowledge of how complex and complicated something as a definition of digitality is, I would like to propose a rudimentary concept of digitality, and this consists in the fact that a continuous process of whatever kind can be reduced to individual elements to which I can then access arbitrarily. A continuum is dissolved into discrete individual elements which I can then access depending on whatever I may want to do. And if you take this position of digitality, and then it's only, of course, a facet. But if you take this position and use this optic, then you suddenly realize that the alphabet, in whose spirit we more or less are all socialized, that this alphabet is a precursor to digitization. Remember that, for example, when people talk and speak, and this speech is a continuum in time, and there are no gaps between phonemes or between sentences. I simply make a break in my speech when I need to draw breath. But this speech is, when this speech is discretized in writing, then an analog continuous process that happens over time is once again split up into individual elements that can then be reassembled. And by the way, I would like to make it plain that the circumstance of writing down speech allows us a whole new angle on speech. I mean, consider that we have capitalizations, we have full stops and exclamation marks. But I don't want to continue this train of thought. This process of alphabetization means simply reducing a process into individual parts. And the second part is that the alphabet, which, by the way, is an early form of digitization, the alphabet was victorious mainly in many parts of our culture, mainly because it was a kind of ordering, I mean, consider encyclopedias and phone books, dictionaries. From the dawn of literal alphabetical culture, the principle of databases came into force. Because this doesn't mean anything other than taking a large number of individual pieces of information, names that are in the phone book, the words of a language, and using the alphabet to arrange them in a way that allows people to access them. So the alphabet is one of the earliest forms of a database principle, and this was long before digitization. This was in the early New Ages. So the alphabet allowed us to construct databases. And think one step further, and I will now come to the binary alphabet that Leibniz invented. You see the manuscript of Leibniz, the philosopher, and here on the left, in the left column, he introduced binary numbers, and this was completely useless in his time. So it's a nice example of the way that research leads to results that may not be useful until centuries later. But this binary alphabet, and alphabet was the word that Leibniz actually used in this context, this binary alphabet made it clear that the alphabet has always been linked to numbers in our culture. So this discretization, which lies at the root of digitalness, shouldn't be limited to the letters of the alphabet. It also includes the numbers and, of course, the decimal system. We're moving in the history of the origin of digitality. We're moving in an alphanumeric text room, text space.
So I tried to make clear what exactly is this productive force that comes about with this cultural practice of flattening if we have the connection with the alphabet, how you need to think about that. And now I would like to, and then that's sort of the last part of my thought process, because I would like to discuss this phenomenon with you. Excuse me, one more thing. I'm not sure if there's a slide for that. I said that our alphabetical space from which digitality grows, this alphabetical space is an alphanumerical one. And I reminded you that you cannot use Roman numerals to calculate very easily. So our digit position system is something that was invented in the Middle East, and the Arabian scholar Al-Khwarizmi brought this to Europe, and his name was basically Latinized to algorithm, and then Leibniz, so Al-Khwarizmi taught calculus using Arabic numerals, and then Leibniz used this proper name, the surname, Al-Khwarizmi, as the name for a concept of calculus for the using letters as variables
And so it's very important when we talk about this history of digitality that there's an interaction between the Occident and the Orient. So at least this numbering system is a gift from the Orient to the Occident, and the development of the trade and capitalist Europe is impossible without the abilities that arose from the flattening of calculus. And so the Medici were also one of the first to use these Arabic numerals to do calculus. And so this was fought out in the cultural space, and the Catholic Church actually prohibited the use of the zero, of the nil, the vacuum. And for hundreds of years, there was this battle going on between Roman numerals, which started with the 1, and didn't know about the 0 or negative numbers, and the new decimal system. And so, like I said, the trade-based capitalism basically brought the decimal system to victory. And this is important. What can we learn from this? The 0 was used to do calculus for hundreds of years without the knowledge of how to interpret this 0. How can this be a number? How can this be countable? It was only when George Boole thought about
set theory,
he thought of this concept of the 0. And so what we see is that the manipulation, the calculus on paper, isn't bound by the meaning of symbols. Instead, it's a process of structural transformation. And so you see that structures become visible on surfaces. So if you have a table of 1 plus 1, easy calculus, if you have that in front of you, and now you get a very difficult exercise, then you could properly solve the exercise, even though you wouldn't have to know that you're using numbers and not just ornaments. So what we can learn about the cultural practice of digitization up until this point is that this cultural practice shows that very complex, very difficult operations become possible, become executable by separating them from other processes such as meaning, or maybe in a certain sense even consciousness. And so this is the core concept of flattening, to take knowledge work and separate it from knowledge, from thinking. So without this, it would be impossible to have a complex knowledge work. But what I'm interested in now is, what if we have the surface area of the paper that we write on, or images, and they are linked electronically? So my argument was that this sort of flattening, this amputation of the depth area, that actually allows the creative force, the manipulation of surface levels. But now I think we're at a point where we get the weird constellation that in front of the screen there's users that read signs, that read symbols, that manipulate, that post messages. But behind the screen, within the machine, There's a rhizome-like universe of algorithms, of machines, of operations that are in no way visible to the user, and especially not controllable anymore. And so it's very interesting, but maybe also very frightening that this non-knowledge, this inability to know, to understand, or maybe even the secret comes back. And so the experience area that we live in, that we go through, we have this reintroduction of secrets. And so, of course, we all know this. Every software that we use, it's linked to a virtual machine, which basically isn't visible, isn't understandable by the user. And so machine learning, now we can take data and algorithms, learn something by using this data, but not even the developers of the algorithms don't know what exactly the machine learned, how it learned. And so all the time we leave traces that are being used in an economic fashion to make profit, to predict behavior. And we all know that. But I want to remind you all that so this is a little anachronistic, but this is the power of the computer to read traces. What are traces? Traces aren't complete, but to a large part they're surface experiences, superficial experiences, and machines decipher all of this on the surface level and think about what that means. So digital humanities, or for all of us, if we write ourselves, every author unknowingly uses certain functional terms. How often does he or she use the term but? How often is there a semicolon in the text? How often do we see certain words in the text? And these phenomena are unconscious to the author. They're unintended, but a machine is able to analyze this unconscious part of the text, to actually make visible a sort of fingerprint of the author, and maybe even to uncover anonymous authors. Of course, it's a high plausibility, not a certainty, but still a high plausibility that this sort of forensic analysis of texts enables, if texts are being analyzed on a surface level, and that would usually to a normal, regular user, to a regular reader, wouldn't be able to come to these conclusions. And so we see that on the one hand, there's the capacity of the machine to decipher the surface, wherein our productive force of the flatness is heightened to new heights. And on the other hand, we have the comeback of depth, of secrets, a return of something that we cannot control, that's not within our power to control. And so these processes that I'm going to be interested in the future. I can't talk about that right now. It's still on my agenda for future research. But I want to close by posing a question. I think there's an important link between the project of European Enlightenment and
this process of writing down and flattening of thoughts. When I put my thoughts to paper, I can sort through them methodically, I can develop arguments, I can test other arguments. So there's a close link, as I think, between the idea of European Enlightenment and the so-called cultural practice of flattening. And couldn't it be that in face of the fact that the original Enlightenment referred to thoughts that were written down, so a truth that was no longer random, a truth that was methodically producible and returned the ability to for individual people to use the methods of their own thought. And so the question would be, and this is entirely tentative because it really is my question, is a digital enlightenment necessary in addition to the classic European Enlightenment? I believe that we need to learn this in the same way that there was a connection between the clarity of thoughts and their projection onto an inscribed surface. And I wonder whether we might not need to declare us or to become master of traces that we leave unintentionally. And I haven't developed this entirely, but it's about this idea that if this machine is so good in extracting data from us, and if we don't need to become readers of traces ourselves, and to determine who does or doesn't have access to the data we leave behind. I would like to close my talk with this picture by Heinrich Hermes, who sadly passed away last year. The picture is called Flat Thoughts. And thank you for your attention, and I would like it very much if we could have a critical debate now.
Du hast mir vorhin hinter den Kulissen gesagt, dass du wahnsinnig gerne noch ein bisschen mit dem Publikum diskutieren würdest. Und vielleicht habt ihr ja genau die gleiche Motivation. Deswegen haben wir auch ein Saalmikrofon. Da kommt es angerannt. Vielleicht mal ein bisschen Applaus für unsere Helfer.
You mentioned that you would love to have a discussion now. Thank you very much also to our helping hands at Republica. Lots of people who make this the best conference of the year. Please, we have a microphone. Please come with your question. Let's start in the middle here. Maybe the gentleman who's already standing.
All right, thanks a lot for this nice talk. Yeah, we learned about the term flattening. That's not necessarily meant negatively. So this is also clear in mathematics that two-dimensional numeral spaces are equivalent to three-dimensional ones. And so this was
really very inspiring, but what was lacking to me was a focus on what exactly does digitization do to analog intelligence that we still have. There's research being done, and please, faster. The question is, isn't there this sort of cultural battle going on between two-dimensional digitized world and a three-dimensional analog world? And do we have to be on the lookout and be aware of us as three-dimensional beings not losing this battle?
Yes, thank you for the question. The things that a machine does have always been based on an interaction with a human. However much a machine automates, it remains. I would like to give you an example from my everyday life. Whenever I need to write a text in English, it's clear to me that I need to work with Google Translate or a translation engine. And of course, I understand that I can't simply write a text and pour it into this translation program. As soon as I write a text, I work together with this machine that tends to give me several options, and then usually my feeling for the language allows me to select certain options for these. And even though machines are continuously optimized, I look at this as a certain image of this, that whenever we work with humanities, we need to consider the substitutions that might lead to a fear of being replaced by a machine. I think this is fundamentally wrong. The things we write down are already the computer inside us, long before the real computer. But let me tell you a story that is very one-sided, of course. This relationship between two- and three-dimensional things have always been there. Charles Babbage drew his first calculating machine on paper because the fine mechanics of his time didn't allow him to actually build it. Ada Lovelace developed her program to calculate the Bernoulli tables as a table, but we know that this first program by Ada Lovelace could be run, and it uses programming techniques such as loops and conditional branches. But two-dimensionality and three-dimensionality are in an interactive relationship. I think that the idea of competition and replacement we have to oppose it in the same way we used the wheel to develop the mobility in the physical space. The digitality allowed us mobility in the thought processes. And the way we integrate wheels in mechanical machines, it has to be in areas and surfaces as well. And this is the frame of reference for the discrete and continuous. That would be my answer.
All right, a second question up here. Yeah, thanks a lot for the talk, but isn't it the case that everything that makes computers more usable, easier to use, it's always based on metaphors, three-dimensional metaphors, the desktop, the trash bin, Windows, going back to art history. And so there's always this dimension of space within the two-dimensional, right?
Yes, I could give a very provocative answer to this. Heidegger, the philosopher, thought that time was essential to humans. Kant said space and time are the conditions of possibilities. But what would happen if humans, any time they struggled to orient or struggled to explain something, if these problematic situations always led us to seek refuge and to develop ideas in space? And there's a question mark here, of course, but my thesis would be that humans don't really see as time and space as being equivalent. We as a species relate more to space than to time. There are philosophers who disagree with me there, like Heidegger. Heidegger, they say that it's more about time, but cognitively, we talk about time as if it were a space. Time moves forward or back. There's a time window, and these aren't coincidences. Whenever we think about time, we talk about it as if it were a space. So when push comes to shove, space is our matrix of refuge.
Oh, yeah, there's one more question, first row. Yeah, Mrs. Kramer, thank you very much. I have a question about digital enlightenment. So you said that we should enable ourselves to be capable of controlling our own traces. And within the education system, where do you see a place for this?
I mean, this idea isn't very exciting for most people, but to become masters of our own space. But it's exciting to me, and this whole question of digital enlightenment is a completely blank slate to me. And this question is so elementary. Even though everybody uses smartphones, I think this question belongs in school. Actually, it should be considered in schools. And that students learn about these things. I mean, in the same way they learn to read and to calculate. And Descartes, the philosopher, was the first who
the actions of our own mind is what Descartes said. And now we have to think about how in a school environment we are enabled the techniques, the practices that we need to learn to control our own traces. And so on the internet, where everyone can control their own data, that's also very cool as a technical dimension. Okay, one more question. You also worked with computer scientists. Could you maybe point out the role that computer science plays in schools?
There's a Joseph Weizenbaum Institute here, and I had the honor of giving a talk there. But did you know that these projects that receive millions in funding, there's no project in the humanities. There's nobody thinks about Joseph Weizenbaum, and he used to be our king. because his program ELIZA and his criticism of the early forms of artificial intelligence and technical intelligence, and he led the way for those of us who are interested in information science, and he's no longer present really, even in this institute that bears his name. So all these programs that exist to qualify information scientists, and there aren't even that many of them, and all of them consider information science as an incubator and an engine of economics. But reflecting upon the question of what alphabetization means, and if there's an alphabetical literacy, might there be a digital literacy, and what would schools need to do to create this digital literacy in the same way that they established alphabetical literacy. And this is, of course, a question that society has to consider as well. But, of course, information science receives millions in funding to follow purely economical motives. So we need to step back. And notice that I'm using spatial metaphors again. And of course, all of you know that digitization is acceleration and immersion. But how can we learn these things? I mean, I know, for example, that I shouldn't be checking my email 10 times an hour, and I know that it's psychologically better if I don't. But struggling against this and fighting against this comes at such a high cost that I don't do it. And these are very difficult questions. But my worry is that society hasn't really understood how important these questions are. Thank you very much. And large round of applause to Sibylle Krämer. I think this was anything but flat. It was very three-dimensional. And you have to go backstage for a minute, but find Sibylle for a talk later.
More unity in life, arts and politics mit Sebastian Stern, Henriette Breton-Meyer, Juri Albrecht, Wolfgang Tillmann und das Ganze moderiert von Sheila Meyer-Bechschat. Bis gleich, wir sehen uns um 17:30 Uhr.
The European Union. Have fun.
called Instituto Cervantes. So it's you know, the identity of the nation comes from the imagination of artists. So the identity of Europe comes from the imagination of artists, of course. And I think what Wolfgang did is just very, very beautiful, because he uses his art to connect to what's happening at this moment, and a good artist is able to do that. And it's of course it's also a way of a citizen, as Wolfgang is, like everybody else, is to engage as a citizen, but it's engaging with your skills. And that's what's I think very inspiring about it.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. But let's explore it a little bit more, because there's a, in my view, but maybe I'm totally getting it wrong, but there's a part where you say art in itself is the expression of freedom. Basically, the mere act of art is already a statement that you're giving in the context of your time. And then there's obviously some sort of political activism that artists can also do. And my question was a little bit, is this a time where you sort of go beyond that mere expression of freedom, or is it more like Wolfgang also said, basically every artist does his or her thing?
I think art is always doing that already. Good art is doing that. So you shouldn't ask artists in particular to do something in their free times. You should, on the other hand, as art institutions and as European Union, give space, and ample space, and real space, to the impetus of the artist. So that means money, that means time, that means recognition, that means... I mean, it's an outcry, I would think, that the European Union, with a yearly budget of 1,000 billion euros has hardly spent anything on art. So they spent half of it on cows and pigs. So if you drive from Berlin to Amsterdam, you cross, by every kilometer, it's the net worth of a big art museum you're passing, because that's what we spent on the cows who are standing there. So, it has to do with unlocking the space for artists, because artists in itself are already engaged in their time. So it's unfair to say to artists that they should, speak up. Of course, they should, like Wolfgang said, everybody should speak up. Everybody should feel engaged. Everybody should feel a citizen. But artists are not different than that. I think the problem lies much more in the fact that the stage is not set, and also maybe sometimes not taken by artists. But it's also not set for them, because we think that the future is forged by economists and public servants. And that's just not enough. It's cutting out imagination. And I was born in '67. You were born in '68. L'imagination au pouvoir is still very, very true. It's the 68 sentence for imagination, power to the imagination.
Yeah. Henriette, maybe you want to share some of your insight because that's exactly what you did with current artists, sort of addressing real issues in Europe, like labor, but you can explain yourself maybe.
Sure. You were saying, what can artists do? You can also ask, what can institutions do? What are the means that we have at our hands? I happen to work in Kunsthalle in the center of Copenhagen. It's called Kunsthalle Charlottenborg. We have changing exhibitions, and we believe that part of the institution's mission is to unfold the potential of art in terms of social change. This exhibition, Europa Endlos, that's on at the moment, I curated it, so I selected the artists in it. Some of the artists are working in, let's say, an activist way. Wolfgang Tillmans is also part of the exhibition with some of the former campaigns that he spoke about before. There are artists that have more, let's say, symbolic artworks in the exhibition that are more open. And then again, there are artists in the exhibition that work in a more documentary way, because this was a collaboration with the film festival, Copenhagen Docs, that take place and have their headquarters in our Kunsthalle every year in March. And so we saw that we wanted a joint theme this year that was Europe. It was a burning theme, of course, because of Brexit and also of the European election coming up in May. And in Denmark, we also, on top of that, have the general election coming up before middle of June. And so we wanted to provide a stage, like you call it, Jori, a place that you could enter, a place for our audience to come and reflect and think about Europe and many different aspects of Europe and the EU, from directly political things of the EU, but also more widely to what it means to be part of Europe.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, and Sebastian, as we will see later in your film, it's no propaganda film for the EU. It's merely an observation maybe of daily life, and maybe you can talk a little bit more about the approach that you chose for the film, but also for the project.
Yeah, I was asked to be one of many directors who did this one project together, the Love Europe project, and we were all asked to tell personal stories about our relationship to Europe. And I was wondering what I could contribute to this very interesting project, and I was thinking that I think I really like telling stories that are really in my stomach, and I experienced it on a very deep emotional level, and so I found some childhood memory, a childhood memory that was back in the beginning of the 90s when the Iron Curtain, the so-called Iron Curtain, was opened, and I grew up next to the border to Czechoslovakia, and for me it was quite pure this memory of a feeling that I experienced a border to be opened, and back then I didn't realize maybe the whole political context, although my father explained me about the Cold War and things like that. But deep inside I felt that it was something great that was happening, and the greatness of this memory of an opening border was for me the inspiration to tell the story now back in the 90s.
And this maybe brings us also to the sphere that Wolfgang mentioned, that the sphere we are working in and living in, and also this is the realm of Republika, and the art world maybe in its whole is already a sphere of openness and democracy. And the attacks we are experiences, they come from somewhere else, people that are denying these values that we kind of uphold. So I sort of observed there's two strategies to work with this, but you all must correct me. So one strategy is to try to get into the discourse with these people and sort of get into conversation with people who voted for Brexit, with people who vote for AfD in Germany. And the other strategy is to basically ignore it and say, but we are more, we are the majority, and we have to sort of speak up about us being the majority and to sort of get everyone involved on this side. And I'm just wondering, where do you see a strategy? Is the strategy in the discourse, and does it lead anywhere? And of course, where's the role of the arts?
I think it's a good question, and I think for a while we tried your second option by ignoring it, and it didn't go away. And that's because I think it's the wrong option. If big parts in a democracy disagree with you and vote differently, and you need to engage, you need to explain, you need to give an alternative, you need to get into discourse. If you don't do that, it just won't go away. It will grow in silence, and it will grow bigger, and it will become very, very dangerous. So if you're not confronting it as artists, and if you don't overcome your shame, like Wolfgang said, you know, it's a bit awkward to. So we did this forum on European culture twice now. We're going to do in a year time a third one, and ask artists from all over Europe to come and show, don't tell. You know, show like Wolfgang and Rem Koolhaas did. You know, show what it is if you get engaged, and if you do. We asked, I just came back from Paris the other day, where we redid one of our happenings we organized at the Forum, which is a collage of Shakespeare, Goethe, Victor Hugo, and modern speeches of Margaret Thatcher, Václav Havel, François Mitterrand, about Europe. And people said, do you think that people are going to listen 70 minutes, 80 minutes to political speeches? And yes, they did, because we asked a great artist, Ivo van Hove, to forge it into a play which is outspokenly pro-European, which tells the European story and quotes Winston Churchill and quotes also Marine Le Pen as a dialogue. But it works. You have to get engaged. I mean, if you think that this is going away by ignoring it, we be in very dire straits in about 10 years' time. And actually, we'll be in dire straits in June, because then the biggest faction in the European Parliament will be the faction of Orban, of Alternative for Deutschland and Geert Wilders. So it's not going to go away, no. And actually that's what's so beautiful about art, that you can engage. You can.
I mean, the thing is, I recently had an exhibition in Dublin, and I learned a lot about Irish history, and you know, like, it's so amazing where they have arrived, from where they've come, how terrible it was. So you know, like now we have a state of great personal freedom and prosperity for many people in Europe, but and now there are people who don't think it's worth fighting for. But let's not forget, there was a huge regime of lies and lies and lies that was standing in the way of people's personal rights. And people stood up against it and fought it. The Eastern Bloc and lots of good things have happened. So to think that we are now, we have to run and we have to duck and we have to hide. No, of course we have to now see that what's going on is the last sort of attempt to hold back the success of history of the last 70 years. But if we are courageous and say we want this Europe, like for example in the UK, the hard right is saying this is Brexit betrayal. But there is no Brexit betrayal because there was a 52% pro-Brexit vote, but there was certainly not a 52% hard Brexit vote. So there was maybe a 35% hard Brexit vote, but those 35% act as if they are absolutist owners of the truth. And we just have to stand up. We are 87 people who didn't vote AfD. And Alexander Gauland said he wanted his country back. Well, it's not your country, and so on.
Henriette.
But I feel it's also about providing information. For instance, in my research for the exhibition, I was looking into a lot of EU and thinking about how do you deal with a topic like Europe in a couple of 100 square meters for this exhibition, which you can still see till the middle of August, by the way. But so I ended up, should you include some statistics? Are people fed up with hearing about the EU because of all the Brexit leading up to the opening, or people are actually interested now wanting more? And so that we had a lot of discussions in the exhibition office how to deal with this, because I wanted to also provide some information, but not to be I didn't want it to be a didactic experience, of course. And so one of the things that we did was we published this charter for fundamental rights of the European Union. It's a text, it's a ready-made that you can download from the European Parliament's website in all 24 languages. But we made it into a newspaper. It's a beautiful text, and not many people are aware of it. So that is a freebie to take, for instance, from the exhibition. So sometimes provide some things that are actually under our noses, but that we're not aware of. Was one thing that we did with the exhibition.
Yeah. There's a French writer called Laurent Godet, and he just said that by now there's a disconnect between the longing for Europe and the idea of Europe and a unified Europe and basically the building of structure, and that this disconnect cannot be basically solved by politics alone. But I think that void can probably be filled with culture and art and our identities. We will have some time for questions and more talking, but now is the time for Sebastian's film, which I announced is one of 9 films as part of the Love Europe project, which premieres tomorrow here in Berlin, and which will be shown in full length also on Arte coming Saturday at 11 p.m. and will be in the Arte Mediathek probably for a couple of days. So I hope you all like it. And the film is around 10 minutes long, and I hope, as I said, you can stay. And we really wanted to give this space to this panel because we are discussing art, so why cut it short? And now I would like to have the film run for us.
We have questions after.
Yes, questions are after. Yeah, we move. You stay, and we move the chairs. Okay. Oops, sorry. I'm sorry.
Du musst dir vorstellen, das war alles der eiserne Vorhang. Und dahinter war der Ostblock. Der Ostblock. Wir haben die Tschechen dann auch oft an der Grenze getroffen. Das waren genauso junge Burschen wie wir. Und ab und zu haben wir ihnen dann eine Cola-Dosen geschenkt. Das hat es drüben nicht gegeben.
Warum hat man denn den eisernen Vorhang gebaut?
Die, wenn da drüben im Sozialismus gewusst hätten, wie gut es uns geht, wären die alle rübergekommen.
Bayern, Tschechoslowakei, Bayern, Tschechoslowakei,
Meinst du, ich hab das nicht gemerkt? Meinst du, ich bin blöd oder blind oder was?
Jetzt hör auf, reiß dich zusammen, der Klaus.
Der Klaus, der hat das schon längst kapiert. Der ist kein Kind mehr.
Machst du einen Sonntagsausflug?
Die Tschechei.
Passt bloß auf, dass euch nichts passiert.
Er glaubt wohl immer noch an den Kalten Krieg.
Du wirst sehen, wir machen uns heute einen ganz tollen Tag. Wahnsinn. Wo gehst du denn hin?
Ich mal fort zum See.
Hej ty! Nevíš, jestli už nejsou 3 hodiny? Můj táta pracuje v kiosku do 3 a pak mě odveze k mámě.
Was? Halb 3. Half 3.
Díky. Chceš? Bylo to, jako by za těma kopcema končil svět. A nikdo si nemohl představit, že by se to mohlo změnit. Teď najednou můžeš kamkoliv. Pořád mi to přijde nereálný.
cool.
Helmut Kohl.
Helmut Kohl.
Matthäus.
Matthäus.
Klinsmann. Boris Becker. Hitler.
Martina Navratilova. Karel Gott.
Tak to se ti povedlo. Cokoliv v Chelsea má je Karel Gott. Z něj každé ráno vylétává včelka Mája. Naše kamarádka včelka Mája. Máme jí co závidět z výšky, které vidí svět. To je můj táta. Už musím jít. Tak se měj.
Čau.
Tady máš suvenýr. Na svoji první cigaretu.
Wir haben dich schon gesucht, wir wollen fahren.
Ich hab dir gesagt, du musst dir keine Sorgen machen. Der ist groß genug, der kann auf sich selber aufpassen.
Und wir sind in einem fremden Land, das ist ganz was anderes. Da kann er sich ja gar nicht richtig verständigen.
So we all have to move. And here we are again for a very, very short Q&A. I'm very sorry to say, but we have time for a couple of questions. And if you want, you can also ask your questions in German. They will be translated. So are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
Yes, my English is not so fluently, so I would like to speak German. Seht ihr nicht auch einige Aspekte etwas kritisch?
Do you see certain aspects that you would consider a bit more critical about the EU? Like we always say, like we love EU, but you could also say we love Russia and we love China. I love my wife, but I don't necessarily love a city or a state that I can, like a country that I only identify myself with in a certain way. There's obviously like this international approach is honorable, but if we have this Eurocentric view by building a Europe with a wall around Europe, I don't really like big mega states such as the US or Russia, China. Europe, in my opinion, are democratically almost uncontrollable in their size. The question is, isn't there a certain democratic problematic aspects of the EU? Do you not see those? Because that's something that I want to mention. Because if you only show the beautiful side, that's obviously a bit of a problem.
Do you see the problematic sides of the EU? And all I can say is, yes, I do. And I think everybody here does. And I think it's a Totschlag-argument. You can wholeheartedly defend the European Union and its achievements without being blind to all its problems.
Mm-hmm. I mean, of course. There are no human endeavors which are perfect. I mean, I've never ever encountered any human endeavor which is without failure, without fault, without spats, without problems, without... It's true. But you have to remember that the idea of the nation state is a recent idea with a lot of problems. I mean, we've seen some problems with the idea of the nation state in the past century. You know, you could even say that it's the most horrific century in the entire history of humankind because of the idea of the nation state. I mean, you could argue that. So there are some problems with the nation state as well. So, and you have to remember that European culture as a civilization is much older than the whole idea of the nation state. Our culture is under it, is older, and is buried by the idea of the nation state. So instead of the discourse in which the European Union is superimposed on us, it's the other way around. You know, we have to free ourselves of the boundaries and the shackles of the 18th and 19th century idea, the deadly idea of the nation state. Mm-hmm. That's just how I would put it.
Very short. Yeah, yeah.
No,
Maybe
just briefly.
very short, and we can take one more question.
Very short. I don't think anybody here was talking about a wall around Europe. I think we are, in very different ways, inviting everybody to think and reflect about what can Europe be as a collective thing, and how can we develop this thing.
Yeah. One last question. Yes.
Thank you. How can art, though, or art institutions make themselves more open to a Europe that is kind of more multicultural and allows these people that see themselves as minorities to come to the center and have a voice? Because that seems like it doesn't really, you don't see that happening at very many German universities, for instance, or even in many German art institutions. And I don't know about the countries that you come from, but do you see that as a problem as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's a problem, but that's not, I mean, it's not a difficult answer to that. we in the Bali in Amsterdam, we program every single day of the year. We have a live happening program, and the editors in the Bali actively seek out pluriformality and people from every background, and you have to actively seek that. And if you're willing to do that, it's not that difficult because people want the stage, whether they have a background in Northern Africa or a background in LGBT communities, but you have to actively look for it. And it's a fact, and it might sound as a surprise, but if you ask a female professor to speak about her profession, she will, in a lot of times, will say, no, ask somebody else. And then you have to be prepared to ask her again and again, and say that no, we're asking especially you. So it's with women, it's with every background, you have to actively love pluriformality and diversity and seek it out. And then it's very easy, very easy.
Yeah, I would just ask, correct that I'm sitting here on behalf of 10 directors who did very different and diverse views on Europe, and some of them are quite critical towards also the state of Europe, which is currently endangered by social issues, etc. And some of them are more optimistic, or in my case, it was more like a retro optimism. Back then, the feeling of open borders. But all of them are the personal stories about Europe, and so there's no one attitude of us. We share the love to Europe, and loving can include also like fighting for and seeing also the critical stuff.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. The time has run out already on us. And I invite all of you to ask more questions about the campaign, also about Eurolab. There were fantastic ideas there. Talk to Henriette, talk to Sebastian, watch the whole Love Europe project. And please stay involved. And most of all, please all go vote in May, 24th of May. And 26, sorry, I'm totally confused by all the dates and numbers. 26, please go vote. And thank you all for your attention, and thank you for this fantastic panel. Thank you so much.
The Arts and Europe, a plea for more unity in life, arts and politics. Thank you very much. Und hier geht es in ein paar Minuten gleich weiter, nach einer kurzen Umbaupause, dann wieder in deutscher Sprache mit einer unglaublichen Geschichte aus Österreich. Bis gleich. Mensch, da seid ihr ja alle wieder. Ha. Jetzt ist es schön voll geworden. Das steigert die Spannung hinter den Kulissen, denn ich habe gerade ein bisschen mit Sigi Maurer gesprochen und habe gesagt, ich habe so ein bisschen rausgelurrt. So voll war es zuletzt heute Vormittag beim Bundespräsidenten Frank-Walter Steinmeier. Und dann hat sie gesagt, ist er Schmäh, oder? Also sie ist ein bisschen nervös, seid also lieb zu ihr, rutscht ein bisschen zusammen, damit die anderen, die noch stehen, auch noch einen Sitzplatz bekommen. Und dann sage ich zu euch, es ist jetzt der Titel It's the Patriarchy Stupid. Sigi Maurer mit einer Geschichte, wo wir sehen können, dass das mit dem Patriarchat noch lange nicht zu Ende ist. Großer Applaus.
Welcome to the English translation of this talk. Your interpreters are Sebalis and I'm you. We're always happy for your feedback. Our hashtag is RPLingo. Right. Good evening to all of you. It really is as full as he said. I'm here today to tell you a strange story, which is my strange story, about hate online and how it got to the fact that I'm speaking to you about it at Republica. And this story and the reactions to it show, well, are a bitter sign about the way the patriarchy has been clawing its way into all corners of society. And I would like to show to you how that went. When I was speaking to the Republica people on the phone, they were very nice and friendly and politely asked whether I already knew that I should talk slowly and not use the Tyrol accent. That's where I come from originally. And since yesterday, I've tried to practice. And, well, it works kind of. But I've already also been told by others that Germans are always so polite, and they will tell me when they don't understand things. So I would like to call on you, if I drift off into my dialect, please give me some kind of sign, like a strong wave or something. Then I'll try to pull myself together and say I, the German word ich, in the proper way, and I hope it's going to be understandable. I hope it's understandable. Right. What actually happened for me to make my way onto the stage at Republica and give a talk about hate online? Well, it's actually not my... it's not down to me at all. It happened last year, and it went like this. About a year ago, I went to work. I work in the Vienna 8th district. I live in the 7th district in Vienna, which is nice because I can sleep in and walk to work. And every day I pass this craft beer shop. And, well, you can imagine a craft beer shop as probably something hip and hipstery, and it's actually a completely dirty and awful kind of place that doesn't look nice at all. And the owner is not quite the hipster type either. And the locality is next to a conservative student corporations place. So I pass this place twice a day, which is the shortest way from work to home or the other way. And it's often quite unpleasant because if it's warm, you always find drunken men staying around who harass women, stare at them, who don't go out of the way for you. They block the pavement. It's a small street. And so you can either divert onto the road or seek confrontation. And of course, I don't understand at all why I should go out onto the street for them. But it is a struggle because they would only make way in the last moment. So it's quite an unpleasant situation. And a year ago, I went past the place again, and I was spoken to. Anything. They were building a pool somewhere, and they told me to put on my bikini and go swimming, something very stupid. And I then went back to the office, checked my Facebook account, and I find the following messages. Hello, you passed my shop today and you looked onto my dick as if you wanted to eat it. Please, next time you pass by, you can just take it into your mouth without any words and suck it up to the last drop, and I'll even pay you €3 extra if you don't waste anything. Your fat ass kind of turns me down, but because you're prominent, I'd like to fuck you into your fat ass so that you have, so that you come, you small dirty bitch. So very normal kind of message, the way you get them if you're public and use the internet. And I receive hate like this for 10 years, and I am in the lucky position that it doesn't really affect me. But at that point, normally, if I receive something like that, it's from people that are far away, or that where you can not easily see who they are, where there's no physical closeness. But in this instance, it was a place that I have to pass twice every day, and I thought, well, it's kind of nice. I'm not going to accept this. I'll try and see that there are some consequences. So I spoke with lawyer friends I had, female lawyer friends, and asked them what I could do. And spoiler, you knew it already, because, of course, this is not the first time. And also my party colleagues, I used to be a Green Member of Parliament, have been confronted with things like this, and murder threats and rape wishes and things like that. And we kind of went the whole way through the course as far as possible, and the whole way is not far at all. There's hardly anything you can do normally. So in principle, it's not sexual harassment, because that would require a physical violation. This is all digital. It is not defamation, because different to the German law, in Austria, what you need for defamation, you need a certain publicity, and this was a private message. It's just between me and the account owner or the sender. And for a dangerous threat, the necessity for the prosecution authority in Vienna would be that it was very explicit. So unless they would write, tomorrow at 2:30, I will come to you with a 30-centimeter long knife and stab you. If it's as concrete as that, then they assume that there is a risk of the crime actually being committed in reality. But with a general threat like this, and you can discuss whether this is the threat at all, nothing really happens. And we've had many cases of non-explicit murder threats. I'll show you a few. And the prosecution will simply be dropped in that case. So that's what the legal situation is. And I decided, no, I want some consequences. So I went the next day and posted the following message on Twitter and Facebook. I am back, and I would like to talk to you, tell you something about Albert Lastufka. Mr. Lastufka has a small shop for craft beer at the address where I have to pass every day. Yesterday, he talked to me badly and sent me this message. I didn't think that the business was going very well anyway. I told you it doesn't look the hipster way that you would expect a craft beer shop to look. Maybe that is prejudice against the craft beer community, if anyone, right. But in any case, there are many hipsters in Vienna, and I said that in a town full of hipsters, it would be good to know which kind of sexist asshole is selling the beer there. So this was kind of a restaurant criticism, right? So, right. That's why I added where the address was and what the where you could find the opening hours, or she actually stated the opening hours in the tweet. So I thought that if I put this online, there's going to be some kind of debate in the feminist bubble. This is not the first hate message that has been posted online with a screenshot, but instead something completely different happened. The internet exploded, and also Austrian media exploded as well. A quarter of an hour after I posted this, the Vienna district paper, Bezirkszeitung, called, which is a local paper. That's important if things are taken up in local media, but also all kinds of newspapers reported the fact that I had this hate message, which was a bit strange, but well. And on the account of Mr. L, then a post appeared. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I know nothing about this post because several people in the locality used the PC in my place, and anyone at all wrote that I'm distancing myself from such statements, and from now on, no one in the locality can use the PC anymore. Right. You didn't quite find that very believable either, and I wouldn't have thought about this, but the internet was in full rage mode at the time, and from the Google ratings of the restaurant, you could see that it was going quite well, and I didn't notice all this, but many, many people, and I would have been completely lost without all the people that had screenshotted all this, because I myself didn't make a single screenshot. These were all screenshots from the community that organized this. And the community also noticed this. Right, so spaces before exclamation marks are not common in German, not the norm, says the translator. So a message that was posted by a complete stranger interestingly had very similar punctuation issues, so those spaces before commas and exclamation marks, and fairly excessive use of exclamation marks, which is, of course, always a mark for quality, isn't it? Right. So many people circled this in and pointed to this, and also the page of the craft beer shop where was a place where this was discussed. And then he said, well, haha, and clandestinely, completely unnoticed by the internet, changed, improved the punctuation, and you have to say it's a bit hard to understand, because he obviously thought it was all just about the exclamation marks, but the fact that full stops and commas were suspicious as well, he probably thought it was a very clever thing to do. But that was kind of the prequel to the whole story that was discussed at great length. Right. And as it is, lots of media reported about it, and also the debate that started was, is she actually allowed to do this? Is it actually allowed to screenshot and post it online? And things came such as, you shouldn't get yourself into a state about this. She just wants some attention, and just swallow the whole thing. And of course, very important always, I am ruining the existence of an honest publican who has nothing to do with the whole thing. I am exerting justice. Of course, I have to ask, where is the justice? It's completely legal to write things like that. And all I did was screenshot and post it. So justice definitely does not exist. Public shaming, maybe, but no justice, no execution. And another very original accusation was that I would be damaging the image of the craft beer community, which would also be a very unjust thing to do. If I should have considered all the craft beer sellers in the whole city and consider that it would fall on them. And many craft beer sellers wrote their own distancing posts, and actually it probably was quite far-reaching, because one of them that actually had a shop quite nearby told me that he was in Berlin at a craft beer fair and was spoken to by everyone, asked whether he was that guy, and it kind of generated a lot of attention. Right. So, huge debate. Journalists, female journalists from the Kurier newspaper had the idea of saying, I shouldn't get myself into a state, and it was now up to me to organize some kind of reconciliation, have a beer with the guy, and talk about it, talk it through. And you realize this very fundamental, completely absurd patterns. So it's not just that I have to let myself be humiliated very, very deeply and do nothing but post a screenshot, but then it's also my responsibility to take care of a reconciliation, to meet the supposed author of the post, approach the person and give them a chance to apologize or whatever. So the expectation on me was to actually go into the locality of a potential endangerer and have a beer with them. And of course, I did not do that. But the debate went on. Hatred on the net. Wow, it really exists. It's a huge problem. And then a few days later, plot twist. Up to then, there was huge support. Everything I just listed, that was remarked by some people that it was difficult for the craft beer scene, but otherwise the huge majority was very, very largely supportive across all media, across all internet platforms. At that time, I had an extreme amount of emails supporting me, and the Google ratings, as I mentioned. But then, plot twist, because the beer shop owner sues me for 60,000 euro damages.
So he claims that he's lost a lot of business, so he's suing me for libel and damaging his reputation. When I got this, my first reaction was an outburst of laughter, because I couldn't imagine that that would actually be possible. Because I had talked to my lawyer friends, whom I like very much, but it seems they got it wrong. We're talking about if this is possible, but we had agreed that no, I'm not claiming he had done anything illegal, because apparently it's okay in Austria to send messages like that. So I called my later lawyer for the first time, and I was quite baffled after that call, because I had to see that it is possible and he can sue me. But, well, lots of outrage once again about this inversion of perpetrator and victim, and a lot of people approaching me and wanting to contribute to my legal fees. I still thought, hey, everything's going to be okay in the end. So, came to trial in the fall, and the very first day in court was hard to surpass an absurdity, because the craft beer owner turned up later than half of his witnesses failed to turn up. One claiming that the Red Vienna, because Vienna, as we know, has been governed by Social Democrats for a long time. He claims to have been pressured by the Red Vienna so hard that he can't appear in court. Another witness turned up, but had to leave because he actually stated in court that he had been out partying the night before and had to throw up right before the court building. So he went home straight again. So at least he was quite honest. I was originally sued because of the tweet I showed you a bit earlier, because I said I received that message from the craft beer shop owner personally. I did not say I received the messages from the craft beer owner's account. I still believe I would have been sued if I had written the messages that reached me from the account. I would, of course, put it in a safer way if this happened to me again, but we're always smarter after the fact. Well, practically, first thing the judge said to the plaintiff was that he can arrest him straight away if he has the feeling he's not saying the truth, because Mr. L made up or mentioned a person on the first morning that has never turned up in this trial again, who has never been mentioned again, who differed in appearance from time to time. And so I thought the judge was strongly on my side, but it was very absurd. So there was a live ticker. No, actually, it was more like 4 live tickers from different Austrian media. Every seat in the courtroom was filled with journalists following this live. And it has to be said that the Standard newspaper's live ticker was quite amusing. It felt quite surreal when I sat in there, and the main excuse from the plaintiff was that, it can't have been him because he's practically never in his shop. Answering the question why he leaves his shop unlocked, he said, it's just beer after all. So I wasn't sure whether I should make a beer joke here, but I think I'd rather not. Otherwise, it just happened to a Berlin cliché here, and I guess it wouldn't be appropriate here. So, further absurdities were, the plaintiff's lawyer said, why didn't I go to the other side of the road, and why would I think that this always happened to me? Because I had reported on harassment on the street before, and it couldn't be that this just happened to one woman several times. So I should probably just think about what my part in this was. Another part was that the plaintiff's main argument was that he had lost so much money because he was about to take on 2 franchise shop owners with this great name, this great shop. So he would now be missing out on 70,000 euros a year because those business partners had, jumped ship because of this business, because of this whole affair. They appeared in court, and it didn't look like that at all, no. They had claimed being 70,000 euros short a year because of this affair, but of course it didn't have their paperwork in the court, so the judge sent him home to get his accountant and get his books. And it turns out he had actually made more money than the month before, and all of that contributed to making the judge believe that the plaintiff wasn't exactly the best friend of truth. So we were really happy and thought we had practically won this, but plot twist, secondly in court, and suddenly everything was different. The judge was still very friendly, but somehow I was convicted. He says that he still believes that the plaintiff was lying. He even started filed a case against the plaintiff for lying in court, but he still convicted me, reasoning that I had not been able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the messages had been sent and had been authored by the craft beer shop owner himself. I mean, yeah. Those messages had been sent from his account, from his PC in his shop. It's the only place where anyone had ever logged into that account, and despite all the evidence we brought, I mean, it's 2 messages, and we were wondering, why is it 2 messages? Our theory is that the first message was sent, then his wife called, and 10 minutes later he went on to write the second message, but the judge didn't agree, so I did not manage to prove that it was him, actually. And in addition, I had violated my journalistic due diligence. We're all media owners with our Facebook and Twitter accounts, so according to the judge, it would have been my job to write to him, to the shop owner, and asked if he had actually authored this message. Just imagine, this is completely absurd. I'm supposed to be insulted and then go back to them and say, and ask, was it actually you who sent this to me? But, yeah, well, of course I adhere to that judicial order straight away. So this is my future social media management. This is another hate message I received the same day or the next day. It says, you really deserve to be hated for Christmas, there'll be a rope for you, and the likes of you. And I replied, dear Mr. Just to do my journalistic due diligence, I ask you for confirmation that you actually wrote and sent this message yourself. Kind regards, Sigi Maurer. But later I said that I would please like to see ID and, of course, a photo of an up-to-date newspaper, because, yeah, if it wasn't account takeover, then, of course, the second message could have been sent by a hacker. And it worked again with the second message saying, please hang yourself, thank you. She sent the same answer asking for ID and confirmation to that the message had actually been authored and sent by the person. And the reply was terrible. Shut up, you bitch. And I stopped doing that. So, there was a great fuss after that, great discussion on hatred on the internet, and I participated quite actively. Because what's behind this, I'm in a relatively privileged position. I've been dealing with this for 10 years, which is not the privilege actually, but I can deal with that. I have my coping strategies. I can afford the best lawyer in the country. I have journalists I can talk to. And it doesn't really emotionally impact me personally. And most women out there don't have those factors going for them. We know that many women getting messages like that for the first time or several times react the way the haters want them to, because what they're going for is they're trying to silence women online, to protect their accounts, to stop speaking out online, to delete their account. And we see it's working. So it's the same silencing mechanism as offline. there's not a lot of difference between being forced off a sidewalk or being forced offline. The aim is always to silence women and get them away from the public sphere. So I think it's very important to inform people, to say to women who have experienced the same that you are not alone, and we need a legal foothold to engage this kind of behavior and find a solution.
And the whole debate did have an effect. The last shitstorm before this story that I had was when the Greens were voted out of Parliament. And that was at the height of the Me Too debate, and I had a former party colleague who had been involved in sexual harassment, and so I've pointed this out, and I had extreme hatred on all platforms, Twitter, a little, Facebook a bit more, and mail, the whole works. And I then defended myself, took action by posting this, To the Haters with Love. And the message was the finger you can all understand, go all shit yourself. And the Prosecco was to say that I will not be held back from living my life, because the whole message to displace women from the online world. My response was, as many rape threats you send me, I'll keep on living and posting, and will live a good life. And it was Prosecco, not champagne, because, again, that was the next debate. Of course. The tabloid press just had a feast, saying that I had said my goodbye to Parliament in this way. The Green MP with the bad finger wants to cash in for doing nothing is the headline, because the finger actually disgusted many people, and they asked, why, how on earth could you do this? And the debate last year reversed this. There were people coming in, men, a lot of them, who said, oh dear, I had no idea that it is so bad. And there had been many debates in editorial offices whether the message should be blackened out, and it had happened previously, but in this case, everyone decided not to do that. And it was printed in many papers, and that raised a lot of conscience and awareness. So the message was, now finally I understand. And that whole story showed me that it is really necessary to talk about hatred more and to make it more public and to make sure that there are consequences. Of course, I've used much more time than I was going to, that I was planning. I'll try to keep it short from now. We then tried to start a legal aid fund, which was possible. There were many people that wanted to donate in case the verdict was upheld. But the upper court in Vienna fortunately reversed the decision, and now it will all start from the beginning. But the good thing was that with this whole attention, that there was a legal aid fund was started, which is kind of the war chest, together with the Zara Association, which is a civil courage and anti-racism NGO. They offer online advice about hatred on the net. And you can now write to them, and this is a call to all Austrians who are confronted with hate. If there is something you are confronted with, write to Zara, and they will tell you, they will look at the case and see if anything can be done legally, and they will support you. Because there are options to sue, many of them in the area of private law, which is risky. But with this war chest, we can go to court in cases where you normally wouldn't because it's too risky. Normally, you would only go to the courts if you're fairly sure you can win, but now you can go and see how the courts argue. So that's the aim of that legal aid fund. So the debate was so huge that even the right-wing parties in government, as you know, we have the Conservatives and the People's Party and the right extreme Free Party, and even they saw themselves compelled to speak out against this because it has to be said, whatever the time constrictions are. But it's extremely important for the German debate as well. Okay, hatred online, what does the government say? De-anonymity. Now, in my case, it never was about anonymity. On the contrary, the topic always was that I had published the real name, even though the person said it was his account, but not himself. And we all know, everyone that has dealt with hatred online, we know that 90% of the hatred is coming in from people using their real names. People are not afraid to use their real names. They believe that this is all right. They think they're in the right, and there is zero awareness of the problems that what they post might cause. And it's a social problem, not an anonymity problem. But the Austrian government sees an opportunity here, a great opportunity, to restrict certain media and restrict the debate and set up surveillance and monitoring. And what they plan to do is a registration obligation for all online platforms, whether it's forums in newspapers, Twitter, Facebook. The far-right media, unfortunately, are too small to be under this new rule. And it's basically about this very paper, The Standard, a left liberal. Well, we don't have to discuss it, but let's call them a left liberal paper, not always friendly towards the government. And The Standard finances itself. It has the largest German language community of all papers online, and that's how they finance themselves. Now, this new law will demand of Standard that all users posting in the forums register with some identity proof. So either the mobile number, because that in Austria now is a way of identifying yourself, or a passport copy or whatever. Ingrid Brodnik, who had a talk today, had a good story that she researched about this. In South Korea, this was tried as well. And in South Korea, you had to hand in your personal ID number. And as a result, hate postings did not diminish, but the identities of a huge number of South Koreans were stolen and offered on the black market. But the Austrian government thinks it doesn't matter, we'll try again. And I'm very sure that this law will never, ever pass judgment from the Constitutional Court of Austria, but that's the way they operate at the government. They always say, well, we'll go ahead and try, and whether the Constitutional Court will abolish the new law, it doesn't matter, because by then the Standard Forum will be dead, the most important paper. And you have to keep in mind that Twitter and Facebook now add this function for all Austrian accounts and implement the laws of the mini country Austria and collect all these identities. I can hardly imagine that they will do that. So this is all a complete fake action, that it's not about fighting hate. Because if you're talking at Republika, you have to talk about digital policy issues. So now, of course, the talk was, it's the patriarchy, stupid, and At the beginning, I was afraid that it would be too short. Now I know that I have been too long. But I still want to point to a few things. The huge amount of solidarity in my case was extremely positive. 2/3 of all donors were male, and the vast majority of the messages I received was from men. There was a very broad amount of solidarity. So you could say, wow, feminism has won, the patriarchy is down, and now it's all over, fine. But unfortunately, that is not the case at all, because the responses to my case exactly show that the patriarchy exists and is still there, and I want to illustrate this with a few examples. One of the messages, or many of the messages I received were, oh, it's great how you do this, and it's so bad, and by the way, the guy, your ass isn't fat at all, or you look wonderful, things like that. So things where men feel compelled to judge a woman's body, the body of a woman who's never asked for this, and they thought this was solidarity. And of course, it's never appropriate to comment on a woman's body, her looks, her hairstyle. If she hasn't asked for those comments. Another comment, oh, I'll hit this guy. So in standard German, I'll hit this guy. And so this kind of male kind of response, thinking that it would be great if violence would be used to solve something, which shows you how extremely anchored these patriarchal ideas are in society. The basic idea that men had no other way of solving conflicts other than violence. And second, of course, it's no solution at all. What would the effect be? This is just about displaying yourself. Look at me. I'm the strong guy helping this poor little girl, and which of course I am not. So the basic idea of masculinity is just as problematic as the one by those that spread the hate in the first place. Another point, people writing, oh, it's great, I've donated, don't you want to go for a coffee with me? And it's kind of difficult then for many men to accept that I wouldn't want to do that. So I would write back, no, and they would ask, why not? I want my money back. And every woman that's on the internet knows that at the end, you always have this, oh, no one will want to fuck you anyway because you're not attractive enough. Very interesting course of conversation with men on Twitter. Why do I say all this? Well, none of all this, it's not, there's no point in pointing to everyone saying you are a sexist and you are a sexist, but as a feminist, you still have this kind of educational ambition, and I noticed for myself how deeply the patriarchy has ingrained itself. For 15 years now, I've been dealing with topics like this, but till now, it's difficult for me to say no. Women are brought up to make situations pleasant. So baby girls laugh more than baby boys because they know from the beginning they will get a reward from that. That is so ingrained, and in me as well, and I've been dealing with this for such a long time, but still, you can laugh at me for this, but still it is the case with me. And the reason why I'm saying this is that it's great when people are in solidarity, and you will be hard-pressed to find someone who likes this kind of messages, but it's also very convenient, and to actually be in solidarity requires no thought at all about your own behavior. And the reason for this talk, or the last part of this talk, unfortunately, is that I believe that if we really want to overcome patriarchy, I'm convinced that everyone every single person, and especially, of course, the men also in this room, have to consider what are my patriarchal behaviors, how do I deal with people making jokes about women, do I speak up? Everyone assuming that drinks will be brought by the woman when I'm at home, etc., etc. So all these behaviors you have to reflect, and it's not enough to put on the feminist hat. I've donated, I've liked, I've supported, and now I'm a feminist. No, it's much more. You have to be much more radical than that. Yes.
Ich weiß jetzt gar nicht, ob ich schon an der kompletten Überzeit bin oder ob wir in den Question and Answers sind.
I don't know if we have some time left for question and answers.
Und gib dir einfach so viel Zeit, wie du brauchst, weil ich meine, das Feedback, ich lese die Tweets dahin und denke mir so, warum machen wir nicht bis 22 Uhr, oder?
I'm standing behind the stage and I'll just say, looking at the tweets, at the feedback, why don't we just go on till 10 p.m.? What do you say? I mean, you don't have your phone in your hand, but when you leave the stage later, check your phone, check your Twitter feed, and it will feel great. If you have more time, I'll be gone again. So I'm supposed to keep talking? Yeah, sure. But I've gone over everything already. I was going to pull myself together concerning language, and I was going to teach you some nice dialect words like blunzen and grindig, meaning gross, and sausage, which would have fitted quite nicely in the part about the government and the law they're planning to introduce. But here's another point. The law that is going to be passed in Austria has another great issue besides surveillance, because it is a severe infringement of a basic right, because the freedom of expression cannot be tied to another condition. Like, for example, you can only speak up if you're a man or if you have disclosed your identity to an international corporation or standard forum, which is another reason why I think this law will not be upheld in court. I know there is the Netzdurchsetzungsgesetz, which is the network enforcement law in Germany, or an obligation to have your personal data online. And regulations like that are always very difficult for marginalized groups, especially who are facing hatred and would rather keep their identity private. So in Germany, you're obliged to have an imprint, which means that you have to have your private address visible to the public on your private blog. And it's quite an issue that there's not much awareness of.
In den Rückmeldungen, die ich jetzt kriege von Männern, die sagen, oh, ich habe ja nicht gewusst, dass das alles so schlimm ist. Und again,
But all the feedback I received from men saying, oh, I didn't know it was that bad. Well, no offense, everyone's here to learn, and I have had to overcome my prejudices myself, because we're all living under patriarchy, and we all are part of patriarchy. I have my own patriarchal stereotypes, but to overcome this, it's necessary to reflect and question oneself. Have I really thought about this topic? Or am I just following 2 or 3 feminists online thinking, yeah, well, job is done? Yeah, the job is not done. The great amazement displayed by many men who realize what misogyny is really like, what it really means, because many women have experienced this kind of hatred online and offline. This is forming awareness, because the absurdity of this situation with the obligatory imprint is immediately evident to any feminist, but not to men who just don't have to care about this issue. Yes. So it's all been a bit mixed up here, but once again, I'll appeal to you all. It's not enough to just call yourself the great feminist and follow me or donate to me. I would like for any future discussion about hatred on the internet in the future to start by addressing one's own preformed conceptions. What are all the things in myself that are reinforcing patriarchy?
Du trägst definitiv das falsche Mikro. Weil eigentlich müsstest du jetzt den Mic Drop machen.
Because you would now have the mic drop. It's all said. Thank you very much. No, I'm sure there are good questions. We have some more time for questions. We'll just keep Sascha Lobo a little waiting for a little. So, we have a microphone at the center. If you have a question, just come to the center and we'll do another 5 minutes of Q&A. So, any questions from the audience, or has everything been said? Provocations are allowed. No one dares. Do you have a question to the audience? Oh, there's a question coming. Woman who's with my journalistic due diligence, but it's just completely pointless. Usually you just get 2 or 3 messages like, oh, I hadn't expected anyone to write back, but after that we're straight back to the dirty bitch. That's just not worth my lifetime. I would have liked to show you screenshots about the guy saying, let's grab a coffee, I want my donation back, and so on. Yeah, I'm not occupying myself with that very much, because if you let that take up your time, I just forgotten a lot of the hate postings I had received. It runs the gamut from there over classic sexist insults about how stupid I am, murder threats, suicide recommendations, let's say, onto dick pics. If anyone wants to sue for receiving unsolicited dick pics, we're looking for them for Sarah. That's a legal area that has not been explored recently. Give us a call. Another question from the audience. Hi. Sounds a bit as if you were meaning to imply that all problems were down to gender differences. Let's just imagine we were living on Venus, on a feminist planet. I don't not want to dismiss what's been happening to you, but what would be like in a feminist capitalism? What if all managers were female? What if every head of government were female? Yeah, that wouldn't be a feminist society. It would be a matriarchal society. Feminism means to fight the inequality between genders, and it means equal rights and not placing one gender above the other, as it is right now.
Und ich muss sagen, jetzt, ich bin fast ein bisschen enttäuscht, dass es
And I
jetzt
have
doch
to
noch
say
gekommen ist, weil ich weiß nicht,
that I'm
wie
almost
sehr
a bit
ich noch
disappointed that this has come up because I do not know how much to emphasize in a talk, how much I have to reflect my own stereotypes, because I am a sexist, I am a racist, because I've grown up in a society that has taught me those values, air quotes, and it's up to me to reflect that and change that, and I think the best time to address those issues is now. I'm trying to open a door in this debate, because obviously not all men. There are lots of great solidarity, pro-feminist men who ask how they can support women and not run ahead and be the knight in shining armor. I'm a bit lost for further arguments here because I don't know how much more to emphasize. That this is not just about putting a stamp on people, but about reflecting one's own prejudices. Thank you.
And thanks for listening to the translation of this talk by Sigi Maurer. You've been listening to Sebalis.
And Joram, thank you.
And we always are happy for your feedback using the hashtag RPLingo. And we have an email address too, which is hello@c3lingo.org.
Mensch, das ist ja gesteckt voll.
It's quite stacked here. You're still here. I don't think it's ever been that full, right? Yeah, I agree. It's wonderful to see you all here. Woo! Did you have a good day so far? May I have a wish? I would like to see this. Could you do me a favor and just switch on the torches in your mobiles briefly? I'd love to see this. It's almost romantic. It's not all phones yet. A few are still there. A wonderful starry sky full of Republika participants. Little, so many little flies. Okay, I've seen that you've started the day well. It's all going to be great, but I had to smile so much. Last night you had a nice story, Geraldine. Yes, and that's why it's important for me to get onto the stage again with you. I had to take the taxi home yesterday, and if you haven't seen it on Twitter yet, the taxi driver picked me up at the station here. It was very late. Not much happened, and he looked across and he asked me and said, this is normally the place for bread and butter and fashion things. And he looked over at me and asked, are you in fashion too? And I said, no. So what does happen? And I said something about the internet and digitalization, a kind of conference. We like to call it a festival too. Many people are going to come, and well, a few thousand will be here. And he said, oh, then maybe the Sascha Lobo is going to be here as well. And yeah, I said, he is going to come. He has a traditional speech on the first day every year, finishing the first day. And that taxi driver was very happy and said he was a huge fan of Sascha Lobo. And we started talking about the column that he writes at Spiegel Online, and the conversation continued. And he asked why I wouldn't regularly listen to the podcast either that he adds to his column. He said, I've been missing a lot and I would like to pass it on. Do listen to the podcast. And then there was a longer social political debate about certain political topics, and I told him that he could watch it on the live stream. So hello and thank you for the nice drive yesterday. I got out of the taxi and felt really good, because I had to think, wow, it's so great that we have so many people here, and it's so great that so many outside are listening and joining in the thoughts and take it to heart and are wondering what has it to do with me, with society, with politics, and the contexts that we all are moving in can be linked together, and this label of a society conference can become a truth. And for us as Republika, it's so important to have this kind of confirmation that we are relevant for political topics, and that's why it was so great that our federal president gave us a welcome speech this morning. And it's also great to have Sascha on stage now. And this was Sascha with the reality shock, Sascha Lobo. And you're listening to the translation of Sascha Lobo's talk. Your interpreters are Sibalis and Thiel. We love your feedback using the hashtag #RPLingo. Hello. Thank you for this warm applause at the beginning. Thank you. To you especially. Reality Shock is the title of the speech I'm going to give in the next 4 hours. Well, not quite 4 hours, but I do need 1 hour. And it's not going to be a funny talk, because something is wrong, as I believe, and not just me, but most people that I know out there in my closer and farther surroundings. Most have this feeling that something is not quite right, something is going wrong. Some, including me, have this diffuse anger, but don't quite know about what. You can always be angry about Nazis and enraged. And that, if it's just about rage, it won't actually lead you where you want to go. I noticed myself being quite happy that someone had said something really very stupid, so that finally I had a good reason to become enraged. And this feeling that something is going wrong, I think everyone has their own measures and moments, aha moments, eureka moments, where they believe, oh, this now has gone too far. And I want to talk about the moment when it started for me, and that it's kind of a middle road example, not a very rare premium moment like if I was, the time I was seeing this rare butterfly, but it's the 8th of November 2016, so the eve of the US elections, and at that time I was in the city of Bremen in northern Germany, which itself is not a shock, but other unless you come from Bremerhaven, but that's a different story. So this was a Tuesday, election day, as I said. I was there, and I had the annoying obligation to publish a column at Spiegel Online on Wednesday morning. But because I was in Bremen, the reason I was in Bremen at the time, I also had the obligation to give a speech early in the morning. So I did something that was very easy to think. I pre-wrote the column. I still have the column. This is what it looks like. And the next morning I woke up and the unthinkable happened. My column was wrong. No Trump world, at least. Yes, I thought, clear, Clinton is going to win. No one will be as stupid as to vote for this surrogate fascist joke figure, but apparently I was wrong, quite wrong in fact. So, as the very first thing, after I had hastily rewritten the column, and those in the know had noticed immediately, well, if you just switch the first sentence, it's not that great. After the hasty rewriting of the column, I asked exactly the question that was the closest, the most immediate question: am I an idiot? Please, this is a Platonic question. Don't answer it, please. It's not so easy to get it right anyway, because, of course, on the one hand, I am an idiot in one sense, but also, on the other hand, I wasn't so alone in this, to put it mildly. So, for example, this is the title page of Märkische Allgemeine Zeitung, a regional paper, on the morning of the 9th of November. Now, to be fair, it has to be said that Märkische Zeitung, they were not at fault, actually. On the back page, Trump had become president, and the editorial deadline was quite early. They didn't make the error that I had made, but still it's a fantastic image, a metaphor for what actually had happened, something that many people, such as the New York Times in November 2016, had precisely calculated that Clinton had an 88% chance of becoming US president. And the week before the election, Reuters, the largest or one of the largest news agencies, investigated the opportunities and published that there was a 90% chance of Clinton. The day before the election, CNN had a very close look and had a 91% probability for Hillary Clinton winning. The Huffington Post looked and even had a 98% chance for Clinton, and a scientific research team from Princeton, who had been convened especially for the election in 2016, actually calculated the odds of winning for Clinton and said it was above 99%. I was waiting for someone to write 104%. In Europe, the whole thing looked quite similar. So what I'm going to say is that with my confusion, I wasn't so very alone, and the very immediate question that follows, are we all an idiot? I am absolutely certain that in the room here, dozens, no, hundreds, thousands of people are there outside at the devices as well, of course, who precisely knew beforehand that Trump would be elected. Not many people had said it. So with we, if you don't qualify it, you will always have white middle-aged men. But I'm talking about those that tend to be the educated classes of the Western industrialized nations. So I'm trying to limit it to that. And the population, in the broadest sense, that has a certain closeness to the elite or is part of the elite, which is about 1 million perhaps. And as a cipher, I've used the word educated. And the question is not that easy to put. If you consider that in a way you're an idiot yourself, it's very easy to give a very free answer. And I then began to think. Thinking is a kind of unfashionable culture. Technology is a kind of single-user brainstorm, you would say these days. So after a longer time of thinking, I came to the conclusion that no, we are not all an idiot, but I then tried to look at other examples, such as this one. The Brexit that, of course, began to happen in the same year. About this Brexit, there is not so much you could say that hasn't been screamed out, and it's quite clear that a large number of intelligent, educated, adult people, again, have maneuvered themselves into absurdity. The complexity of the whole thing, they dramatically underestimated, or they acted as if it didn't matter. About Brexit, I didn't really want to say anymore, other than showing the funniest tweet on Brexit that I ever saw. This was from Michael Deacon in early April, and it says, "Has the Darwin Award ever been given to a country?" Michael, this is your applause. Trump, Brexit, right shift to the right, climate crisis, insect extinction, digitalization, overall the globalization, all that somehow kind of shakes us to the core. And these are so large and surprising changes often that, again, I asked the most immediate question, and this is the world coming apart at the seams? Now, is the world coming apart at the seams is a kind of unclever Shakespeare quote, not by one of the most important Shakespeare translators, but it's become a kind of figure of speech whenever large events are going to take place, or whenever you think that something is wrong. So I did the first thing that is probably sensible if the whole world seems to be put under a certain change, and what I did was to think back to myself. What is due to the world and what is due to myself? And I noticed that I have a feeling of being disturbed. Is this only my issue, I wondered. I thought about this. I talked about the shift to the right previously, and my diagnosis had been that the reason people are moving towards the right is because in old age they project their own decay onto the world and judge that the world is in decay. And it should be said that in precisely 5 days from now, I will be 44, which is officially old, because that is the average age of people in Germany. So there is a lot of evidence to tell me that I am getting old, and that this feeling of being disturbed may have to do with my problems about getting old. And of course, I see a few people here that are really truly old, and so I'm kind of fishing for compliments. But there is a lot of evidence that it's not just me, but there are many different people, not just in my surroundings, but also in my surroundings. And by the way, my surroundings are kind of diverse from top to bottom, left to conservative, in all kinds of facets and colors. So if I had friends, there even would be some conservatives included in those. So I try to search after that and wondered how this could be reproduced in different parts of the world. And this year is from the Washington Post early this year, and it's a statistic not quite well put, and it's headlined, "The world isn't feeling well." Aha. Yes, and in fact, a decline has taken place. People have felt less well than they used to, so this could be this feeling of being disturbed. But then I posed that question again to myself and tried to add a number of different observations. So the climate situations, the shift to the right, but also migration, integration issues, the changes in the economy. So I kind of looked for traces and thought, what are the things that would cause a feeling of being disturbed? And suddenly I had a kind of, I could almost call it an epiphany. I could call it an answer. So, is the world coming apart at the seams? No. On the contrary, I am of the opinion that the world isn't coming apart at the seams. I think that it's coming together at the seams. And that looks like a very, very bad pun, but I actually believe that it's not a pun at all. I actually believe that it is a legitimate answer to what is happening with us, because I developed this into a thesis saying that what we are noticing at the moment is something disturbing. And my thesis is that our image of the world far too often was just a collective illusion. We so often have this term of the filter bubble, and we use it in a media sense, but I believe that the second half of the 20th century was a huge filter bubble, at least in the Western industrialized nations. And
eine offenbar verbreitete These.
Clearly a popular thesis, and I believe that this collective illusion is now falling apart. And I've tried to grasp this, and I believe that the world, to us, did somehow seem complex, but due to this huge, this fast progress, it seemed more manageable as it really was. And that was, of course, a mistake. And that mistake wasn't committed by just a few people, but by very many. And I have to add that there have always been people that knew very precisely what was happening. But if they did know, then it was in a small section of the world, a small section of the area that these people knew about. And overall, the image of the world was colored by this collective illusion. The image of the world in public was, at best, unless you were an expert, was simplified, and in the not even worst case, complete nonsense. And that, included in that, is the fact that we as Western civilizations know much less than we believe to know. And I've seen this bursting, and I gave it a name, and you've guessed it already, that's the reality shock. And I believe this reality shock to be a social pattern. And I think that it's a very common phenomenon, and my collection of material was all about identifying these reality shocks in the very many different areas, from the climate crisis to right-wing shift. And it's not just about the world being somehow different, but also the responses of the public to that, this kind of discomfort. It always appears where the world is different than what you expect it to be. And when I noticed this for myself, I made a decision which you will now have to suffer from. Fortunately, no one is laughing, because I would have to explain. The decision I made is that this collection of material about the reality shock would be put together to a book. And the book, fittingly, is called Reality Shock, and it will be published on the 12th of September. Now, this is the ad, the commercial break. And I'm sure that what happened to me with Trump has happened to many other people, and in many different dimensions it can happen. And the trick there is that I wrote this book, which, by the way, you can now start to pre-order at realitätsschock.de. And of course, you asked yourself now, why should we do you the favor and pre-order this book before we know what's in it? And the reason for that is that I have thought of something special for you, and something idiotic to be precise. I intend to sign the whole first edition by hand. So this is a direct reaction to the fact that there are people that like what I say, but that there are also many people that think me as completely stupid, and this live signing of many thousands of books I will transmit on Twitch from a darkened hall of books. This fact will give the people that don't like me an incentive to pre-order, because the more pre-orders will there be, the longer I will stay in this cold and drafty hall.
And because my middle name, of course, is Overkill, I did not just write a book, but there will also be a week before the book fair, around October 9th, ZDF Neo, there will be a film release based on 2 chapters from the book. Again, an advertisement. I can't recommend. I can only recommend it. I don't know what it's going to be called now. All right, but that concludes the end of the advertising part. But I don't want to continue without mentioning the hashtag #RealityShock, Realitätsschock, and dive a little deeper into the phenomenon behind it. While researching the book concept, my concept of the world already existed. And then I noticed that, unfortunately, there exists somebody that has already written this book, and also prior to me doing that, and also better. So also someone that I really like, Ulrich Beck, very unfortunately passed away in 2015. It's called The Metamorphosis of the World. And he has described this basic state of the world, this feeling of disturbance and disruption. But still, it's good that I wrote my book, because this is an important factual treatise, and mine is a popular entertainment book. So there's another way to explain this, of course. You could say that reality shock is a natural reaction to the 21st century, or rather the beginning of the 21st century. And you could even say that the 21st century only started around 2015. That, by the way, would also fit this strange graphic I showed earlier, because that is exactly the point in time where people started feeling less comfortable. It would also fit with centuries developing this kind of habit of just starting late. The Uber historian Eric Hobsbawm, for example, has put forward the long 20th century, that the 19th century ran until 1914 with the beginning of the First World War, so the same thing could be true for the 21st century. So in the beginning of the 21st century, and that's the continuation of my thesis, digitization and globalization are showing us what is actually going on. What I want to say is these are the deciding factors how and why this collective illusion has started bursting. And I would also like to explain why that is the case. I see especially, not only, but especially 2 reasons. The first reason is that the public has a completely wrong idea about the current state of knowledge of the world. We are part of a society where research, where science finds out all great things every minute. But until they've actually percolated into the heads of the masses, a lot of time passes. And I'd like to give one example straight from the heart, from the beating and punishing heart of the public, namely by a man who said in March this year, who tweeted March this year. His name is Julian Reichelt. Some of you might know him. And he tweeted to get the carnival debate back into the realm of politics. I predict that the strongest force on the next German federal election will be the party that clearly answers the question of how many sexes there are with 2. Yeah, well, Julian Reichelt. The image of the world is also lagging behind because, of course, we are in a form of progress that reaches the granular and the virtual or the very far away, kind of like a black hole. So if we want to put it in a classically conservative way, a lagging image of the world, then these kinds of conservative people say, yeah, well, I can see with my own 2 eyes, there's only 2 sexes, eh? That's not like, how should I say? Let's just look at the current state of science. Luckily, 2 female researchers have created this graphic, namely Amanda Hobbs and Amy Wisniewski from the University of Oklahoma. Everything they've learned from this, they wrapped it up into one single sentence, and this one sentence is, the more we learn about sex and gender, the more these attributes appear to exist on a spectrum. And thus, not a binary thing. That's the current state of science, of biology. And Mr. Reichelt here seems to be lagging behind the current state of research a little bit, which brings me to the well, I can see it equation, where conservatives say there's only 2 genders. We can see it plainly. In 2019, it seems to me like saying, well, the sun is revolving around the earth, as you can plainly see, like conservatives maybe said in 1450. So, the perfect time, it's always, but the perfect time for a Stephen Colbert's quote, who has said, it's a well-known fact that reality has a liberal bias, which brings me to an important point, namely how to treat reality in the first place. So I'm presupposing that you can actually research it, and I kind of simplified the term reality a little bit. But let's maybe look at what this guy, Mr. Schellenhuber, said about the climate triggered by Fridays for Future in March 2019. Something historically unique may be happening right now. There is a solidarity between science and the children. Us researchers, we've been warning for 30 years against the consequences of climate change, but nobody is listening. But now something special is happening. The young people, the 12, 14, 16-year-olds say, we are referring to the results of this research. So that's one of the reasons why I'm talking about this reality shock, why I started researching and why I wrote about it, because it's so effective. Because false notions of reality lead to false debates, and those in turn lead to false policies. For example, we've seen this around Article 13, 12, and 11 multiple times, to name the old numbers from 1450. I believe, and that is maybe the only thing that this shift to the right, this international shift to the right, has somehow positively lends itself to somehow positive interpretation, is that we realized how powerful the word, how powerful the debate can still be. And one of the reasons for this reality shock thus was that, as Mr. Schellenhuber just told us, that the public did not listen to experts, specifically to scientists. But I also do not want to let experts get away completely unscathed. Because let us think about what the experts said about the 99% probability that Clinton would win the presidency. So first off, we have this wrong image of the public, in the public, but we also have a crisis of expertise. And again, not all experts, not everywhere, not in every detail, but here too a pattern emerges. A pattern that, by the way, a man named Martin Gurry, a media analyst that worked for many different news agencies before, has already written a book in 2015, wherein he said that in the past, elites and institutions had the authority to spread information, to frame it, and to explain the world. And at the same time, the authority of experts is diminishing, and what remains is a public that is mostly very angry. Gurry then continues and pretty explicitly shows this change to originate from social media, creating a different form of the public, and that people are, participating in this kind of new media differently. And this is much more powerful than our parents could ever imagine. So the crisis of expertise. Every week I read some headline that's like, oh, now it's really getting dangerous for Trump. So just looking at, these are the figures from May 3rd, just a few days ago, 91% of the Republican electorate, not the congressmen or the senators, 91% of the Republican electorate in the US are satisfied with the performance of President Trump. And then when I always read things like, oh, but now it's really getting tough for him, it does not look like there's any kind of expert involved that actually learned anything. So this crisis of expertise, I also researched from a different angle, because as far as Germany is concerned, I kind of went into the center of expertise virtually. I prodded them, namely where the economical expertise of this country becomes manifest. And that is very clearly where the mood of the German economy is registered, the IFO Business Climate Index. Every month, this IFO index, and you can see there's no economist in the room because nobody's laughing, the IFO index is created by the IFO Institute for Economic Research, and whose leader was Hans-Werner Sinn for the longest time. He is the only prominent German that would not stand out amongst the Amish people. But this expertise in the economic nation of Germany has very clear consequences, especially politically. And if you look at the IFO index over time, which I did, then you see different things. So every month there is an IFO index that's created, and every time there's economic experts in the media, leading economic experts, are talking or writing about the IFO index, whether it's rising, whether it's falling, why that could be. And the interesting part is that if you look at it closely, and I did this, and I started this on January 2005, the interesting thing is that in many media, there are comparable quotes. For example, here is the Deutsche Handwerkszeitung, January 2005, Business Climate IFO Index, surprisingly rising. So one thing that speaks for experts is that they're supposed to be able to predict future developments. So they should probably have an idea what might be in 1 month or maybe in 3 months, and not be completely surprised that, well, maybe, for example, oh, it's Christmas, or, oh, 30 years German unification or something like that. And here, experts from the IFO Institute, as well as journalists, expert journalists, have been surprised by the IFO index growing and rising. So that's interesting because only 7 weeks later, NTV reported that the IFO index is surprisingly falling. So let's fast forward 1 year, February 2006. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung writes, in February, the IFO index rose surprisingly strongly. So short break of 3 years. And we see Stern writing that the economy is surprisingly optimistic. Whereas not 6 months later, Süddeutsche Zeitung says IFO index surprisingly powerless. But that only lasted for a few months until Bild Zeitung said IFO index surprisingly growing, researchers predicting a super boom. And as if that wasn't enough that it's rising surprisingly, Der Westen says only a few weeks later in October that it's again rising surprisingly, which lasts for 7 months, and then something completely surprising happens. Reuters, we already heard about it, the experts, the worldwide experts for assessing the state of the news, and they are surprised that nothing is happening, that the IFO index is surprisingly stable, which again lasts only 1 month until the Taz, even the Taz, says IFO index is again surprisingly rising. Another month later, the Stuttgart Stock Exchange was supposed to know it, saying, well, it rose again surprisingly. And yet another month later, the market of the Maschinenmarkt is again surprisingly on the rise. Again, a few months later, Spiegel Online, oh no, now it is surprisingly dropped. U2 Spiegel Online. 2 months later, Weser Kurier, not just saying, oh, the IFO index is surprisingly rising, but no, it's an emergency message. So breaking news, it's rising surprisingly, then 4 months later it's going down surprisingly, and then August 27th it's rising surprisingly. The October 25th, 2013, according to Impulse, it's surprisingly slightly diminishing, and in this same breath it's even sinking surprisingly only to a few months later, in February 2014, surprisingly gain again. And on that day, not only NRZ reported that, but also Rheinische Post Online, the business climate surprisingly rising. This is where we can see Hans-Werner Sinn, who is beside himself with joy as never before in his life. Absolutely beside himself. Shortly later, you could maybe predict it. NTV says, sinking surprisingly strongly. Shortly after, rises surprisingly. Then RTL rises surprisingly. And also the Aktionär, the stockholder, surprisingly strong rise. And that's why he said we need a 100% chance with the euro, to invest in the euro. Yes, the stockholder, I believe you. The Bavarian Rundfunk, also surprisingly, the index is rising. Shortly after Investor Verlag, it's surprisingly sinking. Börse.de comes out with the biggest of them all. It's surprisingly not sinking anymore. So I'm asking myself, is there anything about this IFO index, anything this index can do that is not surprising to the experts, to the economic experts? No, there isn't. Even if it doesn't do anything, it is surprisingly stable. And even in this year, it goes on exactly the same way in March. Namely, the index was surprisingly going up, but the experts from Focus knew that experts are still skeptical. And as if they had predicted it, only 1 month later, the same magazine reported that it's now totally surprisingly on the decline again. So these people are now surprised by their own expertise, and now you tell me we do not have a crisis of expertise.
Now, the reason not least is the fact that Europe itself is a kind of filter bubble. And if we broaden our view a little, which of course fortunately happens at Republica, then we see that in other parts of the world, things like that also happen, to put it very carefully. I brought you something from a few weeks ago, a tweet. I researched this. This is actually true, because while we in Germany are muddling on, in the Rwandan capital, Kigali, there is now a smart, sensor-equipped, completely great Internet of Things use scenario that has been put into place, which means that the street lamps here have especially intelligent sensors, and the street lighting is saving huge amounts of energy because it's less bright when there is no traffic. And at the same time, I had to read that in Berlin, at the airport, the BER, that's still being built, the lamps have to be on all the time, 24 hours, because someone forgot to put in the off switch. The reality shock. So the reality shock is something like the end of the story of Eurocentrism. The image is, oh, other people have a brain too. We never would have thought that. And Germans doubly would not have thought that, because Germany is in a special situation, because, while all of Europe is very good in believing that the world in believing that there is the Middle Eastern conflict and other conflicts, there is a special variety in Germany, because we know that the biggest German asset is inertia in Germany. And for the last third of my talk, therefore, I would like to go on a journey of realization, because this shock that everything is so different than we used to think, it's very easy to appear like an asshole. And for that purpose, I went on a journey of realization, and that is quite good for the first chapter, which is climate crisis and plastic panic. And I chose this because for the longest time, I was more or less a climate ignoramus, a climate tackle, a climate dachshund, if you will. And then I started reading, and that, of course, is a very important driver of the whole reality shock thing. You can read up on all kinds of things on the net. You can kind of understand what is happening out there. And no matter what you look into, you realize, oh dear, my image of the world was incomplete, was wrong, was maybe even unfair. I believe that using climate collapse and plastic panic as an example, you can see quite well how the reality shock came about, or maybe how it did not come about. And for that purpose, I would like to really recommend a long read from The Guardian from November 2018, The Plastic Backlash by Stephen Burani. He comes back to the beginnings of the plastic shock, and together with him, we can now look at how this plastic situation actually came about. We've heard about Schellnhuber. That was 30 years ago. No one was interested. And the man is happy that now 16-year-olds are taking up his suggestions. But if you go back in history, you see, for example, in the New York Times, from the summer of 1969, how then already on the title page you could read that there is the emergency in trash disposal, how there are waste hills coming together all around New York and in Germany too. An article in Spiegel Online in 1971 is plastered with waste incineration ovens are overfed with plastics, Perlon stockings that are thrown away do not rot. Now, this article, as you would expect from a good 70s Spiegel article would expect, is alarmist, but still, what really happened, it's interesting why little has happened. For example, when Spiegel Online, together with others, called for asylum laws to be tightened, something did happen later, but nothing much happened here. And the reason was that from the beginning, there were contrary voices too. Spiegel was writing, deposited Perlon stockings do not rot. And the Frankfurter Allgemeine wrote, what doesn't rot cannot be damaged either. great. So, of course, you have to say the Frankfurter Allgemeine has learned from this. But even in that article from 1971, the broad sketch of this plastic problem are very clearly discernible, and not just in the media, but also in politics. People started to look to consider the problem. For example, in 1970, to be precise, on the 10th of February, in the shape of the then U.S. President Richard Nixon, surprise, who wrote in a public paper concerning his lawmaking that the new packaging methods using materials which do not degrade and cannot easily be burned create difficult new disposal problems. So that in 1970 you had political measures. In 1971, New York tried to ban plastic packaging, but then something completely unforeseeable happens, which is capitalism. This completely foreseeable, in retrospect, is actually a way to explain why no reality shock happened at the time. And that, too, you can take from that Spiegel article, to be more precise, from a passage that reads like this. A man called Perrin in West Berlin, the president of the Continental Can Company, says, yeah, well, more freedom for the individual means more car driving, more camping, more tin cans, and not Christian Lindner, the leading liberal politician in Germany at the moment, but this man. And the actually interesting is that this man didn't just happen to be the head of a can company, a one-time use can company, but the same person, he was a key to the fact why there was no reality shock, although the problem was known in public and politics. He wasn't just the head of this can company, but also the head of an environmental organization called Keep America Beautiful. And that looks a bit paradoxical at first, but it's totally unparadoxical, to be very precise. In the early 70s until the mid-70s, and even more so in the 80s, a completely new social debate paradigm came about. Here you can see it at work. This debate paradigm in form of Margaret Thatcher on the 22nd of March 1988. This was recorded in St. James Park, a recording where she wanted to show how she would act against this annoying waste that was lying around everywhere. And what she said then is the quintessence of the reasoning why there was no reality shock, and also the answer why a can company head could also be the head of an environmental organization. Because she said, well, the fact that we have so much waste here is not the government's fault. It's the fault of the people that carelessly and thoughtlessly throw away all this waste. This was what she had entered into the public record, and it's the quintessence and consequence of a 15-year lobby politics of fake environmental organizations such as Keep America Beautiful that had nothing else in mind than blame and rebrand environmental pollution as the fault of the individual. And of course, that is not completely wrong that people are to blame when they throw things away, but it's also not completely true either, not completely right, because if you push the blame onto the individuals, to you, in such large contexts, then there is one party that gets away strikingly unscathed, and these are the ones that produce all this. I don't believe this to be a conspiracy, but a hugely important lobbying campaign, a hugely successful PR campaign that I sometimes fall into the trap of, because if I see plastic lying around on a beach, I don't at first think, oh, great, bad, this is oil. But I think, who has littered the beach like this? We all keep falling into this trap, but we have to get away from this. Keyword: say goodbye to Eurocentrism. There are people that have understood this a long time before us. For example, Bangladesh, which as early as 2002 banned plastic bags And they had comparatively concrete reasons for this, because in 1998 there was a certain problem. To be careful, to put it carefully, what you see here is a map of Bangladesh. The green parts are those that were not flooded, and the blue ones are those that were flooded. 60% of the country in 1998 was flooded, including the cities. Sometimes in places for weeks they had water knee-high in the streets, and the reason was that plastic waste had blocked the sewers. And that's because 4 years later, plastic bags were banned. And speaking of Eurocentrism, in Rwanda, in 2008, there was a ban of plastic bags with a zero tolerance. And it went as far as the fact that you can go to prison these days if you still try to import plastic bags in Rwanda. In Europe, on the contrary, we have, well, perhaps since 2002 and 2008, we have comparatively little action. So they just missed it and blocked it and discussed it until only 10 years after Rwanda, they finally urged themselves to ban single-use plastics, perhaps in certain situations subject to a completely reversible, contrary vote in Parliament. So to ask yourself, how did the reality shock in the Western world then come about? And I researched this too, because it's a lesson to learn in other areas too. So in the years when 2015, when people saw images like this, this movie that many millions, maybe 100 million people did see, it's a very brutal movie where a tortoise has a plastic straw pulled out of its nose, 35 million views. I saw it on Facebook. There are hundreds of different accounts that shared it. I believe that as brutal as this looks and is, such movies, together with these photos or such photos, had exactly the reality shock as an effect that led to not just the EU to do something, but even chains, retail chains entering a competition who would leave out the plastic packaging to single cucumbers. What shouldn't be left out either is this. There is an Attenborough effect as far as the plastic shock is concerned. In late 2017, this movie came about by the BBC. It was a serial as a translator, Blue Planet 2. And he spent several minutes talking about plastic waste, and millions of people apparently saw it, and the debate in English-speaking countries was visibly changed, and people donated and began to be interested. And there's even a researcher called Richard Thompson, which you may not know, but who single-handedly researched on microplastics. And he said that Blue Planet 2 had a larger effect than his own research. And you mustn't forget either that God, too, was immediately involved. I'm hearing a lot of feedback from dead animals that plastic is less delicious than it looks. So if we have a positive effect like this that we can observe, then it means that in the right way it creates a reality shock in people that actually has an effect through very impressive documentations. And if you watch Blue Planet 2, then it happens in a wondrous way, because Attenborough is far from angry or enraged. He's very cool, even cold, and just describes what's happening in his British understatement. And in this coldness, in my view, is the actual horror that led to this reality shock, which gets us to the question how we could deal with the climate collapse in the same way. I don't want to discuss at all whether a climate collapse is coming or not. I much rather would like to discuss what we can do about it, do that in order to make it come. And because I'm not the person that cannot, at this topic, go into depths, and that's why I got some experts. And to be precise, female experts. So I was quoting older men earlier, and now I'm going to quote younger women, such as Friederike Otto, who wrote a book that I would also want to recommend, Wütendes Wetter, so enraged weather, because she is a scientist on classification, and this is a science that actually exists, in contrast to many others that don't. And again, the Reality-Schock is very, very conspicuous. And for the first time in history, we have the means to have to give us precise prediction, because we have computer models that give us insights into what's actually happening. And that's astonishing, because so many people, such as all those IFO experts, for decades have dealt with what is happening in the future, and suddenly someone comes and tells them that you have to find out what's happening in the present at first. And I think that exactly that is the right message by Mrs. Otto, or Ms. Otto, so to kind of real-timeize science, to get climate science into the present, and to actually precisely depict what is happening right now in climate and not in 27 years.
Die etwas überraschende Wolte
The more surprising turn, which kind of gets us to the final chord, that is Trump again, because he, several times, for example, in November 2018, tweeted, "Oh, it's brutal and extended cold blast. Whatever happened to global warming? This the alleged climate change and all the global warming." Of course, he was taught by millions of people, among others Asta Sama, who responded, "I'm 54 years younger than you. I can tell you that weather is not climate," exactly what most of us would have also said. But unfortunately, I have to add a comma but and quote another expert, which is Birgit Schneider, who in an interview at Zeit Campus, the university part of the Zeit newspaper, said that yes, the last summer did make a difference. The heat wave and the anomalies of weather across several months were a worldwide phenomenon. So, on the one hand, Mr. Trump is an idiot by confusing weather and climate, but the reality shock concerning the climate, why the climate youth completely justifiably is on the streets, is actually on the very same confusion between weather and climate that Donald Trump committed, but this time on the other side. And I don't presuppose that many of us are classification scientists or read up at Friederike Otto's what kind of percentages last summer really were caused by climate change. And that we have to do something is obvious also because in most heads we underestimate completely what that would entail, what it means. I looked at the figures, what a large nature catastrophe, one of the largest that ever happened in Europe, to be precise. What could it be? And the fact that you are thinking now shows you where we are, because I'm talking about the heat wave in 2003 in Europe. This heat wave in 2003 in Central Europe, France, Germany, and some other countries actually killed 70,000 people. This was a natural catastrophe just over 15 years ago with more than 70,000 fatalities in Europe, and we didn't even notice. This is not a figure that I thought up myself. This was verified scientifically. It was a natural disaster of volcanic eruption, tsunami proportions. And that is the precise reason why we have to start doing things and act against it. Which brings us to the final chord, because the fight against is not just a question of the individual, but also a political question. And precisely concerning that, an important person in Germany tweeted, a person called Nico Lange. He is the right hand of the head of the Conservative Party, Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer. And this is a quote by her. In the CDU head, the attitude was unanimous. We don't want to quickly take a supposedly easy means, and this is about the carbon dioxide tax. And what stands out here is not too fast. So, to a seemingly simple means. So, Plastigale, I can hear you. Of course, in politics, things are a bit slower. I did say last year, conservatives. To be conservative means to fight against innovations until you ask why. But this not too fast is particularly difficult because if we look at the historic data concerning carbon tax in the world, then you see that it was introduced in Chile and South Africa, in 2015 Portugal, 2014 Mexico, France, 2012 Japan, 2010 Ireland, Iceland, 2008 Switzerland, 2000 Estonia, 1996 Slovenia, 1995 Latvia, 1990 Denmark, 1991 Norway, Sweden, 1990 Finland and Poland. And that means next year a neighboring country is actually celebrating 30 years of carbon tax, but for the conservatives it's not too fast. But I don't want to be unfair too fast towards Mrs. Kramp-Karrenbauer. At least I want to hear her, ask her why, right? What did she say in an interview with Deutsche Welle, the exterior public broadcasting service? She said that it had to be secured that commuters, for example, should not be overly burdened by this, and not just because the high priest, because commuters. The commuters' tax relief is the most German instrument in the world, I think, at least as far as the second half of the 20th century is concerned. But if we speak about commuters, then of course we have to talk about what these commuters do, and the huge surprise is they commute. And what you can think of at first then is perhaps not the absolutely right thing. No, let's look at the most immediately obvious instrument that you can use for commuting, and that is the railway. So, if to not act too fast, the poor commuters should not fall short. I sought out some figures for those poor commuters. So, to be precise, I looked at what does Germany actually invest in its railway, and that's the way you do this kind of research. You had a comparison, the per head investment with your neighboring countries, and it turns out that Switzerland invests 378 euros per head into its railways. Austria invests 198 euros into the railways. Denmark invests 136 euros per head and year, and the Netherlands invest 133 euros per head and year into the railways. And concerning commuters, you can, the party of Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, the CDU, which has been in power for over 20 years, you can say that since 14 years, they can judge, you can state that they have invested 64 euros per head and year into the railways. I believe, and I quote my dear friend Christian Stöcker, who said exactly this at the occasion of Fridays for Future, I believe that you are not enraged enough by far concerning how much is going wrong these days. I believe that the problems of the 21st century cannot be solved with the instruments of the 20th century. I believe that a reality shock is necessary everywhere where it hasn't happened yet to shake us up and to open our sight that things can be done differently and not in the always old ways that have been tried for 20 or 30 times, inertia, namely. And there are people that do this. Even in Europe, a few years ago, the Scottish Prime Minister Nicola Sturgeon declared the climate emergency at her party conference. The city of Constance followed suit a few days ago. And I think that is the approach to actually accept, yes, there is a reality shock. Yes, we thought we had 30 years' time before climate change happens, but no, it's happening already. So I, for myself, I don't want my grandchildren to accuse me of scaremongering, of lacking scaremongering.
So until now, this was kind of dark and angry. But I also have a hopeful message for you, because there is hope. I believe there is hope concretely. Of course, I'm going to reveal it only in the last chapter of my book. But here I can be a little more precise and say the question is, what can we do now? What can I do? What can anyone do? And the answer to this extremely important question, I don't even want to give it. I'll give the word to one of the biggest female experts of contemporary experts, a woman that has read so much about this reality shock, an expert of the present and not of the past. You're all activists here, online, on the internet, activists in some other areas, or even if it's just activists for your own interests. And I just want to tell you, that is how you change things. In the words of Greta Thunberg, activism works, so act. And with this call for action, thanks for your attention.
Sascha Lobo!
Sascha Lobo.
Dein Applaus, Sascha.
Your applause, Sascha.
Ich habe nichts hinzuzufügen.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
And we don't have anything to add either, unless there's a Q&A. It doesn't seem to be happening, but I hope you've enjoyed the translation of Sascha Lobo's talk. Let us know. We have a hashtag you can use. It's called RP Lingo. You've been hearing Sebalis and Thiel.
And with that, we're closing the main stage for today. We wish you all an enjoyable evening at Republika, and see you tomorrow.